एक मिनट. out a festival you all made happen. We are happy to be caught committing a crime, the crime of celebrating a deliciously dark genre, a diabolical twist that all crime writers would be proud of. BLF presents Dead Write, Bengaluru's first genre festival entirely dedicated to crime writing. It is going to be 2 days of whodunits, why done it, and how done it. So hang on to the edge of your seats and let your pulses race. Presenting the first session, Murder in the Metropolis. Cities are loud, crowded, and constantly in motion, but crime stories notice what slips through. For our first panel this morning, please welcome Anuja Chauhan, a Bengaluru Hudgi now, and a best-selling author, Rudranil Sengupta, journalist who has come all the way from Delhi in conversation with Shrabanti Bagchi. Give them a big round of applause.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for coming here bright and early for the first session of Dead Write, our brand new crime writing festival. The first session we start with is with Anuja Chauhan and Rudranil Sengupta. Their books are very, very different, but like from each other. But they also stand out for on their own. And I would like them to tell you a little bit about the books, about their respective books. Anuja's is called Fast, the Fast and the Dead, and Rudranil's is The Beast Within. And yeah.
Yeah, hi, hello. Okay, so I sort of segued into crime writing. I've written 7 novels. The last 2 have been crime books. I was writing in the lockdown and felt very murderous and didn't know what to do with myself. So said, okay, I'll just, put it all down here. So it's interesting, it's called The Metropolis because the first book is called Club You to Death, which is about, I guess in Bangalore, like a Bangalore club in Delhi, like a Delhi Gymkhana club kind of a little ecosystem where everybody knows each other, and then there's this really hot trainer who all the aunties go to for Zumba and weightlifting and stuff, and he's found under a barbell. It was great fun for me and gave me lots of opportunity to, just dive into Delhi society and all the layers and all those delicious little textures of that. I had great fun doing that. And then the second one, which is set in Bangalore, is called The Fast and the Dead, which takes up some of my favorite topics, like the Karwa Chauth fast, which is, the fast in the title. And it talks a lot about women. I think there's a lot of single women in that book of all sorts of ages. And in that, basically, the plot device is that a lady fights with her husband while keeping her Karwa Chauth fast, and she's so angry that she breaks the fast and she eats like 16 momos with chutney and the pineapple pastry and like all kinds of stuff, and finally a Diet Coke to wash it down. And her husband dies. Like he actually dies, which was great fun. And
which is of course great fun.
Yeah, it was good fun that, oh my God, she broke a fast and he died. So I had fun working with, the superstition and the way our society, the culture, religion, all those things work. That was the second book. And it's fun, isn't it, to write these? Do you write them?
Yeah, absolutely. I write for fun and I write for wish fulfillment as well. That's like I do things with my characters that I wish I could do, but I know I never will. So my book, The Beast Within, is a police procedural. It's set in Delhi, and basically it's about a group of Delhi police officers who are a unit of the crime branch. And they're investigating a death, an unnatural death. It's basically a young domestic worker, underage domestic worker who's fallen from the balcony of the house that she works in. And you'll be surprised if you Google how much of that happens in India. It's like almost like an epidemic of underage domestic workers who fall to their death. And at first, everybody thinks it's suicide, but the inspector, my protagonist, Prashant Kumar, there's something in his past that kind of urges him to look beyond that the suicide theory and see if there's something else happening. And against all the advice of his senior officers and against all the system, he kind of pushes the investigation and keeps going back to it. And then what happens? That's what the book is about. But the book is also about, as police, one of the things that's very special about them is that they get to very closely observe everything, whether it's people or the geography of the city that they are concerned with. Their main job is to closely observe. So that gives the writer an opportunity also to put my observations through their eyes and see and show you how I see the city, how I see the social divisions and people. And so that's what this is. It's a very closely observed chronicle of Delhi society and Delhi as a city.
Yeah, absolutely, which is why, Murder in the Metropolis. And actually, Anuja's book is also set in a very, distinctive kind of part of Bangalore, which is, you immediately know what she's talking about, how it looks, etc. So, yeah, okay, let's start with the setting and the location then. So, did the setting provide a sort of impetus for writing the novel? Like, did the setting come first and the plot later for both of you?
Certainly for me. I mean, how the book came into being is that I was doing some long form stories as a journalist about crime in Delhi, mostly from a social angle on how it impacts people and livelihoods and communities.
Migration and
migration, all why does it happen and what it leaves in its wake. So while I was doing this, I was one part of my reporting was that I was embedded with a crime branch unit. And I spent about a year just sort of going with them to their different cases, all the things that they were handling, raids, all kinds of things. And I got to see parts of Delhi which I would never have seen otherwise. It was an amazing experience. Sometimes very heartbreaking. Sometimes like I can't believe that there's this also in Delhi, and sometimes lots and lots of fun.
did the unit ever investigate a murder? Like
Yeah. So the way Delhi police works, it's very funny that they don't have a murder unit separately.
right. As
So
you
the crime
explained
branch,
right in the beginning of the
yeah.
book, yeah.
So the crime branch kind of investigates anything that is seen as a serious crime. So they can be investigating a robbery or a murder, and all simultaneously, all of this is unfolding at the same time. So I got to meet drug dealers and gangsters and sit with them and see who they are and how they talk and what they do and so my primary impetus was the setting, was that and I was so excited about it. And I remember that when I was writing my reported pieces, of course, you have certain restrictions, journalistic restrictions as well as word limits to what you can do. So I can't completely give vent to how I want to describe a place or a person or what I think is going on in their heads, which of course is a complete no-no in journalism. And so, and I thought, okay, there's so much happening in my head with these things I'm seeing
To become a
that
novel.
that I want to have an outlet for it, and that's how I started writing the book.
Anuja, for you was the setting, I mean, for you, of course, it was a departure from writing books which are set in Delhi and in a certain kind of Delhi society and, a milieu. But so then this is the first book that's set in Bangalore. And although you've been living in Bangalore for a while now, so did the setting sort of, make you write this book?
Yes, I think every new book that I write somehow is connected to the book that came previously because there were things I couldn't do there that now I want to do. And it took me a long time to have the courage to actually write about Bangalore because, I mean, I've just been here 12 years and my
Just
Kannada is
12 years.
like very bad. I can make myself understood just about. But the place I really fell in love with was Shivaji Nagar because Shivaji Nagar, everyone speaks Hindi. That's amazing because I think there's a massive Muslim population. There's lots of Marwaris. There's lots of Hindi being spoken. And I immediately fell so much at home in that. And I just love the fact that you go down Kamraj Road or you go down that Narayan Pillai Road and you go into all those little areas and there are temples, churches, mosques, people speaking all kinds of dialects, selling all kinds of stuff. It was fantastic. And again, as I had just come out of writing a book set like in the Delhi Gymkhana Club, where everyone was so proper and everyone was, there are signs outside saying dogs and servants not allowed. Like that's a sign that was still there last time I checked. Maybe most recently removed, but now it probably says something else like
I'm sure
Congress
it's
is
still,
not allowed. I don't know what. But so this was a very different slice of that. And I really enjoyed that. And I spent a lot of time in those streets because I really enjoy the street food and just chatting with people and going up little staircases and stuff. So it seemed like a great
so
setting.
you felt like, okay, I need to set a novel.
Yeah, no, I think
here.
it was the market. It was lovely that there was a marketplace because market energy is fantastic. The fact that everyone sort of pulls you in and has got stuff. The other thing interesting that happened in this book is that it's got a lot to do with stray dogs. And stray dogs is a massive issue everywhere, including in Bangalore. So like I was earlier telling you about the lady who prays that, who breaks her fast because she's so angry with her husband. And meanwhile, how he dies is that there's another lady who hates the stray dogs, and she's like an old Mangalorean woman, and she has an estate, and she has a shotgun, and she comes out
Which is
roaring
called
mad.
Gunny Boy. Which is called Gunny Boy. Like
Gunny boy.
the gun has a
is called Gunny
name,
boy.
by the way.
And she comes out and she's so angry, and the street dogs are barking, and she shoots at the street dogs, and a stray bullet hits the gentleman whose wife was angry with him and broke her fast.
Or that's what we are made to think initially.
Yeah, of course. And later on, it's highly sus, and the ballistics and the trajectory, and it's all wrong, and it's a big fake. But I loved the politics about the stray dogs. I really enjoyed that. How every RWA in India, it's always a burning issue. There are the haters, and then there are the feeders, and there's a vast majority of people who don't give a damn, but are somehow caught up in this. And like the parallels are crazy. Any little underprivileged minority group is like the stray dogs. It's just, you just can't escape the parallels. It's crazy how that works.
Actually, surprisingly, Rudranil's book also has a kind of, it touches upon the stray dog issue because one of the victims is a dog lover and he sort of, takes care of them. Tell us more about that, Rudranil.
So it's very funny that you started talking about the stray dog issue because if this session was about dogs, I would speak so much more because I'm a feeder myself. I feed dogs. I take care of about 180 dogs. And I do behavioral counseling with people who are afraid of dogs or who don't get along. And I take them for walks and I show them how to be okay around street dogs and what are the triggers for the dogs and what they are doing wrong that makes conflict happen and things like that. So in this book, obviously I had to, and this is a huge part of my life because you can imagine like taking care of 180 dogs is almost a full-time job basically. So in this book, I had to have a character who does the same thing because I know this world so well. So we have one such person who gets into horrible fights with, she's a cop, but she gets into a horrible fight with one of these RWA people over this thing because the RWA person keeps insisting that, you have to remove all the dogs and everybody's complaining that they're biting and the cop asks, can I see proof or evidence that the dog is biting? And he has no evidence and no proof. And it gets into this verbal altercation, which is something that I'm very familiar with, having been at the receiving end of it all the time. And in fact, my second book, which features the same set of characters, which is in the works right now, is heavily involved with street dogs. It starts with Meera, the policewoman who likes dogs. It starts with her looking for one of her dogs who was missing on Diwali night, and then it snowballs into various different things. Yeah.
So
Right.
the thing with stray dogs is that was an important thing for me in the book was that stray dogs have their own hierarchy. They tend to snarl at billionaires and growl in front of beggars. That is the problem. That they got their own system and it does not necessarily match the way it's working in the human sphere, and especially in the RWA.
That's a very astute observation. This is true that dogs don't care about your
They don't care.
social or
Yeah.
economic status whatsoever.
That's why it's so unsettling.
Yes.
Yeah, it's unsettling for the millionaires that, yeah, somebody is not like,
In fact, if there are people in the audience who are scared of street dogs, please look me up. I will get rid of your fear. You will live a much better life.
as a cat parent and somebody in my apartment, sorry, we are just talking a lot about this, I understand, but I feel like, I should speak up for cats as well. So in my apartment, we have a problem with cats, and like people are scared of cats and they hate it when we feed cats. So we've had like massive fights over that as well, and I am like at the forefront of the
Being scared of cats is a whole different level of
Yes, it's a whole different level. Plus, they find them annoying. They poop in the playground and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but but yeah, people have problems with animals essentially because they feel that everything belongs to them, and
In
why
the
should the
cat's
animals have
hierarchy,
any
the cat
space?
is the royalty. Everybody else is a minion.
Yeah, but
That's their system.
cats are also very poorly treated in apartment complexes, etc. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, okay. Now that we've had that whole animal activism digression, so I want to ask you guys. So like, since we are speaking about those communities, etc. Do you feel that both of your books could only have been set in these communities, in these locations? Like the plot of your book, both your books, I mean, could only have happened here. And how did you achieve that specificity of location in your writing?
It's interesting you ask that because, like the first book in this series, Club You That got made into a film, and that was set in pretty much the Delhi Gymkhana Club. That's where they set it. And with the second book, I got a lot of questions on this. That, oh, you've gone and set it in Bangalore. Can we really locate this book to Delhi? We'll put it in Chandni Chowk or something. And I don't know, and they were working very hard at it and saying, but it'll work, but it just didn't work for me. It seemed to be, maybe it's just, we tend to be self-indulgent, but I feel that if you're writing something, you're trying to be true to it. Of course, every city in India, if you slice it down, you'll get the same slices.
Yeah.
Like if you go into the soil, you'll have the same layers, parallels. So maybe it's a little self-indulgent of me to say, no, it can only be Shivaji Nagar. And maybe, sure, it could be many other localities in many other cities. But as a writer, you commit wholly to it and write it very specifically.
No, and I think, your Dondi Pais, the Mangalorean lady with a shotgun, could only be in Shivaji Nagar in Bangalore. I mean, I don't think that,
In some crumbling house. It's very correct that she's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the crime that is at the center of my book, the young domestic worker falling to a death, like I said, it's like an epidemic. You will find it in Bombay, in Delhi, in Gurgaon, and Noida, and Kolkata, and Bangalore, and Chennai. You will find news reports of this happening. So it happens everywhere. But I was trying to be very, very specific in terms of everything else in is very specific to Delhi. Partly because when I read like good police procedurals or crime fiction, one of the things that really fascinates me is how much it brings the location alive. So, Higashino in Japan, in Tokyo, and there's so many examples. Seward and
Nordic noir, like the
Nordic
Scandinavian
noir,
crime.
yeah,
It's like
you really want to know about a city, you read crime fiction about that city. It will show you all the layers, it will show you all the geography. And I followed something which I read about. I love these two, they're supposedly the godparents of Nordic noir, Seward and Walu. Yeah,
Parvalu, I've read quite a few of those books.
Yeah, right. So they I was reading an interview where they said that when they plot out their book, after that, they will go to each location that they have in the book and see the location for themselves. And if their police officer or any of their characters is, let's say, traveling from location A to location B using a certain kind of transport, they will do it themselves to see how much time it takes, what are they seeing when they're, taking that transport. And I thought that was amazing. And so I did that for when I was writing my book. So once I had plotted it out, I knew the locations, I knew what is happening where. I traveled to all those, each and every one of those locations. I sat there, took my time, noticed everything that's around me. So if Inspector Kumar was going to take the metro from, I don't know, from Ghitorni to Gurgaon, I would take the metro from Ghitorni to Gurgaon, see what I'm seeing outside the window, and
Your journalist training
yeah.
to sort of
And I took
absorb the
copious
mood.
notes. So everything in my book in terms of the locale is very specific and very true. Like if you actually read my book and then go there, you will see the exact same things.
I felt I was there, and as with Habba Gali as well. Although Habba Gali is not a real place in the sense that it's a kind of pastiche of like a lot of Shivaji Nagar and its mood and colors and everything. Right. Okay, let's talk a little bit about motive. So, P.D. James, like whom I really love, like I've read like all the books. And, you typically as a crime fiction reader, you start with Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie. And then slowly you realize that there's so much more. And then you start discovering new authors and different, authors set in different, who live in different countries, write in different countries. And P.D. James is like, very quintessentially English, but not your Agatha Christie cozy English. More slightly darker and edgier. So she said that the four primary impulses that lead to murder are love, lust, lucre, and loathing. Every kind of murder can be, according to her, mapped to one of these impulses. As a crime writer, like which motive appeals to you the most? I mean, which is the one which seems to have the maximum narrative and dramatic potential?
Tough question, and I think that P.D. James is totally right. I mean, as you were saying this, I was thinking of, I don't think there could be any other reasons for it's pretty
Love,
much
lust,
yeah.
lucre, and loathing.
Loathing, yeah, that's basically the four things that will lead to murder. But I don't know if I have a favorite among this. Obviously, in oh, I can't give it away if I say what.
Your plot, yeah.
Right, but I think what's interesting is the is how you reach the point wherever you start from, whether it's love, lust, lucre, or loathing. How do you reach to the point where you are actually going to kill someone? And of course, if you look at loathing or love or lust, mostly in these three things, it can be very unplanned because you don't know that you have it in you, and something happens, and you snap, and and somebody is dead. With lucre, I suppose it's a much more planned, probably is a more planned way of going about it. So yeah, for me, the interesting thing is how did you get to that position where you're actually going to kill somebody? More than the motivation, that's what interests me, is what are the circumstances that lead you there? And what do you do with yourself after you have done it? Because obviously everybody has a self-preservation instinct, but how far are you willing to go with that self-preservation instinct after you know that you have done something which will, give you earn the death penalty for you, or put you away behind bars for a very long time? What are you willing to do to make sure that that doesn't happen to you?
No, it's the psychology of it that makes it really interesting. So these are all intense emotions, and they have to be really intense to push you into that place where like your chains are off and your safety rails are off, and it's high stake enough for you to actually snuff the life out of another person. I think that psychological crossing is fascinating. That what is your internal thinking at this point that you're doing this? And exactly what you said, that what happens to you after, how it changes your life knowing you've done this. In my first murder book, there's the girl, there's some like it changes. If you're a party girl, you like to go out, you like to have you can't drink anymore. It's not a safe space because you don't know what you will start babbling after you had like a few drinks and a rager out, and who you'll have this drunken confidence with, because you are that sort of
Such a
person
good tip,
and
Anuja.
you're just carrying it around and you're like, now what? How do I keep this inside? Especially if you got this, so maybe you start writing books or like anonymous blogs where you're just vomiting all this stuff out because it's driving you crazy. So all that is there, and yeah, the four L's are completely what is.
And I'm kind of like impressed or sort of jealous in a way of people who are not driven crazy by it. Of course there are people who, for them,
But
taking a
they're
life
not that
is,
interesting to
yeah,
write
you don't
about
think?
to me.
Yeah,
I'm so cool and chill, I can just murder people and
Yeah,
go off.
yeah.
psychopaths are a totally
No,
different
that's a
genre
different genre,
almost.
but a regular person who's driven by something like lucre or,
Loathing, lust,
loathing, love,
and
Will
or
have
just,
to, will have to
social
deal with it.
condemnation. I don't know which one of this covers that. You're standing in society,
Loathing.
loathing,
I
really. Like
think
you've got so
loathing.
much to
Or maybe
lose.
lucre.
It's हाँ मतलब कि reputation, being a good person, people's perceived notion of you and the reality of
You kill
you,
for that.
you'll kill for it. So I don't
You,
know what,
Well,
like,
yeah.
if you would kill somebody to keep your good reputation intact and just your everything nice
and
in
that has
your
been
life.
like a huge
I'm not
motive
very
in
sure
all of
what,
crime
which of
fiction.
these four is that, but I find those kind of people very interesting to write about. The mind of a monster, I'm sure, is very interesting, and it's nice to have glimpses of that and like goosebumpy sections in the book which reveal that thing to you and saying, "Oh my God, look what's inside this." It's like finding, okay, cockroach is a loaded word nowadays, but like, in your, like your lovely kitchen or something, and you say, oh my God, roaches, that sense in the book when you find that.
So when you're plotting,
Sorry,
do you
just went all
leave
over the place.
certain, breadcrumbs for the writer, for the reader to sort of pick up on, like, do you foreshadow in that sense? To sort of, to set up
Yeah.
for the big reveal without giving it away, but so that it does not seem like it came out of nowhere, the butler did it, that kind of, to avoid that kind of
That's
trope.
damn tricky. And while I was writing my romances, I did not have that issue at all. I
Because
mean,
we know that,
every
boy
breadcrumb
meets
is there to
girl.
be savored and say, oh my God, he likes her. He totally likes her, gave that away. But here, though, you have to be clever because you have to put the breadcrumb, but it can't be an obvious breadcrumb. So you have to put another red herring, like a bigger crumb that will misdirect people there. And it's terrible when you give your manuscripts to people to read because it's awful, especially when it's my family, who are my main readers, and I tell them, look, this is the plot, and this is the murderer, and this is what I'm going to do. So they know who the murderer is. So I can't give it to them because they know. So you can't, and you can't surprise yourself. It's very strange. See, because you know who the murderer is, you can't read it critically because you know. So you can't fake your surprise. So the quest for good readers who will read it and will come back to you, all that became very complex.
For you, was that a problem?
No, I mean, I wrestled with it as I was starting to write, but then I very soon realized that if I'm writing a police procedural, I don't need to leave breadcrumbs
Yeah,
at all.
that's true.
Because the thrust of the police procedural is how the police work, and the way they work is very methodical and cut and dry, and it's all about the questions and answers, and you will just keep asking, keep asking, like a all the information that you want from those questioning sessions. You want to see where your mobile phone was at the time of whatever crime was happening, the location of your phone. You're looking through reams and reams of call data. You're going through accounts and all these things. So it's very forensic stuff. So there's no need for breadcrumbs as such, but what there is a need for is to, when there's an interrogation happening, nobody is giving you a straight answer, right? For whatever reason, they might have a completely different reason. They might have nothing to do with the crime, but people are not going
Always
to
hiding something.
always hiding something. Nobody wants to tell the truth. Now, the job of the police is to sift through that, and for that to come alive for the reader, have some echoes of that happening through the book.
Yeah,
So
very
you need
interesting.
to see that questioning happen on say page 20, and on page 50 the cop will refer back to that, saying that, okay, but that time when you said this, you said something else. This time when I'm talking to you, you're saying something different. And so that's how my breadcrumbs work. It's the cop remembering that there is a discrepancy in the statement, and then bringing that out, and then pushing that till you get to another discrepancy, and then pushing that and pushing that. And in fact, my cop in fact feels unhappy that he has to do this for a living. He feels that it's very abusive. It's a kind of, it is in a way abusive to keep going at a person in that way. So yeah.
No, but that's very interesting because for the reader also, they have to pay attention to that dialogue and they have to those are clues actually. Like the conversation contains all the clues and like to what's happening. And you get a sense of, oh, something is missing, something is wrong. And that really gives you that interest in the book. So since we are talking of police procedurals, actually I wanted to ask both of you, and that was my next question, that although both the books are very different tonally and in style and in terms of the reading experience as well. Both are fabulous books and make for fantastic reading. Very different, but both, like, please get author copies and like get them signed, etc. And but both are at their heart actually police. I mean, Anuja's investigator is also a cop, and although in this particular book he's not he is actively investigating, but he's on vacation and he stumbles. So it's a busman's holiday, and he kind of has to step in. So how much did you guys learn about especially Anuja? I want to know from you, like how the police works or the functioning of police department.
Uh, See, I did not want to, I was trying to write the kind of crime novels that I enjoy. And didn't want to focus too much on the cop, because then if you focus too much on him, then there's everybody else goes a bit of a toss. And I think when I started writing the first book, it was a time where there were a lot of series about these tortured policemen with this crazy life.
All detectives nowadays are
and
mostly
yeah, all these
tortured.
tortured people. And I didn't want a tortured man. I didn't want to spend a long time writing about him. And so I have so my research was more like soft. So I call up my cop friends and say, okay, if this man is this old, where would he be living? How much money would he be earning? Where would he typically be going on a holiday? What is the idea of a good time? More like social clues rather
To
than
build his character.
to build his character. जैसे कि अच्छा इनका टेक होम इतना होगा, इनकी फेवरेट विस्की का ब्रांड ये होगा, this is where he would probably go for a holiday. So it was more that kind of stuff. And I wanted him to have like a nice marriage and a wife who he sat in bed with late at night and discussed the case with, in complete violation of like
Very,
all good
very
cop
polar
or whatever.
opposites.
And and then there's like Shalini and ACP Bhavani are discussing stuff, and they have this thing, and she pours out the drinks and they talk about the case. And I just took it there because I wanted him to be the sort of person who gets people to talk to him. His main thing was, I forget whatever I'd written, but it was about like his main weapon was sympathetic silence and a really good ability to listen while people ranted and ended up inadvertently speaking stuff that they weren't even planning to, because he's a good listener and he gives 100% attention. He sits down and sort of metaphorically slides this hot chocolate or this large whiskey at you and says, tell me about your life. So that was what I wanted to write about rather than maybe what actually happened.
No, actually, it's a refreshing change from all the haunted and dark. I mean, I actually a few days ago started watching some crime series, and I was like, is there one detective left who is not depressed AF and is completely,
In some moody city,
very
in
moody
the night lights.
and has had like a lot of dark past and trauma in the past, etc. And Rudanil, not to take away from the book at all, it works fantastically in your book. But yeah, do detectives need to, in your imagination, do they need to be, sort of dark and have internal demons?
In my imagination as well as in my experience, yes, there is a certain amount of truth to this, partly because one is that the police are constantly seeing the worst side of humanity. And I remember this one policeman I was speaking to, and I told him that, what was it like for you when you first started, and he said, on my first day, I was called to a traffic accident site where some truck had run over a person, and he said that when I went there, there was no person. It was just something that was splattered onto the road, and they gave us scrapers. They said scrape the body off. And
That is a scene
yeah,
in your
so
book
and
as
he
well,
said to
yeah.
me on that day, I was standing there with a scraper in my hand, looking at the scene in front of me, and I thought, either I can handle this and then I will be a policeman and I will stay on the force, or I'm going to quit tomorrow. There is no middle path here. Um, and so, so firstly, to be subjected to that so often in your life is vastly abnormal in a way, and you'll have to find ways as a police officer to deal with that. That's one thing, and the second thing is because you're always in high pressure and high stress situations. Everybody has had trauma in their life, sometime or the other. Everybody has had some amount of childhood trauma, and for most people those things are unresolved unless you have gone to therapy for many years, and for most people those are unresolved. And in stressful situations, in situations where you see so much violence, those things start dictating how you're going to behave, what you're going to do, without the person being aware that that's what's happening. So what I'm trying to say is that there is so much intense emotional things to deal with as an officer that it's very easy to be depressed or angry or resort to violence, or not that I'm making any excuse for any of it, but it's the natural kind of progression of
And I think it's also an age factor because I haven't read the book, but my guess is that this is a much younger man, the detective, versus I'm working with a man in, yeah, yeah. Whereas our guy here is touching 60, and I guess it just, like you find ways to cope on days
Yeah.
that you would see a sight as gruesome as that. You know what is going to happen to you. You know I will not be able to sleep tonight. Your wife knows this man he needs to be given warm milk and he's going to have a
Right.
bad night, which is things, I guess, patterns that you come into when you're like a really old fox in that sense,
Yeah.
and you're like at that
Like a
retirement
happy family
age,
life
yeah,
would go a long way in
towards,
towards like making this nice,
yeah,
or more normal.
yeah,
But on the other hand, it's still a happy family life. The job demands that you're always on the job.
yeah,
So then, so that's other pitfalls that you have. You hardly ever see your spouse or your parents, constantly on call. So it's a very tough life, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, true. Yes, I will never crib about like dark and brooding detectives anymore. Okay, I've no, that makes a lot of sense, Rudranil. Thank you. Okay, to kind of go into a little different in a slightly different direction. Like Anuja's book is laugh out loud funny. Okay, and it's really really funny. And I was just telling Rudranil earlier that the book is kind of around this. The crime happens on Karwa Chauth night. So and true to her kind of legacy as like India's probably best known ad writer, ad copywriter and jingle writer. I love that line about, "Hey Chand, don't be lazy. Let me break my Casey." Yeah. So it was really a laugh out loud moment for me. I was going through it again before this. So tell me a little bit about the use of humor in your book. And actually, Rudranil, I found a lot of dry humor in your book as well. So tell me a little bit about how both of you used humor.
My cops use humor as a coping mechanism, which is why it's dry. It's like when they're faced with something horrendous, you make a joke about it, be a bro and stuff like that. So it comes easier to men than for women in my experiences, at least with the officers that I hung out with. Women are more serious and perhaps handle these things better because they take it seriously, and men try to kind of like, oh, make
Yeah,
light
they
of
can't
it.
deal with their
Yeah, they
feelings.
can't deal with it, so they'll just joke about it. So that's and also because there's so much darkness in the book in terms of what is being investigated and what shows up in the case, that I needed for myself to have some comic breaks while I was writing. So I would actually intentionally do this is when I was in this flow of writing like dark stuff, and then I will be really depressed myself, like, okay, this is too much. And then I'll be like, okay, I'm going to write something funny for the next chapter. So I would break it up just for myself, and hopefully for the reader that has the same effect, that you don't have to keep plodding through dark material.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a scene where two of the people in the team almost hook up, and then, like, it kind of goes awry.
Oh yeah, yeah. And for example, I had these moments too. I was when I was embedded with a gangster in Delhi, and I was moving around with this person.
Embedded with a gangster in Delhi. Wow, how casually, just casually, he's just saying
No,
that.
it's not. It's not hard actually. I mean, if yeah, if you want, it's not hard. But so, and they were like, okay, and I was going wherever they were going. So one of these days, they're like, okay, we have to go for this funeral of somebody who has been killed. I said, okay, and go to some village in Haryana, and. And in that Haryanvi household, as is traditional, there was a white sheet on the ground, and all the furniture had been removed, so everybody had to sit on the ground, and the corpse was still somewhere, and the family was there, and so all these, I was with around 8 or 9 men who were all gangsters. They all had guns, which were, and they don't have holsters. Okay, so they had their guns tucked to the back of their jeans, and they're all wearing very tight jeans and trousers, and tight t-shirts and everything, and it was all bulging out, and so they had to sit cross-legged on the floor, much like you are sitting right now. So imagine what happens when you sit like that and the gun barrel is poking you in your butt. So I'm looking around, I'm seeing every 2 seconds everybody is fidgeting and doing the gun and doing. So I'm thinking, okay, now it'll be amazing if somebody actually shoots.
Let's it out. Yeah, like, I mean, it blows
Somebody actually
blows
shoots.
their buttocks off.
This is J.K. Rowling. Mr. Potter, not in your rear pocket. Better wizards than you have lost their buttocks.
Kind of. Yeah.
So there's always humor if you are open to it. There's something always happening that's funny.
And Anuja, your forte is humor, and this book has a lot of it as well. Is it difficult to sort of, tonally manage something dark and sinister happening and also have the humor?
No, it's fun. That's what like gives it the edge. I think it's great. Whether like you read spaghetti westerns or you read like those Air Force pilots talking on the RT, or trenches humor, or like when you have all these Anjali Bansali type movies where all these girls who are, sex workers, and they'll have all this like funny stuff that they'll giggle about the client. So they'll always, you think it's a dark space, and then there's humor. So it's always lovely to have that. And it's great fun. Like, there was this one scene I got a lot of great feedback on, which was, they didn't make a very good, well, even in the movie, it was like a scene that worked really well, where these women who go to the gym every day and are obsessed with working out, and they're saying, if you committed a murder, what would that do to your resting BMI? And 3-4 kilos to aise hi kitne calories burn ho jayenge tension ko leke, and they are saying things, they're actually thinking about stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it's great to write about it, and the darkness, it just brings out it becomes even more darker when there's something light and funny bubbling on top. The contrast makes it great fun to write, and at least in the books that I like to read, I enjoy that kind of
Which are a few that come to mind?
I've just recently been reading a lot of Louise Penny, and
Inspector Gamache.
Gamache, and a very interesting Canadian thing, which I really enjoyed. And, like you said, P.D. James and Dorothy Sayers. And when I was young, I used to read a lot of Father Brown, G.K. Chesterton. But the queen for me, I mean, it's Agatha Christie.
Yeah,
There's
plotting,
nobody else.
like,
And it sounds a little obvious to say Agatha Christie, but Agatha, like those are books that we all read and loved, because such few words used, and still the atmosphere is conjured. The characters are delivered, the motives are bang on, and her sleuths, of course, were both of them just fantastic.
Rudranil, I want to ask you, just going back in your career, so Rudranil's previous book is about the wrestling community of Haryana, and he's written on sports extensively for various publications. So one of the characters kind of has that. So was that because you were like missing that world, and you somehow found a way to, bring it in here?
No, I mean, I'm a big believer in the saying that you should write about what you know, and and wrestling was something I was completely immersed in for many years, and it's a world that is invisible to anybody who is not inside that world. You never know that there are like hundreds of akharas in Delhi, and it's really funny. Like you could be in a very congested Delhi locality, like just cars everywhere and concrete everywhere, and then there'll be a door which you have no idea where it leads, and you open the door and you go inside, and there's this humongous neem tree and a humongous people tree and a well and a akhara pit dug there, and you have all these men in their langots, and six packs wrestling. I'm like, what happened here? What kind of weird portal did I just open and go in? And that's really the way wrestling works, and it's so intrinsic to the culture of both Delhi and Haryana and Punjab, these few states. Previously, it used to be all over India. Now, most of the Indian states have kind of lost that culture, but not so with Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi. It's a fascinating world. It has its own morality. It has its own ethos. It has its own supposed to do, not supposed to do, what's good, what's not good. And obviously, it's a very regimented life that has a lot of rules and regulations. It has an incredibly crazy diet. I remember when Michael Phelps's diet was talked about, and there was this New York Times, I think, did an article on that. And the wrestlers in India have that diet, So the first time seeing that of somebody drinking liters of milk and having like a whole kilo of paneer in one sitting, I'm like, wow. And this man is like lean with like every muscle is defined. But that's the caloric intake you have to do, and it's fascinating because wrestling is also a very hard sport. It needs a lot of technique and a lot of power and a lot of strength. So everything that your body is capable of is pushed to its limit in the sport.
You know what you have to do next, right?
What?
Murder in the Akhada.
Murder in the Akhada.
I think that is called for.
My
It would
wrestler
be
And I
friends,
have
my
a
wrestler
fantastic
friends will be
victim
so
for you.
unhappy.
Okay, who's the victim?
Guess. I mean, it can only be one person.
I mean, one of the
Brij
wrestlers.
Bhushan.
Bridge
She said it.
Yeah, there you
sitting there
go.
waiting to be
You
written.
have
It's like,
your
go for
plot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to get into that world and give you a glimpse of that through my wrestler.
For Anuja, I want to ask, before we move on, my last question, before we move on to audience questions, why Karwa Chauth? Why did you think that Karwa Chauth possibly has sinister underpinnings?
It does, na. I mean, like,
I would be like ready to
I'm
murder.
anyway very drawn. So these are my pet peeves. Like you said, we build our little agendas, we're pushing our little ideas and putting them in the mouths of the characters that we write about. So I think that it's very in what's the current situation in India right now, whether we're talking religion or we're talking the state of feminism or what your choice, like it's your choice, you keep Casey, you don't keep Casey, up to you. It's all those things I find very interesting. And I bristle. I've become like an angry old woman now. And I bristle. So even when Rudranil is saying that, women don't crack jokes in the police force and only men do. Yeah, because where do they have the social sanction? There's so much power to cracking a joke. You go
You're
to
right.
any party, the men will be cracking jokes, women will be tittering. It's very infrequently that you'll see the woman is sitting there and she's the one holding the adda and that people are laughing at her stuff. So I feel that to be the funny police guy or the person who cracks the joke or whatever also implies that you're quite comfortable in that setting, and because every time you say something like that, you take a risk, because you don't know if it'll land. And there's that kind of thing. So, sorry, that was just some side quest I went on. But the thing is that, for me, Karwa Chauth was a great thing. The whole thing that man's mortality rests on the woman, that she's responsible for it, that she can be blamed for it, how that works in a society so far away from Delhi. You're sitting in Bangalore, these Marwari ladies, keeping this fast. So, to me, it was a great...
that.
And there's a resurgence of Karwa Chauth in such a big way. Yeah, so I think those are the kind of things, again, when you say write what you know, my research is always accidental. Like there'll be something that for some reason, some portal I opened and went down in and said, oh my God, there's a universe here. and then you feel compelled to write about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we can take a few questions from the audience. Can somebody? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, hi. A lot of you mentioned, I mean, especially he mentioned how he used to hang out with gangsters, cops, and everything. And you also mentioned write what you know. So, say you did not have access to maybe your cop friends or gangsters, would you still be able to write this way? Maybe use imagination or the stories you've heard, or maybe the movies you've watched.
I mean, I'll only speak for myself that I don't think I would be able to do it if I did not have access to this. I'm very grateful that as a journalist, I managed to be in some field where I could get access. I can't speak for anybody else because other people, like I think I don't have a very active imagination. I need to see something to write about it. But of course, that for others, that's completely different. I mean, if you read science fiction or speculative fiction, I mean, there are great feats of imagination there. And that's just another way of doing it, and equally amazing. So, but for me, it wouldn't have worked if I didn't do the research.
Okay. Because my question was specifically to crime fiction, because not everybody gets access to
Yeah.
hang out with gangsters, like you casually said.
Of course, I'm sure it can be done. I'm sure it can be done, but I'm not the person to do it.
No, I mean, I don't think you have to commit a murder to be able to write about a murder. Yeah, hanging out with, but I mean, like, hang out with a gangster, you could have hung out with a movie star. You could have hung out with somebody's evil mother-in-law and made that person into a gangster when you were writing. So
a
it is,
murderer or a murderer,
or a
anybody.
murderer. You just riff off somebody who is in your sphere, and of course do the research, because when you do the research, like Rudranil is committed to doing such good research, that your words ring with authenticity, even to yourself. Even if you've written a piece and you've read it and it seems okay, you go and you spend a day doing something which is somehow validates what you wrote. When you come back and read it again, it'll read different to you, because now you're writing what you've seen and you've experienced and you know. So of course everyone can't have access to a gangster, but whatever you have access to, use those people and those situations, and of course now you can research everything. You have all the AIs to help you, and you can do like a nice mix of both things.
And if I may just add something, like crime fiction is especially rich and very flexible in that sense, because crime fiction and also like gives you that framework, right? So that's why we are seeing so much resurgence of crime fiction as well. And since we are at a crime festival, I mean, yeah, like, because crime fiction allows you a certain moral framework in which to, kind of hang your story, and it could be any kind of story.
Yeah, and that's true. So you could have like so many different kinds of crime fiction. For me, it was a police procedural, so I had to kind of be authentic about how the police work. But otherwise, it can be anything, right? So it doesn't have to. You don't have to have access to gangsters. That's absolutely true.
So, question for Rodrinil. Here. Yeah. So, just a quick one on the triggers for stray dogs that you mentioned. Could you talk about that?
Like how to get over the fear?
Yeah, I mean, it's a takeaway for people here. What are the triggers? What should people avoid?
Okay, so it's best when you're actually with me and you're walking and you actually see it happen, because words are one thing, but experiencing it is very different. But a very simple thing is that a dog who's living on the street considers that his or her home, and just like with human beings, has past experience that forms his or her reactions to what people are. So if a dog has faced a lot of abuse in the past, they would be scared of people. But nonetheless, if you're, let's say, walking past a dog and the dog suddenly barks at you, if you are able not to react to that, take that as the dog stating that this is my place, I hope you don't have any bad intentions. And you don't react, you keep walking past. 9 out of 10 times, nothing is going to happen to you. That dog is not going to come to you. That dog will realize immediately that you have nothing to do with anything, and you're just walking past. So that's one way of looking at it. If, on the other hand, you have a stick in your hand, and the dog barks, and you go, hey! this dog then thinks that now you're a threat. Um, and then that can escalate. So, that's as much as I can say without actually being on the ground and going around and showing what to do. Another very important thing is if you like dogs, for example, don't just approach dogs and touch them. That's important because just like human beings, dogs have personal space. They don't want to be touched by whoever. And the thing to do is if you want to make friends with a dog, is offer your hand near you, not reach towards the dog, but offer your hand and say, do you want to smell? Dog comes to you and smells, that means he or she is ready to be touched also. So, simple things like that.
I think we had a question.
Yeah. Hi, Anuja and Rudranil. Murder justified, wherein, say, for example, the guru in the Akhada is a very horrible person. So there's loathing there, someone goes and murders that person. Or, say, the husband is someone who tortures. So what is your take on a plot like this, where the murderer is an evil person and is murdered, and finally you take it to an ending where maybe the murderer is not caught or not sent to jail?
See, what I feel, every murderer thinks they're justified. In their skewed way of thinking, the way they're coming to it, what they do is totally valid. That person has it coming for whatever reason. So, in their mind, they have justified it already. So, that is the clear case. Now, whether the rest of the world agrees with them and said, yes, this was a Jahil person who should have been, taken out. But for the murderer, it's always going to be something that's why they're doing it. They feel it's justified. In their system, whatever their little, their complaints are with that person or whatever he's doing is justified. So they are always like that. And so I think that's the thing. Now, obviously, the other thing you say is trickier. But I guess as the writer, you take that call. While writing, become very fond of the murderer, if you become very unfond of the murderee, and you're saying, yeah, isko to, so sometimes your sleuth will keep quiet, or they'll walk away, or they'll pretend, like famously in Murder on the Orient Express, for example, where clearly the guy's a monster. And I hope there are no spoilers here, but it's such a classic, I'm assuming everyone's read it.
Please, we cannot do that.
So, yeah, so there, in something like that, you say, हाँ ठीक है, बनता है. But of course, there are moral responsibilities that come with that. Like you see a lot of Hindi movies recently, which are like you're saying, this is highly problematic. You can't just, so there's that as well, which you have to weigh.
Actually, in Anuja's book, I mean, the murdered person is kind of like there's a plethora of motives and people who could have done it, because he's not a particularly nice man.
It's interesting either to have someone who everybody loves and saying, why did this person get murdered? Or it should be like where there is a bunch of, for someone is love, for someone is lust, for someone is lucre, someone's loathing.
No, I am very interested in this question. So thank you for asking it, because in this book, you will find that I think most people will find that there is not much to empathize or sympathize with the killer. But I want to set a book where my sympathies or empathies are completely with the killer. I think that person did the right thing, and I would have done that in his or her place. And then to go from there and see where that goes in the setting of a police procedural, in the legal, in the world. And a very interesting thing I remember this a good cop friend of mine told me. Well, and took her to his home, gave her dinner, this, that, whatever, bought her chocolates, and then dropped her back home. But the police couldn't find any clues, so they let it go. But then it happened again about 6 or 7 months later, and it happened 2 or 3 times more. And then the cops were like, okay, this is something really weird is happening. So they put all the, all their surveillance traps and everything in that area where this was happening. And they found out that there was a man who was a single father, who had lost his child, who was about 4 years old, recently, and could not accept it, and was in great grief and could not get over it. So he was bringing these kids home as a replacement for his daughter, and treating them just like he would with his own daughter, and then bringing them back. And I was like teary-eyed when I heard this, and I asked my cop friend, "And what do you do in this situation?" She says, "You follow the legal procedure. The man is in jail." She was so clear about it when she said.
of a mental barrier that, well, I'm trained as a scientist, why should I write a novel? What would my colleagues say? What would my peers say, etc., etc. That I had to overcome. And then at some point I said, okay, yeah, I'll write, be whatever it may.
So Sunil, you are a newsroom, native, and this is your second book, which is The Bombay House Heist and Other Forgotten Crime Stories, where you're documenting true crimes, but this is from the early 19th century.
This is from the 1870s
to the 70s, 1970s, right?
1970s,
Yeah.
yes.
So what made you commit to it? How did that come?
Well, actually, am I audible? I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So this book is a sequel to my first book, so I'll dwell on that for a minute because I don't think anybody knows about it. So my first book was called Tales of Crimes Past, Case of Crime in Colonial India. So that started from roughly the 1830s to 1947. I'm only interested in colonial India. India post-47 does not interest me at all. The current India doesn't interest me at all. So my interest in colonial history, I read a lot of colonial history, British Raj. I'm a great fan of the British Raj. I'll get
I think you
brickbats
should.
for that.
Yeah. Closer.
Yeah, okay. So I'm a great fan of the British Raj. I'll get brickbats for that, but that's how it is. So most of my reading has been in colonial India. And I've read innumerable accounts of, police officers, ICS officers. Every ICS officer at that time, more or less, I should say 70-80% of them who were here would write a book. And many of them are extremely, educated, well-versed in their subjects. They wrote all the district gazetteers for that matter, every one of them. So anyway, leave that aside. So that's where I sort of got drawn into. So I think when I was in the 8th standard or something, we read about Thuggy, right? Lord William Bentinck abolished it. So I was fascinated by these group of people who actually put that rumal around you, and you know how it is. They waylay travelers. They go in with a bunch of people who are traveling somewhere, and then sit together, and when there's some music happening and there's a dance happening, and then somebody says, I mean, this is how it is fictionally. Somebody claps and says, Tambaku lao, and there's a person behind you who will just, with the towel around your and kill you. So I found that fascinating. So that was when I was in the 8th standard. Later, when I got into journalism and I went to the British Council Library, I read a book by a gentleman called Sir Francis Tucker, the Yellow Scarf. So then, I started reading more and more about Thuggy. I have a great collection of books on Thuggy, rare books from the 1870s. Every single book that's ever written about Thuggy, I'm still fascinated by it. So that's how my interest started. And then when you read all these accounts of all these British officers, you find child murders, kidnappings, cattle rustling, gun running in British India, and poisoning. So those kind of things fascinated me. Now, why did I write the book? The first book, it was a conversation I had with a friend when I was in Reuters. And I was talking to her about my interest in all these things. So she said, Sunil, you have a lot of, I was talking about the criminal tribes, the so-called criminal tribes in India. So when I was telling her some stories, she said, you know a lot about these things. So I said, yes, I've got a lot of useless knowledge in my head. So she said, no, nothing's useless. You should put it to good use, write a book about it. I said, yeah, maybe someday I'll do it. And then during COVID, while I was at home, I was doing freelance work only. I left Reuters at that time. I had nothing to do. So then I said, yeah, why not sit and write? And my wife encouraged me. And there's a gentleman there by the name of Mr. Vishnu Kamat, who's my great friend, and he's always encouraging me to write. So he said, no, you do it, finish it off. And so that's how I got to writing the book. Now that book, I'll dwell on it briefly, is from the 1830s, as I said, to 1947. That covers some crimes which very few people know about. For instance, in 1870, the Maharaja of the Gaikwar of Baroda, he had to forfeit his throne because he was involved in a poisoning plot. So allegedly, he poisoned the British resident, or not he directly, of course, but the British resident came out from his horse ride, early morning ride, and then he was given a glass of juice, which turned out to be poisoned. He didn't die, of course, but then there was a big hue and cry, and there was an investigation, of course. The Bombay police investigated it, and naturally he went on trial. And he got a lawyer from the UK to fight the trial. And finally he won the trial, won the case. But unfortunately, because of the circumstances, and the Gaikwar is not very popular with the British at all, because he was, in some ways a nasty fellow. So they actually deposed him. So that was one story which had been. I read a story a long time ago, and I haven't seen it anywhere, printed anywhere. So I thought I'll write about it. Then there was another one, the Maharaja Holkar, Indore. He was enamored of this dancing girl who ran away from him and took up with a guy in Bombay who was a municipal councillor. So that is the Malabar Hill murder. And so then his goons waylaid the car in which they were traveling. And then there was a shootout, and they tried to pull the girl out of the car. And at that time, what happened? Four officers happened to come by in a car. So they went in and they rescued the girl. So anyway, it was a big to-do and it was a big mess. Again, the case goes to court. Nothing because people were hanged. 2 people were hanged, 3 or 4 of them acquitted. One of them was acquitted. It was Muhammad Ali Jinnah was his lawyer. And whatever it was, Jinnah was a fantastic lawyer. So he got him out. But the others, 2 of them were hanged, and several of them got long terms of imprisonment. But nothing happened to Holkar because he was not directly implicated in it. But nonetheless, he again had to give up his throne for that. So I've covered murders, instances like that, in that, and so that was that was in 2022, October 2022. The book came out, and then I thought I'll do a sequel. So my idea was to, because I'm from Mumbai, right, and I'm 12 years in Bangalore, but I still say I'm from Mumbai. So I wanted to write a book about crimes in Mumbai. And during, while the time I was writing my first book, I met this gentleman called Mr. Deepak Rao, who's the historian of the Mumbai police and is also a historian of Mumbai. So he said, Sunil, there are these crimes, do you know about this? I said, no, I've heard of some of them, but not all. So he said, there are 5 or 6 of these, there must be more crimes, you should write about them. So I started writing out on that. And the book was actually supposed to be a book on Mumbai, crimes in Mumbai. And then I said, okay, I'll do it from the 1870s or whatever, 100 years of crime. And I did get a lot of stories, but I couldn't get a publisher. A couple of publishers looked at it, didn't happen, and I said, no, I'm not going to do it unless I get a publisher. Then, of course, Juggernaut came across, and they said, why don't you do this? But then they said, no, you can't have Mumbai throw in stories from all over India. So then I had to scramble a bit. So there are stories from Chennai, there are stories from Bengal. One story from Bengal, which I put here, is the famous Alokeshi case about the Tarakeshwar Mahant, which was not there in my first book. I was supposed to put it in my first book, but I didn't have the time. But a gentleman was very upset that I hadn't, he reviewed me in the Telegraph, and he said he's put all the famous cases, but he's not put this Bengal case. So then I said, okay, I'll put that in. And so it was a bit of, frankly, so I just put in about 7 or 8 other cases from all over the country. And that's how I got about writing this book. So it was a conscious, not really a conscious effort in trying to do something, but more of a sequel and more to do with Mumbai. But as it turned out, it's an all-India thing. Which hopefully
it's a treasure trove of those stories, and we'll come to more of them as we go along. Sunil, Biman, your novel is about a truth that is suppressed, kind of a whistleblower's findings buried by powerful institutions. Is it, I believe it's based on a true incident, right?
Well, everybody asks me that, who is this evil scientist that you have, modeled it on? But, well, it's not a single incident. I would say it's a mashup of many such incidents that I have read about and heard about. I have even witnessed some of the cases. One of the triggers, the most important trigger was the suicide of Vinod Shah. This is 1972, and he was an agricultural scientist, very young scientist, and he committed suicide. That became in the national media a prominent news item, and not just that, it became a topic of parliamentary inquiry committee. There was lots of debates in the parliament. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, by the way, gave an impassioned speech on behalf of scientists, what are we, we're not protecting our scientists, etc., etc. That's a long time, I was a child then, and if you Google Vinod Shah's name, you won't find anything, by the way. It's hardly anything there is online.
Has it been suppressed?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just that, it happened a long time ago, and there's newspaper items have not been digitized. So that's all. So, but my father used to keep newspaper clipping. So when I, at some, at the end of my high school, and I announced that, well, I want to be a scientist. So he brought that out and said, are you sure you want to be a scientist? He just wanted to, sober me up. But that incident stayed in my mind for a long time. And because at that time it was a national uproar, and so, but it was very difficult to come by the details. So, fortunately, when I contacted his brother-in-law, who was a famous cardiologist in Mumbai, now he's passed away, he very generously gave me all the paper cuttings, Marathi, Hindi, English, and the parliamentary committee report, all the speeches. So that was, I have used some of the, for example, parts of the suicide note verbatim in my book. I just wove it in. And the spirit of, what happened to him sort of runs through my book. But that's not just the single incident, by the way. Suppression of truth by powerful institution is not a new story. Okay, it has been happening for a long time. There's this Jonathan Fishbane. If you Google up his name, you would find that his name is, he's called discredited scientist. That's what you call these days the whistleblowers, discredited scientists. You just do this name calling, right? So you just discredit them, and so it's by the powerful lobby. But anyway, Jonathan Fishbane was involved in the development of AZT, of HIV. By the way, HIV is also a retrovirus like coronavirus. So antiviral medicine, and he found that there were toxic effects of AZT, which was being suppressed. FDA had approved, despite all the toxicology report that is foreshadowed in my book. Then there is this Berkeley scientist, Peter Duisberg, who himself at some point said that, I have been made into a ghost because nobody talks to me. He's been totally sidelined. And this is a famous scientist, and he's worked on HIV. He's written several books. By the way, one of his books was forwarded, written by Carey Mullis, the inventor of PCR technique, the RT-PCR. Okay, and those, I've put those names in the book because I have a character who is a journalist and who sort of fills in, gives these informations. So there were several incidents also, in closer to home. Dr. Subhash Mukherjee, the person behind India's first test tube baby, who committed suicide because nobody believed him. And there was a powerful lobby of Bengali intelligentsia and the politicians at that time who went after him, and he committed suicide. Again, it was very difficult to get all the details of his life or of his accounts, but there are accounts by his associates, close associates, which I studied. The Dr. Kimod, that's based on Subhash Mukherjee, by the way. And so there have been many such incidents. Then during my career, I have witnessed cases where scientists who are sort of non-compromising, forthright, have been sidelined, have been pushed away by powerful lobby. And some of the dialogues in my book are basically taken verbatim from what I've heard from these people. And one of the first person who read my draft was one such person. He said that he's passed away before the book. So it's a mashup of many such incidents, not just a single incident. But that's what fiction is, right? I mean, I suppose fiction takes elements of reality, and then hopefully it turns into something more than an imaginary construct. It's probably more real than reality, right? I hope so.
How is this received by your colleagues? You writing fiction, and especially this one, The Whistleblower's Wife.
Yeah, I mean, most of my colleagues liked it, I think. At least that's what they said. Some of them are prominent scientists, and I think it has touched, because they've also heard, they've also seen some of these cases. It's not that, academia is dark. I don't want to give the picture that,
We know that.
Yeah, and I do, I am involved in science popularization. I would like people to come to science, students to come to science. It's not that. But life has all the shades, So, but sometimes we tend to look the other way for our advancing our careers. And I haven't done that. I try to pry into, these stories. And since I have been in the academia for such a long time, I thought, if I hadn't written this, it would be unfair for me, as a scientist to write about scientists because, although, hardly any literature about scientists. As if scientists have this stereotypical image that, oh, they're forgetful, they're so impractical, they're oblivious of the daily lives around them, they don't care about people. That's not the case, really. Scientists also have conflicts in their minds, and I wanted to basically study the mind of a scientist, especially a scientist who's going through a turmoil. And just like a scientist would study their object in a laboratory, you'd put things in a test tube and heat things up, right? So I also wanted to put the scientist character in a crucible and heat things up. So when COVID-19 happened, Scroll actually requested, Kanishka Gupta was, I don't know whether he's here, he asked me to write a review of all the books on COVID-19 for Scroll. So I went through all the books, and then I started thinking, this is the right kind of atmosphere where I can put the scientist and imagine what can happen. But I told you that, earlier that, it's plot points and joining. But I don't think much about plots, but it's more about characters. So a character sort of emerges in my mind, and I follow the character. I try to see whether he or she, what is she doing, saying to people, and I try to overhear. And something happens. It's about plots, it's about what I've seen in life, and the characters as I imagine, and something sort of emerges. But this time also I made another conscious choice that yes, I wanted to study the mind of a scientist. But then I wanted to see the plight of the scientist in concern, not through his or her eyes, but through somebody else's eyes. So I chose the spouse of the scientist, so that usually we don't think of scientists' spouses. We think, at best we can think of them as, the woman behind the scientist, or the woman behind the success, giving patience and holding the home fort and all that, right? But what about the turmoil going through his or her mind, So I wanted to see the scientist in in a conflicted situation through the eyes of the spouse, and I don't know how it has come out. So that was a challenge that I put up for myself.
It's come out very beautifully
Well,
because
thank
I
you.
thought it was a woman writing if I hadn't known that you've written that book.
Oh, that's a compliment.
So, from her perspective, the story is told. So, very, very interesting. So I'll come, there's a couple of thoughts. We'll come back to that, Viman. Sunil, in your book, you mentioned these are the stories that have been forgotten, right? And one of your favorite stories that you talk about is the Rajabai Tower's death. And that's a very interesting one. It has like a whole lot of courtroom drama, but it's set in some 1890, I think.
So-
Getting that, right. So how was it for you? Why is it your favorite? And how did you go about putting this on paper?
Okay, and now the Rajabai clock tower case, very few people know about it, even from Mumbai. So this happened in 1891. And for those of you who know Mumbai, there's the Rajabai clock tower is on the university premises in the fort area. And in 1891, two young ladies, 16, I think one was 16 and the other was 18 years old, who was the wife, one of them was the wife of Ardeshir Godrej, the founder of the Godrej Empire, and the other lady was a sister. So for some reason, they went up the tower, and either they fell, or they were pushed, or they jumped. Nobody knows. And two of them, yeah, both the ladies. They jumped, fell, or pushed. Nobody knows what happened. And while they were going up the tower, there were a whole procession of people going up and down to visit the tower. In those days, you could go upstairs and look out at the view, look at the sea and all that sort of thing. Nowadays, it's not allowed, because when I went there to do my research, there was a lot of restoration work happening. And even now, I'm not sure if they allow anybody. So that was, so finally, a person, again, who was incidentally a Parsi, he was caught for that. And he happened to be in the premises, and somebody pointed it out to him. This gentleman was up there harassing the ladies. And so he was caught and brought to trial, but it didn't come to anything, right? But I found the case very interesting, because it's a whodunit, right? I mean, I always wondered who threw those girls from there, what actually happened, were they assaulted, did anything happen? So and if you know, there's a lady by the name of Nev Marsh who's written a book on it, Murder in Old Bombay, a fictional book. So I read about that book, but I knew about this case much earlier from my readings in Mumbai history. And I wanted to write about it. But what happened was I couldn't find the papers here either in the archives. They're there in the archives in London, so I don't have access to that. I don't have the resources, frankly, to do that. So then the other obvious thing was to look at the newspapers. And there I was very fortunate because I went to the Asiatic Library in Mumbai, and there, thankfully, the Asiatic Library in Mumbai is a repository of, it's really a great repository of old books or whatever. And thankfully, they have every single issue of the Times of India on microfilm from, if I'm not mistaken, from the 1870s to 1970. After that, they have the paper issue. So there, 1891, all the newspaper accounts. In those days, for those of you who don't know it, crime was covered in great detail. Yeah, and page 3, they would always be on page 3 or page 5. The first page would be advertisements, the others would be on page 3 and page 5. So you would have entire single-length columns, 2 columns, 3 columns entirely given to the crime. So, and in those days, justice was very quick. In a lot of cases, I've written about the Dadar triple murder, which was the first triple murder case where a person was hanged, known to be hanged. There might have been others but known to be hanged. So that's the case I did. So in those days, cases were done very, in the first day you would find in the paper a report about what happened, somebody murdered or something. In the next 2 days, so-and-so arrested. The third day, the confession or whatever. And the fourth, fifth day, in a week's time, the sessions trial would happen. And somebody would go to the sessions court and the entire transcript, all the witness statements were given. This follows from England, actually. If you see the old papers from England in the 1920s, I'm reading a book, incidentally, about a poisoner, a doctor, a solicitor. Not a doctor, sorry, he was a solicitor, and the first solicitor to be hanged for murder. So his trial went in the 1920s. Again, they carried the whole, they had like 20 journalists. The Manchester Guardian sent 2 people, one to write colored copy to give atmosphere, the other to write the transcripts. Anyway, so I'm digressing. So the entire transcripts were there. So every witness statement, whatever the witness said, all the people who come to court, word for word was written down. So that's how I managed to, I got the papers for about 20 odd days when the trial went. So that's how I managed to get, so I had to actually take a printout. So they're all microfilm. It's quite a tedious process to look at these things on microfilm. So I got all the printouts for that. And, this large, double of A4 size, whatever you call it. And then I had to come home, and my wife is sitting there. I actually had to go through the magnifying glass, and we had to type out the entire thing, and then I went through it. It's a very convoluted case because there were a lot of, while this thing was happening, a lot of people went up and down the tower. And the funny thing at that time was I realized people were very conscious about caste, dress. Almost all the witnesses, even children, they would say, oh, Bengali went up, or a Khoja went up, depending on their dress, and yes. or a Chamar went up, or whoever. It's not a nice word to use, but nonetheless. So people would, even in those days, these days, like everybody's invincible, you can't really judge a person from dress. So that I found very fascinating, but that's another part of the story. So all these witness statements I got down, and from that I tried to piece together what's happened actually, because several people went up, one person went down, and so nobody could actually make any sense of it at the end of the day, which is why this gentleman, the Parsi gentleman called Aslaji Manikji, he was acquitted, and he was actually the son of a very rich man, a billionaire. So people say there was money thrown in, and the investigation, as usual, was shoddy. But very interesting crime. And so one wonders, what happened. So I intended at some point to write a full-length story about it. And that was actually supposed to be my first story in the book. The book was supposed to be, the Rajabai clock tower case and others. So then I hit upon this Bombay heist story, which again, for most of you who don't know it, in 1949, just a year after independence, Bombay House, the headquarters of the Tatas in Mumbai, there was a robbery there. 4 people, where the cash box was being carried out early that morning to the mills where they pay out the salaries. And 4 people came in a car. They stole the judge's car, which again was foolish of them. And so they went in and they robbed the cash box, and which was loaded into the truck, and then they ran away. So then I decided to take that, because it was a very short story, right? And in the Times of India also at that time did not carry the Tata name for some reason. It was Tata Sons at that time. They didn't carry the name. They said only some hold up in Mumbai. And so I decided to use that as my first story. And while we are about it, The book was first supposed to be called The Tata Sons Heist because I thought I'd put the Tata name up there. But then I spoke to a friend of mine, a journalist friend in CNBC, so you don't put Tata because, you know, you never know, there might be a legal issue with it. And because it was not Tata Sons that was robbed, but, you know, I mean, so Tata Sons is a holding company. So then we went with Bombay House Heist. So, but to answer your question directly, how do I choose these stories? Mostly, more than anything, for access. I mean, am I able to do research on them? You know, I mean, I need to, because these are short stories. I thought I'll do short stories. I need to have at least 6,000 words to get 20 pages, right? So, and I need to get enough detail to fill in. So I'll tell you later on how I went about getting those stories. But my thing was, can I get access? Will I have enough detailed data to put in dates, places, names, figures? So that was how I went about it. It was more by accident than by design. So whatever came my way, and there were several stories. There were some I left out because I couldn't actually do the research for them.
Yeah. Also, Sunil, you had so much of research stuff. How did you make it your own? We'll come to that. We'll hold that thought. We'll come to that. How did you make that your own to put it in the story, right? Like, what did you bring to that text? We'll talk about that.
So in my case, what happens is I'm also a book collector. I have about 3,000 books in my house. Most of them are rare books about British India. And I still like to read about, I'm always Googling old Mumbai, crime in Mumbai, and all these books come on archive.org. I print them out and keep them. So how did I adapt them to my kind of writing? Not really. If you see my writing, some people have reviewed it and they said it's not sensational or anything. It's in many ways it's bare bones, but I've put
it
in a lot.
holds the reader. There is a lot of suspense. There's a lot of
But it's very bare bones. It's very detailed. I've given you every name, date, fact. I've checked, double checked. And I'm a person, I don't read much fiction. I need fact. I need the figures. If 6 people were killed, I need to make sure there were 6. I would go to several other sources too. That also comes from my Reuters training, because when we were in Reuters, if there's a bomb blast or something, I was there when the train blasts happened, they will never take anybody's report, 12 people died. They'll say, no, go to the hospital. We will go only by the hospital report. If they say 12 people died, they make sure it's 12 people. Or from the police report. But, you know, as we know, newspapers, they all print a lot of wrong information, mistaken information. So that was a problem with me, because in the newspapers, you would find something, and then in some cases, I could access the High Court records online. So there would be a difference. But in many cases, as far as possible, I try to access the court records, because at least one presumes, at least in the court record, the name is right, the spelling is right, and you know, the number of people involved are right. So my process was not more of elimination, trying to stick to the facts. And like I said, I've not tried to sensationalize any story. I've written a very bare bones kind of thing with a lot of facts and figures, because that's what I look. I've looked at story writing in the terms of, will I enjoy reading that story? I'm not really bothered about whether other people like it or not. I would not enjoy reading a story if it was not factually right. Even now, I find a lot of non-fiction writing where the facts are wrong, because I've read them and I know the journalist has not done his homework. So I've done that as much as possible. Hopefully, there's no mistake. But I do a lot of fact checking before I do that. So that's the only thing I apply. That's the only rule I apply, basically.
Biman, you mentioned earlier that there's so many instances, not just one particular instance that was your inspiration to write this novel. Did you ever think of like compiling it as a non-fiction and having each case presented, or did that thought ever come to you, or would you be doing such a thing? So
that's an interesting question. But no, I always thought, I mean, these things, whenever, I come across such events, I make mental notes. But I always thought that, if I ever were to handle these stories, I would do this in the form of fiction. Because, I don't know, no offense to non-fiction crime writers.
For non-fiction also, you need to do a lot of research. For fiction also, you need to do a lot
yes,
of research.
Yes. Yeah. But what I thought, non-fiction probably caters to the brain, where fiction can reach the heart of a reader. Because, if I can make some characters come alive, then the readers would be able to relate to this. It would have some more, like multidimensional effect on the reader than to just to compile such. I do have many such cases. I do have notes, fragments of notes and, references and all that. But I think if I've always thought of myself as a story writer, a storyteller, um, when it comes to this.
But what was the most challenging part to put this all together? Because it was not one specific case. You were building a story around so many different stories. What was the most
Yeah.
challenging?
Well, I mean, this is one thing, so I don't really like plot-driven stuff. I would like the novel to be more character-driven. So as I said, I follow the characters. Some character emerges in my mind, in my imagination, and then I do have some agenda, but I don't want again to be it to be a message-laden book that it's like full of messages. To make it a story that is going to come alive, to come ring true, and to the second written from the woman's point of view. But then also, I'm going to say something about the academia to make everything come out in the form of a fictional novel. I mean, this took me more than a decade, by the way, especially the resolution part. That was the most difficult thing. And the setting. So I have been working on this even before COVID-19, so I had a different setting. But then when COVID-19 happened, I realized that this is the setting I wanted. So I rewrote my novel in the setting of COVID-19 and Bangalore because I could see things happening, And also, at some point I had to be admitted to ICU. I had dengue. Okay, and well, I mean, that was a pretty bad situation, so my friends rushed me to the hospital. My platelet count came down to about 11,000 that night. But the morning when I woke up, I said, wow, I'm in ICU. And I need my characters to be in the ICU also. This is my chance to observe what happens in ITU. So, so forgot all about my, what was happening to me, and my son was with somebody else. I had put him in somebody's place, and I was trying to observe every beep, everything, sight and sound around me, so that I could put things in the. So the resolution part, yes. So when in my earlier drafts, it had a more sort of amorphous ending. I wasn't very sure how to end. I wanted to be Noah, but not really a Noah, like too dark. It would be too dark for people, readers' comfort. But at the same time, I didn't want it to be a happy ending because I know people with powerful backing can get away. I mean, that happened in the case of Dr. Vinod Shah. I'm not going to name the names, by the way. So what happened to his case, his bosses, the same thing happens here. So that was the difficult part, to come out with the resolution, which you may say that, it's not very reassuring. It's not a very happy ending. But what was that famous first line of Naipaul's, one of his books? The world is what it is, right? I want the reader to come out with, with that feeling, that's what the world is. And so that was the most difficult part, I would say. And again, and trying to understand how a woman who is the wife of a scientist sees the scientist and his academic, circle from her point of view. And there's a student, also a female student, and so that was also very difficult to get into the mind of a woman. And I tried to do that because in my first two novels, which were historical novels, I got a lot of flack saying that, people say that, your women characters are very marginalized. You haven't given much thought to women characters. So I wanted to really understand that. Those are the challenges, I would say. And the scientific part, yes. Whenever I talk to people, see, the scientists are also, they can be very non-committable things, So there are scientists who work in big pharma. I have friends, and they didn't like my plot. No, 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 this is not what happens. And then I talked to other people who were the same, ISC setup. They said, yes, that's absolutely, you are on the right track. This is what happened to me. And so then I asked them, okay, so what would happen? What would be the scientific basis of, what could be the scientific basis of this? This is what I would like to happen. And I've taken their help. So to bring all these things, elements, in the form of a fiction, those were difficult. And it took me more than a decade, yeah.
So you were in some remote part of Ladakh recently. You just came back yesterday. What was happening there, and a new book in the offing because of that atmosphere? Did it? Will it be featured in your next book? And what is it about?
Yeah, so I was in Ladakh. I came back yesterday from Leh. I was giving. So the Ladakh has this Astro Week. I was there at the invitation of Ladakh Tourism Department. They're promoting astro-tourism, so they wanted astronomers to go and talk about astronomy to tourists, to people, to monasteries. I was in a monastery day before yesterday, talking to lamas. I suppose everything. I was absorbing the sight. Oh, it's beautiful. Ladakh is so beautiful. But there's a lot of geological stuff also. If you want to understand the beauty of Ladakh, I think you need to understand the geology, what happened. That's basically the boundary of two plates, by the way, India and the Eurasian plate. And you could see the pain and the groaning of the rocks etched in the colors in front of you. And so the character that is emerging in my mind is that of a scientist. It's going to be a scientist, but not a geologist. But we'll probably get interested in geology after going to Ladakh with a geologist friend. So I don't know. I'm trying to follow this character now, and see what he or she does. Yeah. Let's see.
Sunil, you are also, besides a collector of books, you also a curio junkie, a passionate. So, any stories brewing there, and what's your next work going to be about?
Well, I'm essentially a book collector. I collect a lot of other things, military medals, badges. I'm interested in railways. I'm interested in the postal department. So all those things actually help me in writing my book, because stamps, I have a collection which is like since I was a kid, but I've not added to that.
Military medals, like where do you...
You get them online on eBay or auctions abroad. So, but police, I have the best probably collection of police military anywhere in India, I should think. I mean, police badges, old ones from the British days. So all that involves history and research. But to answer your question, any anecdote if you want about collecting or something, now I can tell you how long it took me to research a story for this book. So when I was in the Indian Express, 30 years ago? So there was this bookstall called Kokil's bookstore on a place called Banaji Street in the Fort, and he had this collection of rare books, right? So I would go there every weekend. I wouldn't have much money. Our salary was 2,000 rupees a month at that time. I wouldn't have much money. And I would get books from him. So once he gave me this book called The History of the Bombay City Police by S.M. Edwardes, who was himself a policeman. And that book was published in 1928. So there was a very rare copy. He said only two people have that copy. One is Inspector Madhukar Zende, who, if you remember, was the one who caught Charles Sobraj, and the other was Mr. Arun Tikekar, who was the Lok Satta editor at that time. So he said, so if you want to take this, a very rare book, you won't get it. So I said, yes, why not? So I got the book, and I went home, and whatever book I immediately start reading, or at least I go through it. So when I read that book, so there is where I found a reference to a crime in 1888. I'm sorry, I'm a little fuzzy about the date, about the Dadar triple murder. So there was only one line about the police commissioner at that time writing, I was involved in the Dadar triple murder, which was quite a case. And also I said, oh, that's all there is. I mean, I wish I could read more about it. And so then I said, I was a member of the Asiatic Library at that time also in Mumbai. So I said, oh, I'll go to the Asiatic one day and look it up. So that never happened. And, time went by, this, that, and this. So now after 30 years, I've actually, year before last, I actually went down and I actually got got to write about. I went down and I took the date down and I went there. I found the newspaper. It was there. I said, so that's one thing where my collecting interest actually helped me, because if I didn't have that book, I probably wouldn't have. A lot of my stories come from these rare books that I have. So while I was researching, I must tell you that while I was researching this book, where did I get those story ideas from? I had some of those ideas already for the later crimes from the 1960s, 70s, the Bombay house heist, the other robberies, the Lloyd's Bank robbery and all that, this police historian had told me. But while I'm always trawling the net for old stories. So there was there's this book published, there's no author given, and it's the life and times of Mir Abdul Ali, okay, who was head of the detective branch of the Mumbai police in the 1880s. He and his father, Mir Akbar Ali, they together had a spell of about 40 years in the Bombay police, and they solved a lot of these crimes. So the book was about their lives, and so there were stories about, there were chapters about some of the crimes, that not too much detail, but little bits. So then I wrote down all those dates. I said, okay, I'll try to, and those I got in the newspaper files at the Times of India. Another anecdote, if I can say, not to do with my research, but something fortuitously you find about things after you've written the book. Now, in this book, there's a second story, is the Alavandar murder case, which was very famous in Chennai in the 1952, I think, when it happened. It was very famous because there was this man and his wife who killed the woman's paramour. And they killed him, they lured him to their house, and they killed him, and his head was chopped off and put it in the beach, and the body was put in a trunk and kept in the train. Anyway, so all that happened, but they were a very young couple. The guy was 25 years old, the lady was 22 or something, and they served 7 years in jail. And after that, they came back, and they went back to Kerala from Palakkad, where they apparently started, not apparently, they started a hotel, and they actually managed to live their lives. They had a good life. I'm also from Palakkad, but I never thought, we are from Palakkad. I mean, I'm from Mumbai, essentially, but my people are from Palakkad. So I never thought that there would anybody be still there who probably knew about it. And then when I wrote the book, then I have a cousin calling me last week and said, Sunil, this guy, one of our uncles knows this guy, and he'd seen him there. And yesterday, I have another journalist friend who actually called me to say, Sunil, I've seen this guy when I was growing up. Because, so these kind of things come up during the course of your research, actually.
But didn't you find any material in the police stations themselves?
No, because you can't go to the police and ask for any files. The Mumbai police historian is a person friend. He said, Sunil, you're not going to get any police files from anywhere. So a lot of these, some of those are from small books which are already written by there's a lawyer called Gauba who's written a lot of books on old crime. So some of those stories I got from that, I fleshed it out by actually going to the newspaper reports. In some cases, I've actually gone to, I've taken the court records, which are there on indianqanun.org. If you see, if you Google, you'll find a lot of them, not all of them. But so that's how I actually went about getting those cases.
For questions, we would request you to keep the questions short so we can accommodate as many questions possible. You can raise your hand, we'll get you a mic and we can take it from there.
This is to my friend Sunil. Contemporary Mumbai is not contemporary, but late 20th century and the 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s, I think. Mumbai was associated with gangsters rather than individual criminals whom you have covered. So when did actually the gangster culture start in Mumbai?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not very good on those dates, but 80s, 90s, if you see gangsters in Mumbai I remember when I was in, I think it was in the 8th standard, Dawood's aide, Satish Raje, was shot in Chembur on the signal, and we used to get the free press in those days, so that the photograph was there on the front page, all those holes where they actually tried to break it down with a sledgehammer, and they shot him. So, but if you see crime from Mumbai, Vardarajan Mudaliar's days from the 60s, before that Karim Lala, if you read Hussain Zaidi's book, it actually does justice to that. But while I was growing up in Mumbai, you used to, gangsters were sort of idolized at that time. Everybody says, "Mera ye bhai ke sath pehchan hai mera wo." If you're in college, मैं इसको जानता हूँ, B cabin के लड़कों को जानता हूँ, बोलेगा, they used to say, "अरे उसका उधर पहचान है," So sort of there was a bit of idolizing of these gangsters in those days, in the 80s and the 70s. And from, I think, if I'm not mistaken, while I was in college in the 90s, late 80s, 90s, a lot of this came up actually. A lot of gangsters, there was a lot of this encounter thing happening, and a lot of people were shot dead. So, but the gangster thing actually, if you see, organized crime is as old as from the 1940s, from the 1950s, starting from Vardarajan Mudaliar, then Haji Mastan, Karim Lala, then it came down to the Pathan gangsters, Alamzada Nawab Khan. I know when Alamzada Nawab Khan was shot dead in the Baikla High Court, Safaliga went in and, in a naval officer's dress and he shot him. I still remember the headline that day. So we grew up, and it's all there in my head because, but it's nice, shootouts and all this is nice, but beyond the point I was never really interested. It was college talk and, at that time, as I said, all these gangsters were idolized. People say, I remember when I was in college, I stayed in a very obscure college in Thana, it's one of the suburbs in Mumbai. But even then I used to say, there used to be these fights among boys. People say, nahi, uska bhai ke sath pehchan hai. Bhai is Daud Bhai in Bike Club, and he had run away in 84. So growing up in Bombay, you grow into more of this, you heard a lot of this gangster culture in those days, which is gone now. I think there are none of them left. But while it was very fascinating, exciting, I never really was too much into this. My interest was always pre-gangster era and the lesser known. Then, of course, the other crime that I remember when we were children was this Billaranga case, which happened in Mumbai. Oh my God, I think I was 6th or 7th standard. And it's very unfortunate that the lady, the girl's name is Deepa, the Chopras, the two kids, the girl was unfortunately raped and murdered. And Billaranga were caught. But, Billaranga were absconding for some time. And then there was this thing, Billaranga, and then somebody I remember told me, no, he's been spotted somewhere near where we were staying. So that was something which, something I remember about. So growing up in those days, gangsters is, as you said, from the 70s, 80s era, that's what when they started. And before that, but what I remember is Billaranga very much. Though, of course, they were from Delhi. But growing up, Billaranga is a memory. Then, of course, Charles Sobraj, when Charles Sobraj was captured, he was actually in that in the Taj Hotel, I think, or in the Oberoi, poisoning all those tourists. And then, of course, he was caught in Goa. So that was it. I don't know if it answers your question, but...
My question to both authors. How do you make your pitch to the publishing houses? Juggernaut is my publisher as well. Do you have your draft all fleshed out, or how do you reach out, especially when it's non-fiction?
So first, so he's asked, how did I pitch my book, right? Now, I can tell you this as a writer that the writing is the easy part, right? But getting a publisher is very, very difficult. It's very difficult unless you know people. Even if you know people, it doesn't happen. In my case, I wrote my book about, my first book, I wrote about 6 or 7 stories, and then I said, hey, what's the point? I don't know if I'll get a publisher. But then a common friend who's written a book put me in touch with Kanishka Gupta, who's a big-time agent now, of course. And Kanishka, I called him up, and he was very nice. He said, no, Sunil, send me your story ideas. And then he liked it. He said, no, don't worry, I'll get you a publisher. It's a nice book. And then 3 months go. I never heard from him. And suddenly he calls up and said, Sunil, we have got something with Hatchet. And so that's how it happened. I was very fortunate, but I know people who have... I've also sent lots of manuscripts to people, but you never get a reply. I don't blame them because it's not easy. Coming very quickly to my second book, when I wrote the first book, my publisher, they said, Sunil, if you have a sequel to it, we'll do it. So I gave them about 8 or 9 stories, but then they said, no, the marketing department, I understand, has a lot of say in what actually gets published, if I'm not mistaken. That's how I understand it. So they said, no, we are not sure whether this will sell. So then the lady there who was a publisher had moved on to another big publisher, and she said, Sunil, I'll take a look at it, and you send me your manuscript. So I sent the manuscript. It took another year. Nothing came of it. And then I said, forget it. So I'd written about 6 stories of this, and I said, I'm not going to touch it unless I get a publisher. But thankfully, I've been blessed with some friends who always helped me out. So another friend who's a CNBC, senior person at CNBC, I won't take his name. So he's published a book. And he was approached to write a sequel for the book. So he said, no, I'm not doing anything, but Sunil Nair is there, why don't you talk to him? So Juggernaut called me, and then they liked the story. So I frankly had an easy run, but for all budding authors, aspiring authors sitting here, it's not easy, but keep at it, because someday you will get lucky, but it's very difficult. Writing part is easy, but at the end of the day, I will still tell you that if you need to write the book, just sit down and write that damn book, because unless you write it, it's not going anywhere. We all dream, right? Someday I'll be a great author, and people will call me for interviews, and I'll get the book. All that will happen, but first you need to get down, sit down, write the book. My wife is sitting there, she used to tell me, I used to sit down at 9:30, 10 in the morning, and I'll be sitting there till 3 in the morning typing away, because when you like doing that, your work becomes leisure. But you need to sit down, it's not easy, it's very, very, very hard work. I'm not saying, I'm sure Biman will agree with me, it's very hard work. You need to sit down. Putting down 70,000 words is not easy. I've got one manuscript, half completed, 30,000 words. My friend sitting there is always calling me every week, why don't you finish it up, why don't you finish it? It's not easy. So to answer your question, if you want to write a book, if any of you intend to write a book, start out when you're young. I'm in my 50s, I wish I started in my 30s, because it's going to take a lot of time, and not all of you are going to make it. But nonetheless, if you want to write a book, to answer your question, if you've not started now, start now, go home, start writing. It'll take a long time. It'll take a very long time. You have to be exceptionally lucky also. And again, if you write the book, it's not that it's going to sell. Please don't think it's going to sell and you're going to make $1 million overnight. It doesn't happen. It's a big struggle. You have to do a lot of PR work, which doesn't come easily to me. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Instagram. I got on Instagram only 2 weeks ago because my daughter said, Daddy, you have to be on Instagram. I don't know how to handle a smartphone. She did the whole thing for me. It's a lot of hard work. Publishing, writing, a lot of hard work. It's not easy for the publishers as well, I can tell you. Yeah?
Sounds like golden advice. So we've run out of time for questions though.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, just demand to answer that.
No, I think I had for fiction that we have the before we have not said.
We can't hear.
Yeah, I mean, for a fiction writer, if you're not a celebrated writer, you have to have the whole manuscript, and then try your luck. There's some one or two other questions here.
I'm so sorry, but we've run out of time. Yeah, they're on the first floor, and you can get your book signed and have a chat in the process. So thank you for being here. Thank you to the panelists. We'll start the next session shortly, in just another 2 minutes. We move on to the next session. Inspector Gowda on the Trail, a session on noir, Bengaluru, and one of Indian crime fiction's most memorable detectives. Please welcome Bengaluru's very own Anita Nair, creator of Inspector Bore Gowda, in conversation with historical crime writer Madhulika Little.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Anita, for doing this, for creating the Boregoda series, and for doing such a fabulous job of one of the most fascinating noir series I've ever read. I should give a little backdrop for this. I was given the first of the Boregoda series, which is Cut Like Wound, back when it was first published. That I think it was 2012, right? Yeah. So it was published in 2012, and I had never read an Indian, sort of a noir before that. And I sort of went into it with a little bit of trepidation because I wasn't sure. I mean, yeah, Anita Nair, it has to be good, but I was a little worried. And I was quite blown away by what I read. It was fascinating. And then maybe a couple of years ago, the third book in the series, Hot Stage, came out. And as soon as I saw it, I said, okay, I want to review this. So I asked the publisher who had taken it out. I said, can you please send me a copy? And this was even better. So I was like, when I was asked at this festival, I was in a month ago or so, I was told, would you like to talk to Anita about her series? And I snapped it up because her books are, what I found very interesting about all the Boregoda series about all the books is that they are solidly noir, so they're very seedy, and there is a lot of corruption, there is a lot of completely unnice things about the books, and yet at the same time, the main character himself, Boregoda, is a very real person. He's a very real human being. He has his quirks and he has his weaknesses. He's a very human person, a very three-dimensional character. And the books are lightened by, the interactions within his team. There's humor, there is wit, there is humanness. So anyway, but let me start off my questions by asking Anita. Anita, why Boregoda? Why the Boregoda series? Why crime fiction? Why noir specifically, and not cozy mysteries?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Madhulika, for doing this with me. Because I know that, to do a session like this where you have to read all 3 books requires some effort. Yeah, so, right. So, and the thing is, thank you for all the lovely things you said about Boregoda, so much so that I'm like kind of missing him, and I think I need to start writing a new book very soon. And so why Boregoda? So, in 2009, I published this book called Lessons in Forgetting. And then it appeared in various languages in Europe and so on. So I was doing this book tour in Europe, and I was sitting, and so it was like about a 3-country tour. I had to do Spain, I had to do Italy, I had to do one other country, I think it was Netherlands. And the thing that happened was that every place they would keep asking me the same questions, but in different languages. And after a point, I was writing literary fiction, and as all of you probably already know, that my literary fiction always has a certain feminist perspective to it. So there was this question that would keep coming up all the time: what is the condition of the Indian woman? And so this was happening, back to back and stuff like that. And at the fag end of that trip, my son had joined me, and so we were sitting at a cafe, and we were talking, and I was like telling him, Maitreya, I am so tired of the condition of the Indian woman. I have been talking about this non-stop. I'm so vexed with the whole thing at this point, not because, I think anything is better and so on, but the point being that, it's like how the Western gaze always picks on something that they can kind of talk about. And they're not talking about everything else that I'm, writing in my books, but they just want to talk about this image that they have of the Indian society. So at that point, I was, and he was a young kid at that point. So I was telling him that, and he said, okay, why don't you write a book about maybe a transvestite? Because if you're so tired about talking about the Indian woman, and he just said that as an off-the-cuff remark as a young boy. And then I was sitting there and I just said, maybe I would, because that's something I've never done in my life. I've never written about, I've written from the male perspective, I've written from the female perspective, I've written adults, old people, children. But I've not actually, because, this whole thing about that phrase that comes, cultural appropriation. Again, I didn't want to write about things I didn't understand or didn't experience within me, personally. And then I said, but then what am I as a writer if I cannot step into the skin of a character who is completely unlike everything that I've written before and completely unlike my own sexual orientation and so on. So at which point, I remember this date because I don't remember the dates of any other books I've written, but this book I remember because it was so unusual for me to do something like that. So I went across from where I was seated. This was in a cafe in Rome. I went across to a stationery shop and bought this notebook because I still write longhand. So bought this notebook, came back, and through the flight, I kept thinking about this character in my head. And it was like out of nowhere, I had this image of this man transforming into a woman. And simultaneously, there was an image of this cop on a bullet. And I was like, what am I going to do with these two characters? They have kind of, taken residence in my head. But what am I going to do with them? Because until then, I've been writing about either rural India or suburban India. And either it's set in Tamil Nadu or in Kerala. And somehow these characters, because of course the cop came with a name. I didn't have a first name for him. I just had his name Gowda. And I was like, okay, what am I going to do with them? And then I told myself, I've been living in Bangalore for so long. I haven't written a Bangalore novel. So this is going to also be my tribute to the city that I've been living now, for almost 35 years now. Not almost 35 years, 36 years actually, to be precise. So this would be my tribute to the city. And I didn't still know enough about Bangalore to write about South Bangalore or West Bangalore, but East Bangalore and, the heart of the area that I've always lived in is what I thought I would write about. So that is how the Bangalore cantonment area became part of the Bore Gowda series. And this is how Bore Gowda happened. And so I came back, got back home, early morning flight. We landed on May 28th. And I walked home, we reached home, and then after that, I went into my study, and I just wrote that first segment, which is about the man transforming into a woman. And yeah, that is how the book happened.
It's fascinating. That's a fascinating story in itself. Okay, now tell me one thing. When I first read Cut Like Wound, and I was like, that's an interesting title. When I read Hot Stage, I was like, what does that mean? And I found it interesting that the titles of all the three books, Cut Like Wound, Chain of Custody, and Hot Stage, are all fairly technical titles. So, why did you choose? Cut Like Wound is anyway something which even a lay person can probably figure out what it means. But I'm not sure everybody knows what Chain of Custody is or even what Hot Stage is. So, why did you choose this way of sort of titling your books?
Okay, again, it's very interesting. My brother is a doctor. And so when I started work on this book and I started writing it, and he had come to visit me at that point. So I was asking him about injuries and stuff like that. And so, he used to work, when he's just passed out, he used to work as a medico-legal doctor. In small towns, you need to have a medico-legal doctor in hospitals because they are the ones who have to answer the lawyer's questions. So they have a certain way of writing down things. So when they are writing these reports, they just write CLW. So CLW is cut like wound. So that came up into a lot of questions about, don't you need a wound and stuff like that? Is it grammatical and stuff? I said, look, this is how they use it. They just write, the doctor's report just says CLW. And so the moment I was stuck with that, then I was like, I love that phrase and I wanted to use that. And then it was like, now, maybe I should just kind of, stick to the forensic terms for titles. And then my brother, very cheekily, he gave me his old forensic textbook and said, since you seem to be so kind of, intent on writing crime, Why don't you start reading this? And then it was suddenly like, you know, a treasure trove of titles for me.
So what does anybody here know what chain of custody means? Okay, good, yeah. See, what would you expect?
So, see, chain of custody is
people do know.
basically, come on, all of you guys must be watching all these crime
lots
shows.
of people said yes.
Yeah, so you know what chain of custody, but here what it also means is two things. In the second book, which is actually about child trafficking, you know, there are two kinds of child trafficking that happen, which is sexual trafficking and labor trafficking. So what happens is pretty much like basically that, you know, these children are passed from hand to hand. So in the legal term, in the forensic term, or in the police terminology, chain of custody is when an evidence is collected till it reaches the court. You know, you need to know who has handled it. So there's a clear, unbroken chain of custody. But here the play was actually about these children being trafficked, children and chains, and how they are in custody of various people and how they keep going from hand to hand.
It's a heartbreaking book.
Yes, it is.
But it was sort of, it really drew me in, and I was sort of, I didn't know what to think. I was appalled.
Yeah.
Anyway, but let's get on to something else. And, considering that your books have these titles, which are all derived from forensics, I found it interesting that the books actually don't go very deeply into forensics as such. You know, where we talk about forensics a little bit, invariably it's when forensics are the evidence is to be used in the courts. So it's not as if Gowda and his team are actually using forensics as clues, really. So there's a lot of, they're very good police procedurals. So about how the police actually, a lot of legwork and a lot of deduction. So why did you go this route? Comment on that a bit.
So, when I decided to start writing noir, the other thing, of course, was that I came into it like from the cold, in the sense I'm somebody who didn't read crime, never read crime until and then when I started writing it, Kartika, my publisher, said, don't read anything now, because what you're writing is fresh. So don't read anything so that you're not influenced by anybody. So I had no idea how to go about it. I had no kind of parameters in my mind to follow, boxes to tick. None of that. All I did was that I said, I'm going to tell a story the way I would like to tell it. So I just went about it. And so obviously, I guess my writing itself was, I think it took a certain turn because it was dependent on the kind of research I did. So I was talking to various police people of different levels, not just the senior guys, but also people who do the actual legwork. And one of the things that I realized was that there is yes, maybe in a Western world or a slightly more advanced country than ours, forensics can actually play a huge role. And yes, even today, forensics do come in many ways. But the kind of cases that I was writing about was built on the kind of conversations I had with the policemen here or police women here. And so because of that, it really involved, old-fashioned sleuthing more than anything else.
Talking about the sort of world you create, it's I found it interesting that this is not noir for the sake of noir. The sleaze is there and the seaminess is there. But what you also manage to do is you are able to shine the light on a lot of societal issues. So things like corruption, of course. I don't think I've ever read an Indian crime novel which is set in the current day world, set in current day India, which doesn't touch on corruption at some point. Yeah. But also things like the trafficking, so, and child abuse. So for instance, even in Cut Like Wound, there is that backstory which does stem from child abuse. So that was one thing which I found very refreshing about your books as compared to, say, a lot of the older Raymond Chandler type of things, where I suppose it's probably also a cultural disconnect, and a disconnect with the era and the culture itself. That I I honestly don't much like those books because I cannot connect to them. But also, I feel that there is a lack of looking at other issues, whereas that is something which you do really well. And you show it as being noir, not just for the sake of shock value or whatever. There's a depth to it. So I'd like you to talk about that. And of course, what are if you're going to have more Gouda, and I hope you do. I hope you do. What are the other issues that you might want to talk about through your books?
Right. So for me, see, one of the things as a writer, whether I'm writing children's fiction or literary fiction or, now noir, so I cannot stay disengaged from the world that I'm writing about. So as somebody who has been, living in India all her life, I've never lived abroad except for, holidays and stuff like that. So there is a certain sense of understanding how the system works here. There is a certain knowing that comes from experience more than anything else. And obviously, like all of us in this room, all of us are not happy with the world that we call our world today. There are many things that are wrong about it. And as a writer, I've always felt that it's part of my writing also has to deal with social commentary. So how do I do social commentary in literary fiction? Because in literary fiction, what happens is that most of the characters are occupying mind spaces. They are battling themselves rather than, yes, they are battling the world too, but their primary battles are with themselves, their own nature, their own personality, and so on. But one of the things that noir allows me to do, because that is the nature of that genre, is that it allows me to take social issues and write about it in the guise of a crime committed. So then I'm able, so like, when, for instance, with Chain of Custody, why I wrote that book was simply based on a question that came into my head. Occasionally the newspapers will post a report about number of children missing, number of children found. And I remember the time before I started writing Chain of Custody, and there was this thing about number of children missing, number of children found, and there's this huge number of children who nobody knows what happened to them. So my question was, what happened to these children? So I started from there. And then when I started talking to various people, I found that trafficking was like a huge thing in Bangalore. For a long time, Bangalore was just a transit point for trafficking. But ever since, everything changed in Bangalore in terms of the economy and the real estate and everything, there's so much of migrant labor that comes in. Like someone told me, they have their needs. So they have their needs means that Bangalore has now become the hub also, become a hub for trafficking. Girls and children, boys, girls, young women are brought from different parts of the country, but especially from Bangladesh and the poorer states of India and stuff like that. And so what happens is that they just land up here, and this is happening here, and this is happening right beneath our noses, and nobody's even talking about it, or nobody wants to talk about it, because yes, it's an appalling subject. It's a subject that is not easy to stomach, but it was something that I felt compelled to write about simply because no one was writing about it. And nobody was actually putting the amount of research that I had put into it, and I still think I was just only skating the surface. Despite spending like a lot of time with trafficked children, with NGOs, with police people, all of that, I still knew that I wasn't getting the full picture, but I needed to write about what I knew at least. So that is why my need to talk about the world that we live in and talk about it so that all of us become conscious about it. We need to be conscious about what is happening in the society that we are part of, and noir is probably the best vehicle for it.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. Because a lot of people who would not otherwise say read non-fiction, or who may not even, there are lots of people who get a little intimidated by the thought of reading literary fiction. So for them to be able to understand something of what is happening through a more approachable medium, which is noir, is probably a good idea, I think. Anyway, but let's get on to the writing and the plotting. You've written literary fiction, you've written children's fiction, and now noir. How is it different? What are the other? Is it different in like your writing style, the challenges? What is it on
Yeah, I
either
mean,
side?
definitely, because you see, the kind of language that I would use, the kind of even sentence construct that I would, get into is very different because there's a certain immediacy that comes into noir writing. So I can't kind of like, waffle around. Yes, I need to talk about the landscape, I need to talk about the skies, yes, but even the color of the sky has a particular impact on the character, that it's not just about how it makes you feel, but what it does. So I think everything, the plotting, of course, is much more complicated and complex than in a literary novel or a children's novel. The characters have to be even more sharply edged because there is a fear of turning them into tropes. So I have to be very careful that I make sure that my characters are indelible, so they don't seem like tropes at all at any point. But despite all the hard work, I found that it's very energizing, because there is a certain dynamic energy that is part of the writing process itself, and that kind of propels you into coming back and saying, like, what can I think of today, this morning? What can I think of? What can I do, make Gouda do? Or what can I have, what can I create this morning? So while I might have a basic structure, what goes into it every day is a challenge.
That's it. I hope if you're so energized, you're working on another coda.
I'm thinking.
Please do, please do. So anyway, what is what about research? Because when I was reading these books, I could not help but feel that, the sort of realness about it all was that was what really struck me. So, for instance, like the spaces you conjure up, where, for instance, in Chain of Custody, where this girl is trapped, she's trapped in this hovel, and she's basically it's not. I wouldn't call it a glorified brothel because it's not glorified in any way. Or like in the last book in Hot Stage, the room where Akhtar is, sort of he's kept while he's awaiting his fate. All of these spaces, for instance, and what is going through the minds of these characters, and the characters themselves. Bore Gowda's team on the one hand, Gowda on himself, his family, everybody is so starkly etched, and the criminals, the victims, all of that, the whole environment, there's something so tense, so gritty, and yet so real. And I kept thinking, how did she research this? Did she actually go into all these places? What did she do?
Yes, so research is intrinsic, I think, to the kind of noir that I write. I wouldn't be able to write what I write without the kind of research that I've put into it. So research has involved all kinds of things, like to give you a couple of examples. So, when I started writing the first Gouda book, what I had to do was I had to go through a whole series of things for me to acquaint myself to some extent about the things that I'm going to be writing about. So one of the things that I was very keen on doing was attending a postmortem. Okay, now as I mentioned earlier, my brother was a doctor, and he was somebody who used to drag me everywhere. And he was kind of one of those, super intelligent guys. So he started medical school when he was 16. So at which point, and I was 12. So he thought, like, the most exciting thing to do was to kind of take me to the dissection room. So he'd already taken me to the dissection room, and I kind of had this acquaintance with cadavers and stuff like that. So, but it's very different from going to a postmortem, right? So, and then I needed to get that done, and I kept asking various people, and whoever I could kind of speak to, who I knew had access to that, and finally I managed to go for one. And that informed the way I would write a postmortem scene right now, okay, in many ways, because most of us, what we are used to is what we see on television, right, or on the OTT shows that we see, which is all very clinical and very nice. And, you know, if you look at our mortuaries here, they're kind of like horrendous places, you know, right? I mean, not that any mortuary is nice, but this is extremely kind of like the stench and all of it is different. And you don't find, like you see in Law and Order and stuff like that, you don't see these very nicely dressed, white-coated women coming up with brilliant ideas on what could have happened. I mean, these are guys who are pretty much like just doing it, and they're going away, and it's just, they're just writing a report. That's all that they're interested in. And so that was one part of it. Now, similarly, when I was writing about Shivaji Nagar, you know, this is the place where the first book is set, and the St. Mary's Feast and everything. I actually did, this is some time ago, in 2010, I actually did that. No, actually 2011, just before the book went, I went and did this visit where the Ramzan, this thing was happening. So I wanted to go for the Ramzan market at that point and see what it was like at midnight, what happens then. And I remember, see, it's a slightly different Bangalore from the one that we're living in today. Now there's a lot of kind of people slumming in Shivaji Nagar because it's kind of fun to go there and hang out and have kebabs and stuff like that and so on. But at that time, the Eid markets hadn't begun and stuff like that. And people would, you know, you didn't go there. I remember like asking a friend of mine who knew a couple of boys, and they came with me. 3 boys came with me. 3 young men came with me. And we walked through all of the, you know, the Ramzan market. And we started at about 11:30 in the night. And we finished at about 3 o'clock in the morning. So there are things that until you sense it, you feel it, you smell it, you taste it, you experience it, you can't write about it. And so similarly, like, but there are also things that I can't write about because it's not possible for me to experience them. So then what happens is that I need to, I talk to people, I talk to them and kind of like pull at the seams, pull it open and try and get everything that I can from them. And today what has happened is that, to me, that if you were to tell me, describe your house to me, I can sit down and actually write about your house because I can just conjure it up in my head and I can write about it, you know, like as if I've been living in your house. So that is something that I was using when I was describing, for instance, in Chain of Custody, Moina's cubicle, or in Hot Stage when I'm describing the room that Akhtar is sitting in, this little tiny sleazy little lodge kind of a room that he's sitting in, or describing the fight area, all of that, you know. So I talk to people who have stayed in those places, who have experienced those things, and I ask them to tell me about it, and then I create it in my mind. So,
Well, those are actually all the questions I have for you. But before I open the floor to questions from the audience, I would just like to sort of reiterate, this is a fascinating series. And but just really, I'll be waiting for the next one.
Thank you.
So anyway, do we have any questions? So, okay, so this lady here, please. Can somebody please give her a mic? Here.
Big fan of all the novels, like read each of them just at one sitting, couldn't put them down. I was very curious how you saw the space for romance in these novels. You know, you and Urmila as a character really, I think, evolves over the 3 novels. Did you feel the need to have that because so much of it is, you know, very dark and like Chain of Custody, for instance, is a horrible novel to you know, read in some ways, like, right? So did you feel the need for that, or how did that character emerge in your mind? I'd love to know.
I think, you know, around the time when I started working on this Gowda book, was this time where I was discovering that there was everywhere I went, people were having class reunions and, school reunions and stuff like that. And there were these old romances flaring up. And I was reading news reports of people running away after meeting at a, school reunion, eloping and stuff like that. And it kind of struck me, and I kept thinking that, especially in the late 40s, to most people, you're kind of taking a look at your own life and looking back, and there is this yearning to go back to the young person you once were, which is why people always kind of end up at these school reunions and college reunions, and then something flares up, or an old spark is ignited and stuff like that. And among my own, let's say, friends and school friends and college friends, I'd seen this happen, So here there was Gowda, at this particular age, and I kept thinking, yeah, probably, this is what would happen. Like Gowda is in a place stuck in his head, and all the people that I was talking to about the school reunions and college reunions were all talking about how suddenly their life had become beautiful because, they'd met with their 10th standard boyfriend or, 12th standard girlfriend and that kind of thing. And they're texting and there's so much going on. This is youthful kind of energy that comes in. And here is Gowda in whose life nothing is going right. Okay, and then finally he, he meets up with his old college girlfriend. And it's like, it's waiting to happen. It's just kind of like, he was just ready for, a little fling on the side. And she, of course, is a lonely woman. And so it just kind of happened. And so the romance was not kind of put in there to lighten the mood or anything. It was just to kind of add to Gowda's character.
Anybody else?
Hi. I have read Ladies Coupe and I've read Cut Like Wound. So my question is, how does genre change the way you describe pain or, the way you think about pain and write about it?
Yeah, okay. So when I'm writing literary fiction, there is, which is like what Ladies Coupe would be, or, all the literary novels that I've written or stories that I've written, there is I try and understand the characters' feelings, the characters' place in society. I try, and so mostly it's a very introspective way of writing. Whereas when I'm writing noir, it's not so introspective. Yes, the only person who's allowed that much of mind space is only Gowda, because he's the protagonist of the series. But everybody else, you don't get an inkling of what they are thinking, or not too much of it, or how they're feeling. Their emotions are always kind of like hinted at. It's not really kind of dwelt upon. Whereas in literary fiction, I go the other way. It is not about, it's, things happen, and how does it affect you as a person? But in crime fiction, what happens, or in noir, what happens is that things happen and you respond to it. So that is the way you write differently.
There, please.
Thank you. Quick question about craft. Do you find, whether with Gowda or any of your other protagonists, that they tend to go places that you hadn't necessarily conceived, or are you leading or they are leading you?
No, absolutely. After a while, they see that's a thing. I think for me, my characters become so real that I even allow them their foibles, really. They can do what they want to some extent, unless, of course, they're going wildly off tangent. But what happens is that, it is pretty much like when you create a character, and a character is so fleshed out that after a while, you find that the unconscious mind has a relationship with the character. And the writer is just somebody who's just, kind of doing
just the
part of the process, the physical labor, really, more than anything else. But I find that my characters do kind of do things that I hadn't planned on them doing.
Anybody else? Could you please give Udit?
Hello, thank you for the talk. I always feel that crime as a genre has a lot of political implications. And I'm a relatively young writer, and I often feel that while writing something that is political, something that relates to crime and society, you need to have a conscience, and which makes writing a bit difficult. You know, sometimes it feels very superficial, and sometimes you want to, the fact check of it, if you have researched it well, plays a lot of role in it. Uh, how does it play along for you? Is it a political incident that drives you to write, or because you write, you seek political instances? And if someone is doing so, how should one start writing about crime and politics, and or just general social commentary, if that's the right way to say it?
So the first thing, of course, is that you cannot separate crime and politics. Okay, because I mean, I'm not being facetious here, but what I mean is that it's truly that you find that crime in many ways has these arterial roots that are kind of located in the political world. Now, for instance, when I was writing about child trafficking, one of the things that the NGOs kept telling me again and again is no matter what they do and how many whatever kind of cases are filed and stuff like that, the political clout these people have, and it goes really right to the top, is that they will walk out of it. You know, I mean, finally some minion would go into jail or whatever, but the real guys, the kingpins, just walk away scot-free. So their power comes not from money, it comes from the political connections that they have. So then you start questioning what is the politics of this place, or what are the political implications that kind of has an effect on crime and vice versa. So I would think that it's, while there is social commentary, and if you've read the Gowda books, you would see not as much as in the first one, but in the second and in the third one, you would see how the mechanics of politics itself seems to affect the way things happen. So it is impossible to, I think, separate, I mean, unless, of course, you're doing like a cozy mystery, you know, which is like where you, like the typical Agatha Christie kind of crime that, just to give you a name, where it's all the politics within a family or politics within a small group of people. But here, when you're writing noir and you're stepping out into the world and you're talking about, and it's a police procedural, so the thing is that there's constant kind of interaction between the executive arm of our governance and the guys who are technically the ones who are sitting there and are in power, you know, so.
Anybody else? There's somebody at the back there. You just, thanks.
Hello. What are you trying to tell readers with your writing? You delve into topics of abuse, extortion, and like darker topics in general. What message do you want? What message are you trying to send to society about these topics? To clarify, I don't mean like your works individually, but as a collective in terms of emotions. Like, do you want to give them feelings of hope for a better future or caution for current circumstances? Or do you want it to be a story where, you know, people get their own interpretation of how they should feel from the events?
I would just think it's about trying to make us more conscious about the injustices around us, the way we look at life, the way we look at various things. Like, for instance, you know, again, I'm going back to chain of custody because that was a real social issue that I was talking about. And I know that when somebody said, the next time I see a child on her, you know, on by herself, or a boy by himself, little child, I'm definitely going to ask them, what are you doing here on your own? You know, because knowing that this is what is happening. So I think it's in a kind of gentle way, I'm trying to kind of make each one of us, because I was so appalled by what I saw and what I read and what I heard, that I think it's all our, I mean, it's a collective responsibility of the society to make sure that we kind of like are a little more vigilant about things around us, and not be so completely caught up in our own lives and the mechanics of everyday life. So.
There's somebody. Okay.
I just want to know, most of the session was covered about Gowda and related issues. You were talking also about the rural India, which you have covered earlier. And also, is there any possibility of coverage in total fiction, like crime fiction, of the tribal India? Is there any possibility, or has it been done in your works? If you can kindly explain.
See, again, to be able to write about tribal India, I need to have spent that kind of time with, those communities, to be able to write about it with the authority I like to write about things. So at this point, no, I haven't spent enough time, and I wouldn't want to do that either, because at this point, I have already created these universes that I'm, interested in furthering, which is suburban India, rural India, and Bangalore. When I say suburban, rural India, it's southern India, okay, and Bangalore. So for me to try and get into another space, at this point, I don't know whether I have the emotional bandwidth for it.
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm a great fan of your books. I just want to tell that I could not complete Chain of Custody. It hit so hard that I had to stop midway. And I also just wanted to ask regarding Urmila, because she's a character, she's like, the way I perceived her was that she's so sophisticated, and, she has all these tastes in wine and cheese and all those kind of things. And how does, whenever I think of Boregowda, I think of, the cops on the road, and especially the ones who stop me all the time for riding badly. So, how did you get that sort of equation? That was really interesting.
So like I said, they were in college together, right? So when you're about 19 and 20 and 21, those differences don't exist really at that point. And we're talking about Bangalore in the 80s and stuff like that, right? So which was where all kinds of people hung out in colleges together, and they both went to St. Joseph's. And, so I know that, from colleges, that there are people who you may not, later in your life, you may have nothing to do with them. But in college, and these two had a romance going on, because he was basketball captain, and she was this, pretty young thing from Lavelle Road and stuff like that. So at that point, of course, it worked for them. So in many ways, again, going back to this college reunion thing I was talking about, when people, kind of reignite a dead romance from their, college days, it's basically that at that point, they're still trying to see each other as that 20-year-olds that they were. So those differences don't exist until like when, Gowda goes to Urmila's dinner party and is asked to drink single malt. And he hates the whole idea, because he's a rum man, old monk rum man. So.
I think we can all completely agree that we can listen to this conversation for several more hours, but unfortunately we've run out of time. And of course, there is a book signing that you can get done and meet Ms. Anita there. So we're going to break for lunch, and we come back at 2 o'clock for the next set of sessions. So thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to listen to both of you. Check. Check. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome back to Dead Right, entirely dedicated to crime writing, presented by Bangalore. This is one of the only festivals that's public funded, so thank you all for making it happen. We are kicking off this afternoon session shortly, so in just about 2 minutes, so please get ready. This afternoon is named In Cold Blood. It's a session that examines crime, policing, and organized crime through lived experiences. Please welcome Agni Sridhar, author of My Days in the Underworld; Maxwell Pereira, who wrote the fabulous account of the horrific Tandoor murder; and Neeraj Kumar, former Commissioner of Delhi Police and author of Khaki Files. The session is moderated by Deepthi Talwar from Penguin. Give it up to them.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. So clearly, we can see from the people who are attending the festival, and we know how many crime readers there are. Crime somehow fascinates us. It sort of, we judge it, we condemn it, but we can't take our eyes off it. And I guess this is because crime is so, it involves power, it involves systems, it involves so much just apart from the obvious. And I'm really excited to have with us three panelists who have experienced that world from very different vantage points. We have two very distinguished police officers who have had to deal with very complex crimes and investigations. And we have Mr. Agni Sridhar, writer, artist, critic, but he also spent some time in the Bangalore underworld. So And it happens that all three of them are excellent storytellers. So I'm really excited about this discussion. So what I want to start with is actually the storytelling part of it, which is that all three of you have seen violence up close. I was wondering what drove you to write about your experiences, and what was it about writing either fiction, you've written one fiction and your memoir, Mr. Sridhar. What does fiction and memoir allow you to express that perhaps official reports don't? We can open this up to all the panelists. Kumar? Mr. Sridhar? I think it's yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. So, what drove me to write? Well, I've always wanted to write, but I thought that who would publish me, who would like to read what I write. But the desire to write has always been there through my life. I've written stories and poems and which got published in school magazines, college magazines, and so on. So suffice it, there's a writer somewhere in me. However, what circumstances drove me to write seriously, I have described in my first book, Dial D for Dawn. It was, I was invited to a launch of Mr. Hussain Zaidi's book. During the book launch, I found various faults with the book he had written. I was in conversation with Mr. Zaidi, and setting all niceties aside, I kind of said that your book is very inaccurate. You are a journalist who doesn't check his facts, and you write what you feel like. And in this book, Baikula to Bangkok, these facts are totally wrong. And I thought I had annoyed him sufficiently. Then I went after the publishers. I said, there are so many typos, there are so many, and this could have been done and that could have been done. And at the end of the book launch, while I got a good applause from the audience, I thought I had sufficiently annoyed the author, and that also an author like Mr. Hussain Zaidi, known for all his books on the underworld, and whom you're going to hear probably tomorrow here in this festival. Uh, to my utter surprise, I thought I had sufficiently upset him and the publishers. And after the launch, I quietly kind of left. And nobody came to see me off to the car and so on. So I thought that, well, I was quite rude. But strangely, next morning, I get a call from Mr. Zaidi. And he says, I'm sitting in the Penguin office, and I have told the editor-in-chief, Chiki Sarkar, that you have many, many stories to tell, which you must. And here, speak to Chiki. So he handed the phone over to Chiki, and Chiki said, sir, you must write your memoirs. I said, look, I'm not writing my memoirs, because that's very boring to do. And nobody ever reads a policeman's memoirs, because, usually police officers end up writing about saying, I did this and I did that. I served her in this district and in that range. And nobody's interested. It is found, these books are found in police libraries, who are forced to buy them and stock them. But yes, I have many interesting stories to tell. If you so desire, I can write about them. She said, you write what you want, but you will hear from us. And lo and behold, the following day, there was a contract on my mailbox saying that you are hereby given an advance of so much money, and please write a book on your experiences in the CBI or some such thing. And so I ended up writing 11 accounts of uh, the operations that I conducted, mainly against the underworld of Mumbai uh, and against some terrorists in Delhi. And that became the book Dial D for Dawn. And fortunately, it was well received uh, and it was done fairly well all across. And that's how I wrote. Then Penguin signed me for the next book, which was Khaki Files, which I'll be talking about tomorrow. And then I wrote a book on corruption in cricket called A Cop in Cricket, uh, which was published by Juggernaut. Uh, so that has been my journey as an author.
Right. And you, Mr. Sridhar? I think it's on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really, I participate these days in public events because I participated too much in 20 years. Honestly speaking, I'm not a story writer or a storyteller. Unlike the luminaries sitting here, the police officials, I was involved in the underworld. For about 15 years, I was a big name in Bangalore underworld. I had to escape because I am from a very humble background, very ordinary background. My father was a primary school teacher. He wanted me to become educated, a good man, no crimes involved in life. And since I was proverbially thin, very thin, very weak, myself involved reading, writing since the young. But by the age of 30, because of strange turn of events, I was forced to in the criminal world. It was because of situations. I was a student of law. At the same time, I had taken up IAS examination. During that time, my brother came from Kanakapura to Bangalore to see India-Pakistan match. And he was attacked by rowdies. On that day, 8 people were attacked. My brother was one of them. He was cut his leg. I went to the police officer station naturally. Still I remember, though it happened in 79, even now I remember the name of the police officer, Sub-Inspector Madhava Rao. He made me sit. He sympathized with me and he told me, what are you going to achieve by giving this complaint? Your brother is wounded. It will heal. But if we arrest him on this case, or other 8 people were there, tomorrow the same rowdies will attack you and tell you that because of you we have gone to the jail. You give us extra money for lawyers and expenses and make you become hostile in the court. I said, then what is the way out, Mr. Madhav Rao? And you are a student of law, final law, you are an intelligent man. He told me one thing. Of course, it was not serious. He was telling that to everybody. You do one thing, you finish that Kotwal Ramachandra on the main road of Bangalore. We will honor you. In that way, you can take revenge against him. But he is supported by the government, including the CM. So that is the only alternative, only way. None of the other people took it seriously. Since I was romanticized about crime and carried with it, I took it very seriously. By that time, I was already a student of very big people. I think many of you know about that name, Lankesh. So I was moving with all such people, then I thought it should be punished. I took it into my hands. Then only after entering and traveling the path of twists and turns, I understood. By 86, I was able to take back the revenge. It was finished. By that time, other people also joined with me. One Mr. Sitaram, another Bachchan, another Vardharaj. Vardharaj was from a very highly industrious family. He was also hurt by this Kotwal. So he also joined hands with us. In fact, the case, like Mr. Madhavarao said, case did not come out for 3 months. After 3 months, obviously, when we commit a crime, police officials know in the midnight, at 12 o'clock in the night, after some time it will come out. It has to come out. When we have done it in such a broad daylight, it had to come out. It came out. Nobody honored me. Nobody garlanded me. They sent me to the jail. At Kotwal, Ramchandra used to attack, used to scare, including police officials. He has attacked them while they are in jeep at their homes because he was Jalapa, then Home Minister. Went to jail. I was in jail for about 1.5 years. By that time, my family was shattered. Though I have not written about it in my memoirs, my father came only once to the jail. Once. To interview. Entry, it's called entry to the jail. My father said only one thing. You are the son of your teacher. But I never imagined, never dreamt you will become a thief. Because he does not know about underworld, rowdyism, that, this, anything. Somebody goes to jail means he's a thief. I never imagined. Before my case was finished, he died. And my wife, by the time I was already married, my mother, my sister, everybody were in deep sadness. But just because of that, I could not be inefficient because it's a question of death, which my family would not understand or my relatives could not understand. People who knew me could understand. It was either me or my death. Whether I like it or not, I was involved in it. I had to be efficient. From 86 to 98, I was in the world. Then every day I was thinking, how to come out of it, how to come out of it. By that time already I had become quite known. And police officials, they know about it. Even today, not many people know the victim. They are considered as heroes by some people. And underworld is a mixture of politicians, rowdies, advocates, journalists, and also business people. It is called number 2 Danda. Huge. It is a strong mixture. Just criminals cannot handle it. Society wanted it. But like I said, because of my beginning, I had to come out. Everybody told me to stand for elections, go and join some party. Everybody was interested. I'm telling, I wrote about it. Janata Dala, Congress, and BJP. People like Anant Kumar, Karge, everybody was asking me. But I was not for it. It was not for my sensibility. I'm interested in politics, but not in power politics. Then I thought, let me start a journal, a tabloid, just to tell the people that I'm a different kind of man. Then I started my Agni tabloid in Kannada. And I became a movie maker. I became, of course, an author. I started writing about myself. And an activist for the downtrodden, Dalits, and Muslims. Because in jail, it does not matter what religion you belong to, what caste you belong to. It is a different world. Though I have read about these things, I knew about these things, I used to think about these things. Jail taught me that it is a different world when you are put into tension. I started, it was well received. So it is not about a story, it is about my life. In fact, I did not explain everything. I did not open everything. Many things were hidden, many things, because I did not want either politicians or even officials to face any problems because of me, including the commissioner of police. Whenever his friends are in a problem, getting a house evicted by people who are not paying rents, they used to approach us. The politicians, always. But I told only about myself. What was my beginning, how it happened, how I was pulled into it, how I'm trying my best to come out of it. Somehow I'm fortunate. Society received me. So it is not fiction. I did not write any fiction. The days in the underworld or my gangsters Gita, all in Kannada, I wrote in the beginning, then I translated it to English. I wrote in Kannada only because I was known in Karnataka, especially in Bangalore. I got Academy Awards, all sorts of awards, and society accepted me. So writing became a weapon for me to express myself to the people who thought that I'm a criminal. All these people I knew, though they were not in Bangalore, Dawood Ibrahim, Chota Rajan, everybody we knew. And one person was there who belonged to that group, Muttaprai. So because of that, we used to talk. And several times they told me to do not any criminal thing, to help them here, there, after commencing my Agni. I told them, I have respect for you. Please, I request you, don't disturb me. I don't want that. Because police force, whatever we may say, they create underworld. At the same time, if somebody wants to come out of the underworld, they will go out of their way. I was helped by men like Revan Siddhaya, great commissioner, Bidri, all such people. Because, other people, other police officials, if they speak against me, the commissioners used to say, this man is trying hard. He is doing tapas to come up that image. Even if there is something wrong, we should help him. We should help him come out of it. It will do good to other boys. So because of that, I started writing about my life. I wrote, and long ago I stopped writing about it. Then I started writing about all the other things in literature. It is not fiction, it is my life. And it changed, the writing changed the course of my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not always that I'm at the loss of words. It was lovely hearing my colleague, Mr. Neeraj Kumar. It was lovely hearing the what you call the reformed individual. But I have no great pride over my work. I've been an okay student, but I was just a middles writer. My middle in the papers were appreciated across the board from people used to come to me, very senior officers, especially from the army, retired generals, used to come and sit with me, and they would narrate to me their experiences, which revived their memories. You know, the experiences were revived from their, from my articles. So, when the publishers came to me to publish uh, some, give them a manuscript, I said, I can't give you middles. They are not worthy for, you know, larger books. And but ultimately, I wrote, and Vitasta was the first publisher for me. A Kashmiri girl, Renu Kaul, and she was my first publisher. And then I ventured to write The Tandoor Murder Happened in Delhi. I wrote that book when I was IG Pondicherry. And it was as long ago as in 1995. And I finished the manuscript by 96, and Penguin had commissioned me for the book after the murder took place. When I finished my manuscript, I refused to give it to Penguin. I said, this criminal is of such a nature, he would twist facts, he would somehow try to get out absolutely by concocting stories, concocting, playing dramas. And this was regarding the murder of Naina Sani, a pretty girl. Both were political workers, and Sushil Sharma, her husband, had murdered her. And he sort of suspected her fidelity after the time because she had been steady with the lover, Matlub Karim, of another faith. And when they broke up, because of they knew they couldn't get married, and then Naina decided to break up the marriage. All that she both were political workers of the party in power then, but they managed to live a life, but they got married. At that stage, Sushil, once he started, he took her to Kashmir, he took her to Himachal, many places, tried to do away with her couple of times by pushing her down the cliff or things like that. But he finally came back to Delhi, and that particular night of the murder, all that he did was, after he suspected, he shot her dead in their flat in Mandir Marg. And then the drama started, which I've narrated in the book. The entire episode, how the murder took place, why the murder took place, then she you must pardon me for being unable to articulate the way I could, but the whole book is the narrative of how things happened and how we took a bold decision of declaring the accused, which we normally, everyone only suspected. He was the major suspect. But I took a bold decision, and my commissioner said, my commissioner's family was a political family, and Sushil Sharma was a political worker, and the president of the Youth Congress, he was the president, and he lost his re-election. My commissioner asked me, how did you, are you sure? I said, I'm sure as can be, sir, but it's up to you to please come and visit the crime scene. We arrested his restaurant manager, but she had escaped by then. And but we really he went to, she had taken a taxi to Jaipur first, then he flew to Bombay, he flew to Chennai, and then he came to Bangalore, and then I flew to Bangalore to come and arrest him. And Bangalore was another gruesome story. I mean, I argued the case myself in the court in Kenchamana Hoskote, and the story again is all about arresting him, and how the trial took ages, 8.5 years for it to conclude. Then there were 2 death sentences in the case, both at the sessions level, then at the High Court level. But then he went to Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court, they gave him a benefit of doubt because he was supposed to be doing pujas in the jail. And I mean, I have
captured the imagination of
Yes.
India.
Yeah.
I want to actually, if I may, because may I have the mic? Sorry. As you're talking about, how gruesome that murder was, and it just sort of led me to think about, all three of you have seen so much violence through your careers, and it's really disturbing even to read about what that must be like to experience, and how do you process it? Is it something that lives with you now, or do you sort of, have you found a way to move on from it? If you could answer and then pass it on.
We are, after all, human beings with a conscience. If you have a conscience, you would like to, and that too, as a Christian, people always ask me as a policeman, how as a Christian can you be a policeman? Yes, that was the first question that very, very senior friends of mine would ask me. And I jokingly said that you have to kill your conscience. Yes. But for individuals, as individuals, each one has to find their own way of, keeping their conscience.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Kumar?
In my case, it came naturally. I mean, when I look back, I find it very odd because as a student, I was a very soft person and given to the finer things of life, music, poetry, uh, reading, theater, and so on and so forth. And I thought I have got into the police, but I will not be able to face various situations, gruesome, scenes of crime and the kind of crimes that I had read about and I was reading while I was still in the training. But once you are face to face with the situation, I think your training and psychologically you prepare yourself, your mind and nature prepares you to face it. I'm giving you a very honest answer.
No,
I'm not
absolutely.
trying to, put. So I am sometimes surprised that, somebody is, I'm having tea and somebody is being waterboarded right next to me. And I used to think, oh my God, is this me?
Right.
He's a terrorist caught and, it was,
Yeah.
I'm making a public statement. I shouldn't be, but, somebody is being questioned in a very brutal way. And we are having tea and samosas and you're not being repulsed by the whole thing. But it happens, when you are, if you have seen doctors, somebody is, how they have food immediately after conducting a post-mortem or something, and it becomes a part of you. And human beings are kind of programmed in such a way that they readapt themselves and take to it. So in my case, it was pretty normal, and I could face the dirtiest of scenes of crime without any hassle.
But having said that, has there been any case particularly that has stuck in your mind, like a particularly disturbing case?
Quite a few, but most of all,
You've tried.
Nirbhaya, the Nirbhaya
Oh,
case,
yeah.
and how she was brutalized after being raped or while being raped. I have never seen anything more horrific than that. Although I've heard about similar cases which never saw the light of the day. Not anyone here, I'm sure, knows that barely a kilometer away from where Nirbhaya was raped and murdered, about 6 to 7 months earlier, there was a similar rape, even more brutal, of a girl in an agriculture field in Delhi, kilometer away. And somehow it escaped coming to the notice of the media. And it never caught the... And mind you, the trial of that case also went along with the trial of Nirbhaya. And even that, in that case, they were, given death sentence. But nobody talks about it. Nobody has heard about it. But somehow Nirbhaya caught the of the country, and perhaps rightly so, because it led to lot of reforms in the law and so on. So Nirbhaya is clearly the most horrific case that I've handled.
Mr. Sridhar, how do you process the violence that you might have seen?
See, the police officials, they witnessed violence, of course. They used their own way to crack who is behind it. In my case, if people who have read me are there, they know about it. I did not witness violence. I was a participant. I was a participant in, see, the most brutal crime a man can do to a man is killing him, murdering him. I was involved in many such cases, in group, except for my first case where I was personally motivated. All the other cases, those things are of group. Once you are in a group, you cannot have your individual decision. Once it is decided, you have to carry it out. So I know it. I know how the people feel when they are getting brutally. I know. Like I said, I participated. Personally, I may feel when I think about those things, when I'm alone, when I'm in deep nights, I feel very bad about it. I ask the goddess. I don't ask the goddess. Why did you make me do such things? But I cannot just putting the blame on somebody else. I was an intelligent man, quite well read, when compared to ordinary people, very well read. But I was participating. But once I took the decision, no, after commencing my magazine, no, not even a single slap to anybody. I decided. See, we are living amidst people, and crime is an starting from officials have written so much about the cases. Not has written anything about how it by I asked them several officers, how do you talk about it? Even today, for any police inspector to come in the city of Bangalore, I'm telling openly, let anybody question me. Inspector has to pay 1 crore. Any station in Bangalore, minimum. How will he earn with his meager salary? He has to take money from prostitutes or rowdies or criminals. Where else can he get money from? Ordinary teacher, they won't give money. Ordinary business people, no. They will get money only from this. Each and every station I am telling, I've been talking about it. But the society has become so insensitive, they don't bother. If you just step into any police station in Bangalore city, you should have at least 25,000. Even if you say, if you are giving a complaint about a missing dog, otherwise it won't even be registered. And most of the people are known to me. They respect me. They said, what can we do, sir? Tell them to give us a posting without taking any money. We cannot become corrupt. But Not only they take 1 crore, for any function they will say, arrange the food, arrange the drinks. See, this is the life we are living. And the paradox is, one man is sitting here. He was Dawood Ibrahim of Bangalore City journalists. He was working in Times of India. Well-known time. I'm talking of 90s, mainly 80s and 90s. His name is Daniel George. Most of the times, he used to write something which is not known to the police against me. He was very close to me. See, the paradox is very, very close to me, entire family. He used to write. And he used to tell me, Sridhar, what can I do? The senior editors and the management tell me to write about you, against you. Because I was a top name that time. They used to call me Don, which I never considered myself. I never bothered about that title. So he used to write. Evening, he used to meet me. And he used to take me, says, you will be surprised, to commissioner's office. He used to sit like this, lighting a cigarette. And he used to say, Sridhar is a friend of mine, well-read man, he should not be troubled. To the commissioner, keeping in front of me. But after 2 days, some article against him. See, this is the paradoxical situations we are living. So crime has become an integral part. Now, a man, illustrious officers know, a man who has stolen about 10,000 rupees, he will be in jail for 6 months to 3 years. But the men who are looting hundreds of crores, not even a single case against them. How do you account for it? And everybody knows they are looting hundreds of crores throughout the country. Is of crimes, looting the common man's money in the name of common people. So the way we view crime in all its essences, changed. If the society is proper, if the politicians, officials, everybody start living in see, there are many Scandinavian countries, you cannot even hear of any crimes at all. Recently, I had been to Andaman Nicobar. Sir, you will be surprised. No, zero crime. Zero. Even auto driver says, sir, ours is the only state which has zero crime. And when I tried to give 500 rupees to a driver, he refused. I told him, you are my son's age, I'm giving like a father, take it. No corruption at all. No corruption, no crime. It can be created. The only thing is people have to participate. So we have to change the way we view the crimes.
Right.
Crime percolates from the top to the down. And just like prostitutes, the rowdies are just a pawns in the hands of very big. This is what I wanted to convey. I wanted to convey this in front of illustrious people to the audience.
I have so many more questions that I've not been able to get to, but there's not that much time, so I think if we want to open it up to the audience. Yeah, please go ahead and ask questions.
Any questions without anything thinking about this man has a strange past, unusual past. Forget it and you can ask any question. In fact, if you are directing the question to me.
Yeah, bring the mic, I think. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, namaskara. My question is to you. Just now you talk about the post and corruption. And producer, you made a film Kallarasante.
Kallarasante.
It
applies to society now.
Yeah. So afterwards, only your experience you have started making films again underward. Why you are not again made this kind of films on political corruption system? That is my question.
See, my friend, I told you that I had a strange past where I suffered a lot, brutalized a lot, kicked a lot. During those times, rightly or wrongly, lots of people helped me to come up with it. And obviously, most of the politicians helped me. Let me be frank. And our present CM, Siddaramaya, then when I was coming out and doing my magazine, he was the deputy CM. He used to send words to me. See, they are making many conspiracies to finish you off. Take care. Don't go there. Don't believe these people. He used to send me through our voice. Today we know what these people are, how they are looting this one. But ultimately I'm a human being and single individual. World will be there before I was born, world was there. After I also world will be there. But I have to think about the people who helped me. Let them be from any political party. I know what sort of things they are doing. I don't know. I may be exceeding the limits if I say that I know how much the present commissioner had given to the Siddaramaya. I know, not I heard. I know. And I have respect for that man. But what if he is not paid, somebody else would have paid. You will be shocked about the amount if you hear it. Shocked. Not only me, including Rahul Gandhi asked the CM, how come you people have taken so much? But did he remove them? No. And I know how much these ACs, Tahsildars, TCs are giving to whom. If we start talking about it, we know about that Epstein files. What happened to people involved? You see, we are just reading, just like a storybook or a story videos. What has happened to anybody? So if I expose everything, they all request only one thing. Have it troubled you? No. Then why are you troubling me? Let anybody else speak. You should not speak because I know authentically all the authentic informations I know. What can I do? If I tell it, I may earn the respect of viewers. But personal relations will be harmed. They cannot harm me in any manner they cannot even imagine. But if it is one person, it is okay. If it is entire troop, they are doing like this. See, people talk about this Congress, Dala, BJP. They are all sailing in the same boat. How many people know about it? They are all sharing the loot. Whether BJP is ruling, the coalition government is ruling, Congress party is ruling. All of these officials, they all know it. They are all sharing. How they are sharing, if I just expose them, they will be in shock. So that prevented me from talking about it. Instead of that, I started talking about the Sufis and Vachanakararu, Basava and others. So that it can reach the interiority of the people. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Give her the mic. They asked a question only to me.
Hello, sir.
Tell me, ma'am.
As you said that in Andaman there was no crime at all.
Speak a bit louder, please.
Yeah, I'm not properly hearing.
Sorry. As you said that in Andaman there was no crime at all, and we hear about a lot of these places. So what do you think they're doing right? Like, what are we doing wrong?
See, because it's a small place, island. Everybody knows everybody else. Now, one thing, nobody can escape. And law is strict. And at the same time, people are, honestly, I'm telling you, they are good. They are from all the corners of India. They are from Bengal, they are there. Tamilians, lot of Marathis, I mean, less Kannadigas, but they are there. But people, the behavior of people, I never imagined that there is a place in India like this. You people, if you visit there, you will understand. There is no question of this one, and no auto driver will ask you more. No hotel will ask you more. No police will, we hardly buy any police. So it's a great place. I want it should be replicated in all other states.
Yeah, but we have to know what they're doing to replicate it, right?
No. They have adopted this law, legal system into their livelihood. Their livelihood.
Maybe not that greedy.
They are not greedy at all. It shocked me. They are not greedy at all. They are contented. Whether it is an auto driver or a hotel owner, they are all really contented. They ask, in fact, many of the people I know, they asked me to come and stay there. I said, I'm quite comfortable in Bangalore, amidst all the crimes.
There's one question.
Please.
I lived in Delhi all these years and I taught there. I know Maxwell, but he must have forgotten me, but that's okay. What I wanted to ask Maxwell first was Tandoor murder, then did they finally, I forget, I followed the story, of course. I haven't read your book, but did they finally get the accused? I can't remember, because I know it was terribly gruesome and he was in jail. But did he get what he deserved? That's the question to you. And to Mr. Neeraj Kumar, I think that was a horrible time. And even we all protested and we were also on stage trying to think of ways to get some kind of rational policing after Nirbhaya's case. But it must have been tough. What are the measures you were able to take? And did you write about it in detail, or did you keep something back? Or, just want to know the inner workings that you had to go through, which also, as you said, horrified you. Tandoor murder, I think I've read parts of whatever you wrote in the papers, but not your book today, as of today.
I would urge you, frankly, to read the book. Yeah, but it explains, and I think I also mentioned that he was given a death sentence in the Sessions Court. It was confirmed in the High Court, but in the Supreme Court, which the learned judges gave him the benefit of doubt and said that it is not a rarest of rare case. Yes, and it was not fit for a death sentence. They commuted it to life sentence. Sushil Sharma, the accused, spent, in any case, I don't know, he had a way of garnering the sympathy of the public, of the judiciary or the lawyers or whatever. Everyone was dying to get him released. At every stage, he was being, and the judges, even in the Supreme Court, and about the distortion by the media. To this day, if you really Google Tandoor murder, they'll just say that dismembered and chopped. And the body was not chopped. I went hoarse trying to convince the public the body was never cut up. But sensationalizing by the media is a done thing. It's nobody bothers whether they are correct or not. They have to. The same evening, 2nd of July night, the murder took place in 1995. On the evening papers in this one said that the body was chopped. And it was again and again repeated in the next court, and the Supreme Court of judges, they also, and even today, they will, if you read Google account on Tandoor murder, it's chopped body. Yes. And I
So handling Nirbhaya was tough because of the public reaction, and naturally so. Also the political reaction, and a lot of politics and backroom politicking was going on. The country was going through political turmoil. One party was being pulled down, the other party wanted to come up. AAP was coming up, and so on and so forth. So we all became a victim of all those things. But the good thing was that on my recommendation, something which nobody knows, on my recommendation, those two commissions of inquiry were formed, which led to the change in the rape laws. The rape laws of today, not many people know that the recommendation to form those committees to change the law, make it stricter, and to criminalize various things like, to redefine rape. All those things were recommended by the police. And so a lot of changes have been made, and even molestation and sexual harassment at work and all those, all offshoot of Nirbhaya. But I would say that, a common perception is that crime against women goes on as it used to. It does, but the response of the system is a shade better. That's all I can claim.
Check. I think this was us experiencing what crime looks like in a very adjacent way. Thank you for sharing. Thank you to the panelists. We move on to the next session quite immediately. There are signings of the books by all the authors on the first floor outside the bookstore, so please do check it out if you're interested in any of the books. So our next session is called Dagger and the Rust, Historical Whodunits. Look at historical murder and power across time. Please, Madhurika, creator of the Mufajang Mysteries, Sham, author of Street of Death, in conversation with novelist Mahadev.
Can you hear me? Okay, great, good. Okay, we'll just take 30 seconds for everybody to settle down, and then we'll just jump into it. But it isn't fun here if you want. Well, good evening, everyone. How many of you here believe that women are very good as crime writers? Please raise your hands. Okay, great. So today we are going to be discovering for ourselves, hearing it right from the ladies. Hello, can you? Yeah. Okay, so we are going to find out today how good are women as historical crime writers. Of course, women have historical memories. They remember every single thing about everyone. So it's a natural thing for them to be
good at history and crime. But this is a sort of blended genre because both are very solid, historical fiction and crime. So my question to both my panelists who are very experienced, I think in Madhulika has written about 4, 5, how many books, Madhulika? 4 books on historical crime, and Shampa has just brought out her debut novel. So please tell us all, how do you see historical crime fiction? What is it offering you as a writer that, say, just historical fiction or, say, the crime fiction alone does not offer? Is there something about the society of that times, injustices, everyday life, social tension? What attracted you to the idea of blending history with mystery?
Okay, with me, it's just that these are two areas which I find very interesting. I find history very interesting, and not the sort of history we feel, like if you're studying in a school in India, or if you have studied in a school in India, you would know that school textbooks tend to be rather dry. All you ever read about is political history, and this dynasty followed this dynasty, this war, this campaign, etc. But that is not the sort of history I'm interested in. I'm interested in the history of people, of regular, everyday people. How did you live? How did you, sort of, what did you eat? What did you wear? What were the social norms you had to skirt around? Things like that. That's what interests me. And I think detective fiction set in that period can be an interesting way of looking at what everyday life would have been like, And especially when something like a murder sort of upsets the status quo, so to say. So I think, and in any case, detective fiction I find a very entertaining, set in any time, can be a very entertaining genre. And for me, setting it in a historical period is like having your cake and eating it too. So it's fun, it's interesting, and yet you get an idea of a period different from yours. So that, I think, for me, that is what draws me to historical fiction, historical detective fiction. Not just writing it, but actually reading it. And it's because of reading a huge amount of this sort of fiction that I actually decided to write one. So we will come to that later.
What about yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. So I think pretty much Madhulika just said. I also love history, and I've been a reader of crime fiction for ages now. I've read hundreds across cultures. Being a teacher in the university, I also had to teach a paper on crime fiction, so that sort of just intensified my love for the genre, how much was possible with it, how dynamic this genre is, how well it travels. All that, and then the fact that it can be such a good crime can be such a good prism through which you can see a society, through which you can explore issues of society. I think it's P.D. James who puts it very well when she says about G.K. Chesterton. This is the teachery self in me coming out, quotes, that he's the first one to find out that you can really explore and understand the society through writing a crime novel. So I think that's something that struck me, and since I was researching crime in late 19th century Bengal, I thought it would be, just writing a novel would be a fascinatingly fun way of exploring that period more. Just to also answer that question, why that particular period, 2 reasons. One, because that seemed to be a period when, the police detective is kind of coming in, the Indian Bengali police detective is coming into his own. They are being appointed, They are writing about their cases, etc. So that's one reason. The other is this whole Swadeshi movement that's happening. The ideas of nationhood, what it is to be an Indian, what it is to be a Bengali, that's coming about. But at the same time, it's a very Hindu upper caste identity assertion that's happening. So it's alienating certain castes, it's alienating certain communities. It's also alienating women. On the one hand, these people, the Swadeshis, are talking about change, they're talking about questioning authority, but on the other hand, they don't want their women to have those rights. So when it comes to women, they kind of become more and more conservative. No, you have to exist in a certain way. You have to follow certain codes, certain rules, certain norms, because identity has to be of a certain kind. So these contradictions, complexities, really interested me, fascinated me, and I thought I could, naive me, probably reach out to more readers, to more people through a crime novel rather than just a dry academic book. So that was.
So it's obviously sort of an interest in history coupled with your interest in crime fiction that sort of sparked these ideas. Now, Madhulika, your detective fiction is set in Mughal Delhi. I think it's the period of Aurangzeb's reign.
Just before Aurangzeb. It's 56 and 57. So in 57, late 57, Shah Jahan fell ill, and that sort of sparked Aurangzeb's rebellion and his brothers and stuff like that.
So what was it about this particular, this little sort of period which was so exciting for you that you chose it as your setting?
For me, it was it was a no-brainer at the very beginning that it would have to be Delhi because I've lived in Delhi most of my life, so it's the city I'm most familiar with. So that was definitely, I knew it was going to be Delhi. Also, there was a very practical consideration of research. Which period would, if I had to set it in a historical period, the Mughal period is probably, the Mughal period and the colonial period are both, it's relatively easy to do research. So for instance, if I was trying to do Delhi Sultanate, I would have a much tougher time. But Mughal Delhi, there's a lot of research material freely available. So that was one reason. Now, Mughal Delhi actually, although Humayun, Babur, etc., did have brief, fleeting periods in Delhi, there's really not that much. So Delhi actually came into its own as a Mughal city in the time of Shah Jahan shifted the court from Agra and brought it to Delhi. And by 656, all these major monuments had been built. The Red Fort was ready, the Jama Masjid was built. And it was an interesting period. At the same time, while all these extravagant building projects were happening, and Shah Jahan had commissioned the Peacock Throne and all that, you would have thought that the empire was really wealthy. But at the same time, they were suffering reverses everywhere. African kingdoms were up in arms, and it was actually there was a real dichotomy over there. So it's a very tense period. It's a very turbulent period, not just for the rest of the empire, but for Delhi. For Delhi, and of course, that. If you know your history even briefly, you know that Aurangzeb took advantage of Shah Jahan near the end and sort of exiled him to prison till the end of his days, right? So you know that Aurangzeb is waiting in the wings. So I thought that this was a very interesting period. And when a city is in so much turmoil, the chance of somebody taking advantage of it actually commit murders of their own, not necessarily political, I thought it was
I think guessing at this point would be for you, perhaps, just to give a flavor of the Delhi that you have recreated.
About my main character, Muzaffar Jung, to this place called let him do so. It caught him up and swept him on, pulling and tugging. But some 20 yards into the mass of humanity, and he found himself pulled up short because a hand had reached out and gripped the corner of his choga. It was a Hakim, wearing a vivid blue choga and seated on a Persian carpet that had seen better days. His stock in trade lay spread all about him, pouches large and small, guarded by a skinny youth with a wart on his nose. Huzur, began the Hakim, his voice ingratiating. A fine young gentleman such as you. But I fear you will not require my services. The elixirs I offer, the ecstasies that can be yours. His grip on Muzaffar's choga had not slackened, and Muzaffar, from previous experience, knew what was coming. Offers of purified mercury and borax. Fine paste the best down, with butter and the juice of the thorn apple. And who knew what else? A wool-like product obtained from an insect called a jalshuk. Muzaffar had never in his life seen one, but he had heard it praised to the skies by the Hakims such as this. I have no need for aphrodisiacs, old man, Muzaffar said, and with a sharp tug pulled his choga free and went his way. Next to one of the fountains, he passed a small knot of people gathered around Dastan Go, a storyteller who was in the middle of recounting the adventures of Amir Hamza. The Dastan-e-Amir Hamza had been derided by the Badshah's illustrious ancestor, the Shah Babar, but with little effect. This fantastic story of romances, pranks, magic, and adventure had become perhaps the most loved of all narratives in Delhi's streets. The Dastango was describing Amir Hamza's friend, Amar Ayyar now. His eyes were like cumin seeds in size and shape, his ears were like apricots, and his cheeks had the soft look of yeasty bread. This, by the way, is actually quoted from Dastan-e-Amir Hamza. He sounds more like a dinner than a man, shouted a wisecrack. And the Dastango's voice was drowned out in a wave of laughter. Thank you.
So I think it's obvious that tremendous amount of research has gone into not just creating the setting for the reader, but also all the characters, the colorful characters that come in. And this, in fact, is what I felt while reading Crimson City, that the whole city and its people and that entire era comes alive for the reader. This is one of the parts of Madhulika's book, that you are just transported to a different era. Now, coming to the research which is involved in these in this kind of work. For yourself and for Shampa as well. What are the kind of books that you read? Maybe Shampa could tell us something about that. To recreate that.
Research.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So for research, see, I am the kind of person who loves being in libraries. I can spend my life at libraries. So I have been to all kinds of archives in Bengal, which was thing, and which seem to have stayed just the same since the 19th century, in fact, and Delhi also. But I discovered this particular writer called Priyanath Mukhopadhyay, who was a daroga, late 19th century, and who serialized a whole lot of these daroga accounts, which were actual cases that he had investigated and solved. And hardly anyone seems to know so much about him, because whenever we talk about early Bengali crime fiction, we say Feluda or Dombish. But much before them, this man was writing these immensely popular case accounts. So as I started reading his cases, I also then ended up translating some of them. I was absolutely fascinated by that kind of investigative work that was happening. Not that I liked him as a man. He's quite awful. He's a misogynist, really. Very often when he writes about women as victims of crimes of different kinds, either they've been brutalized by their families or killed by their husbands or exiled to Kashi, or he seems to suggest that, well, they deserved it. So there is no empathy or sympathy for the female victims, perpetrators, to chhod hi do, witnesses, nothing. So I kind of, it was like a shadow boxing going on. On the one hand, I needed him for my research, but at the same time, I kept thinking that, here are all these various stories about women that he seems to have in his cases, which he's never explored, which he's never really bothered to sympathize with. Maybe one could retrieve some of those and use them to write them differently and explore these stories, these voices, these perspectives in a way that he never dreamt of. So he was one font of, material for me from that period. Plus, of course, crime fiction also got written around that time. So those also I read. A lot of Bangla crime fiction, which were, again, demonizing women. A lot of them really, really demonized any kind of woman who transgressed in any way. Adulterous relationship, or the kind that we know as badass nowadays. So any kind of badassness was not to be tolerated. So they were seen as, awful words are used for them. Kal Nagini, Sarpini, and so, serpents. So there is this wealth of material that's there, and which could then be used and kind of reworked in a novel that I thought I was writing. So that became my research. And of course, one had read historical crime fiction. I mean, my absolute favorite is Margaret Atwood's Alias Grace, which is not in that sense, can't be categorized as crime, but it's such a wonderful, wonderful novel about this maid who is a killer. And then she goes into this whole thing of whether she was evil or not. And you never, even by the end of the book, you don't figure out, how to conclude what to say about Grace, whether she was evil, whether she was good intentioned. She remains an enigma. So, so historical crime fiction, but I think for me, Priyanath Mukhopadhyay's work really became
You said he was a daroga.
He was a daroga himself.
In somewhere in rural Bengal.
No, Kolkata. He was a Kolkata inspector. His work was serialized for over a decade. I think close to 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken. They were called Daroga Daftar.
Okay, it sounds almost like a carryover term from the Mughal. And in your book too.
Because in any case, the Mughals, Bengal was one of the biggest supers, right?
Okay.
So the Mughals were, and I think a lot of Persian influences in not just Bengali, but in the folk also, right? Or came from through Persian connect.
That's something new which I've learned. And Shampa, the point that you made about women being the center of the crime fiction, and more often than not, probably being demonized, which means what kind of crime fiction was it that was being written at that time?
Oh, these are pretty much, a lot of them are mimicries of the home. So,
okay.
A lot of these were centered around a male detective. But strangely, the male detective would come up against a female adversary. Yes.
Scandal in Bohemia.
In fact, there's a criminal mastermind in the novels of, I don't know if you want to know these names. Pachkari De was a very, very popular novelist of the early 20th century Bengal crime writing. And in his writings, there is this woman who is like a criminal mastermind. And the detective, there are 3 or 4 novels devoted to his trying to vanquish her and, demolish her gang.
Like a female Moriarty.
Like a female Moriarty, exactly. But you're never allowed to sympathize with her. You never give her a backstory. You never really, allowed to hear her voice, though you can, if you want to, read against the grain. But you can see that the narrator doesn't want you to, that the dominant narrative voice is one of heavy criticism against this woman who is not a good woman, who's not a good wife, doesn't want to get married, doesn't want to do any things that
one was expected to, that a Bengali Bhadra Mahila was expected to do or accomplish. So she's very smart. She's smart as a whip, but that also goes against her, that kind of intelligence. These were things that I read, and if you ask me what was a startling thing for me to find during the research, two things really. One, that there was an actual female detective who would be used by these police station, by the thanas. She was not but free-floating kind of young widows, perhaps. They're not mentioned in a lot of the cases, but they are mentioned in a couple, enough for me to sort of sit up and feel surprised that who's this woman? And so they would say, call her, and she will help us then figure out the secrets of a certain
There's a
case.
term which you use for these,
May Goenda, so girl detective. That's
okay.
the word. That's the phrase that they use. So she's like a. She's obviously not somebody very high up in the pecking order at all. But she's there. She is like this liminal, marginalized figure lurking there, and that itself is fascinating for me. That who is she? Where does she come from? Can one sort of dig up more about her? I wasn't able to, but she's there. And the other startling thing for me was to see that despite there being so much heavy disciplining of these female figures, that, you can't wear this, you can't eat these things, you can't read these education is being denied to most of them, etc. And especially if you're a widow, then your life is pretty much over. There is so much of rebellion against that also that's going on. That's what these crime stories seem to bring out. Because the punishment often is for some sort of infraction that has been. So either they've had adulterous relationships, or they've eloped with someone, or trying to elope. There's this fascinating story where, Priyanath comes across this young girl who has eloped with a lover. And she has then been left by the wayside by that lover, who was clearly after whatever wealth she was wearing all her jewelry and was. So he has, robbed her of all that, and he's left her there. Now he thinks that he will, Daroga Priyanath now thinks that he will rescue this girl. But she doesn't really want to go back home. So, there's this curious kind of disconnect between him wanting to act the savior and her saying, but I don't want to return. So, whereas you would think that she would be a very grateful recipient of his rescue gestures, but that's not how it works out. And he, of course, is saying throughout that, horrible girl, and is she a prostitute, and what is this? And so there is that criticism constantly. But as I said, if you want, you can read this differently, as an act of female agency. And,
so the discovery of the female detective was something which you sort of came across serendipitously while doing your research. You've got a character like that in your novel, a girl called Bama.
In fact, that's the name of the female, the May Goenda in the source material.
Would you read out maybe a little passage just to give us a sense of what Bama is all about?
So this is where the detective, Dhananjay Lahiri, is kind of at the end of his tether. He doesn't know how to move ahead in his case. And his sidekick, who's not usually very bright and or enterprising, suddenly comes up with this idea of the female detective because he's heard of it. So I'll just read these paragraphs. The two policemen sat for a while in despondent silence, watching the smoke of their cigarettes curl upwards in a spiral. Dhananjay took off his spectacles to rub the bridge of his nose and put them back again. And just then, Bansidhar felt his spine tingle with excitement. He gaped at joy as suddenly, from some deep recess of his mind, an idea came thundering. Brimming with excitement, he grabbed Dhananjay's arm and shouted, "Joy, I have thought of something. We can get a May Goenda, a girl detective, to find out a few things for us from the Rajbari women." The Rajbari is where the crime has happened. Then he elaborated on what he meant when he saw the flummoxed expression on Dhananjay's face. It was Daroga Shamacharan who had explained this strange phenomenon of a girl detective to Bansi yesterday. And then there is this little flashback of how that explanation happened, etc. But anyway, I'll just skip that. And then he says, "What do you think, Dhananjay? Didn't you say Kamini is looking for a new assistant in the kitchen? If we can get Bama and train her for a day or two, she can be the kitchen hand that Kamini is looking for. And while she's working there, not only can she talk to Puti, she can also be our eyes and ears. She can report to us anything that might help our case." Dhananjay was staring at his friend as though Bansi had just offered a pot full of Amrit to him. "That's a brilliant idea, Bansi. A stroke of genius, absolute genius." He clapped his friend's shoulders energetically. Bansi finally understood what it meant to be over the moon, etc. I'll just skip to the part where Bama walks into the house. The very next day, a letter was sent to Shamacharan. Dhananjay had urged Bansi to tell his friend that there was no time to lose. Bama, the May Goenda, that weird thing, that Bansi had talked about, came to their house the following evening. Dhananjay was taken aback when he saw her. But then he reproached himself for feeling surprised. What was he expecting? He wasn't quite sure. The very notion of a May Goenda, in fact, had boggled his mind. He had tried imagining what she might look like and failed. And then when he saw Bama, he was struck by the fact that he would have walked past the thin, bright-eyed girl on the road without ever being able to guess that she worked as a Goenda, as a detective, that is. But that was a good thing, wasn't it? He chided himself. It meant she could blend in wherever she needed to. As they explained everything to her, the young woman tilted her chin and listened to them with the utmost attention. Finally, she nodded. "Theek ache, Bansidhar Babu. I'll go there tomorrow and tell Kamini I've heard she's been looking for someone to help her in the kitchen."
Yeah, that was nice. Thank you, Shampa. Both of you have created characters, detective characters, that are not at all molded along the Holmesian lines or the lines of any Western detective. These detective characters are completely rooted in the Indian milieu, though the milieus are very different. One is Mughal India and the other one is colonial Bengal. And all the characters that surround these detectives are also very different, which is what makes the both books, I felt, a very enriching read. You learn so much without realizing that you're actually learning. So coming to characterization, because that's actually very important when it comes to crime fiction, how did you come up with the detective characters that you have created? Muzaffar Jung, who's a nobleman, but he has access to all parts of society, and Inspector Dhananjay Lahiri, who is actually a rural boy who becomes a police inspector in the Calcutta police service. So maybe you want to go first?
Okay. Okay, so Muzaffar Jung is actually, though he's a nobleman, he's a maverick. He's an outright maverick. And, Mughal India was, Mughal Delhi was not a place where, which was, as you can imagine, it was not, it was a society which was riddled with schisms. So you had different classes, you had different castes, you had different communities. Of course, and not just that, what a lot of people don't realize is that Mughal Delhi was a hugely cosmopolitan place as well. So you had, there was this man called, I've forgotten what his name was. I think his name was Suraj Bhan Bhandari or something like that. He was a chronicler of the historical period, the Mughal period. And he has actually written, there's this whole section where he talks about the different countries from where people used to come to live in Delhi. And he talks about people coming from Mahachin, which is China, Cathay, and Egypt, and Persia, Abyssinia. In fact, the Kotwals of Delhi, there was a long tradition of having Abyssinian Kotwals. I mean, who would have thought, right? You don't think of, you know that Persians were there in Delhi, but you don't realize that there were Kotwals were often Abyssinians. Then, so there were people from all across the world in Delhi at that time. It was your melting pot. So it was a very fractured society also, because obviously people from, we are not, I think most Indians are not the most open-minded of people. So I would think that at that time, with so many different communities, so many different nationalities, religions, castes, etc., it would have been a very tense place. And you would stick to your own kind, right? You would stick to your own community, your own, if you were a Hindu or something, you would stick to your own caste and whatever. But Muzaffar, I think of as a man who is more broad-minded. So he's happy being friends with whoever comes his way. So in fact, in Crimson City, one person he makes really good friends with is a man who's, he's a sort of a clerk to a cloth merchant. And similarly, Muzaffar has a very good friend who's a boatman on the Yamuna. So Muzaffar is this, he gets about, makes friends with the oddest of people. And interestingly, he does not think of his wife as being just a pretty little thing to be kept at home. So he has a lot of respect for her intelligence. And when Shireen is Muzaffar's wife, when she tries to help him in his work, he actually welcomes that help, and he actually asks for her help as well. So he asks for her advice, and he takes that advice as well. So I think in many ways Muzaffar is actually me. He's actually me, but in a different period. So he thinks the way I think. So he is not really a 17th century Mughal man. He is actually 21st century me. So, yeah.
That's interesting. Are you on the same page with your detective Dhananjay?
Yes, because again, I think Dhananjay Lahiri was supposed to be the alter ego to Priyanath. So, somebody who was not at all going to be like him, but also not at all like Holmes. So that also...
He doesn't like Holmes.
He does not like Holmes also. In fact, as I read, that's something that I learned as I read Priyanath's work also, that detection work is nothing like what it is made out to be in these, Western models that a lot of Bengali readers were reading also. So it was a lot of legwork. It was also a lot of going to very difficult places. Priyanath loves to moan about that, I don't have a choice, my boss has been haranguing me, and he's a British boss, what can I say? So even if it's Durga Puja, I have to go. So he's quite a moaner also. But he does end up going to, different kinds of places within Bengal, but difficult rural places. Meeting all kinds of idiosyncratic individuals, a lot of whom will clam up when they realize it's a policeman who will not want to talk. Equally, there are places where he'll meet people who are very eager to talk. So, so that's what constitutes detection for him. He's not an amateur detective. He's a policeman. So there's a difference. And that's what I also wanted to come through in the Dhananjay Lahiri kind of detection, that it's also physically hard work. That it's a lot of walking, it's a lot of meeting people. It's not sudden sparks of inspiration that are happening. It's careful, patient piecing together of things that go on, and there is no forensic science to help them. So it's also reading of body language, listening to accounts by people, etc. So those are the things that kind of inspired me. But yes, it is a modern sensibility in the sense that he definitely does not have Priyanath's patriarchal attitudes at all. Misogyny, in fact, I would say.
he is, I sort of liked him because I felt that there was something about him which you kept away from the reader. He doesn't come out fully in front of the reader.
That's true.
Which is interesting. Plus,
also probably because I wanted the other characters to come across.
So he has that element of mystery. Both your characters are enigmatic in their own way, which I think makes for a very good detective. You're the reader is kind of engaged with that too. Now, when it comes to you've written Madhulika. Your book has a lot about the multiculturalism of Delhi at that time, the different castes and communities and the social tensions that were there. Also, you have in Crimson City, that was what engaged me a lot, that you described the Hindu and the Muslim relationships, and how they were. And how, now that, that period of history is such a contested topic, how do you approach your responsibility as a writer, and and how accurate are you when it comes to depicting the reality, and then also bringing in your imagination?
I feel very strongly that a lot of people have the wrong impression about history. So, for instance, on the one hand, you talk about Aurangzeb being a bigot, which he was, which he definitely was, and he did a lot of really horrible things. But you also need to remember that a lot of that was political. The problem was not that he sort of destroyed Hindu temples and all because of the religious aspect, but say it was a lot of it was politically motivated. So, for instance, not many people realize that of all the emperors, of all the Mughal emperors, Aurangzeb was the one who had the largest number of Hindu mansabdars. You always think of Akbar as being the most tolerant and the most broad-minded and all that. But Aurangzeb was the one who had the largest number of Hindu mansabdars, which is there's something odd there, right? There's something odd about that. And also, if you go back in time, so for instance, setting aside the Muzaffar Jung series, I am writing this series called the Delhi Quartet, which is historical fiction. It's not crime fiction, but it's historical fiction, and there's a set of novels which are set against a backdrop of 800 years of Delhi's history. So for that I researched early Mughal history as well, and the sort of things you come across. So, for instance, I don't know how many of you have heard of Hemu. Hemu was this man who was briefly, for about a month or so, he was officially the king of Delhi. Right? He crowned himself, Raja Hemchandra something. And, there was this whole thing about, that, we will have Ramraj and all that. But Hemu came to the throne on the backs of he had a huge Afghan, his best generals were all Afghans. So, you have to keep in mind that thing, that what we think of kings and religion as being a sort of in Hindi it's called a lakir. So it's not engraved in stone. It is not etched in stone. And loyalties went across based on politics, not so much on religion. So I try to talk about that. I try and show that, it's not so much about religion. There is that, Muzaffar realizes that, yes, there is a religious boundary. So when, for instance, he goes to somebody's house, this man is a Hindu, and Muzaffar goes to his house to investigate the kidnapping of this man's little son. And, Muzaffar briefly wonders if he's going to be given something to eat or drink. Then he remembers that, okay, this is a Hindu household. I will not be given anything to eat, or that sort of thing. That you realize that it is there, You are not offended by it. You don't say that, okay, this is a personal attack on me. This is just how these people are. You know, and you accept it. As long as it is not hatred, you respect the difference.
Yeah, I think that that is what came through when I read that particular passage that you're describing. It struck me that, yes, there seemed to be a lot of respect for the differences, which probably allowed them to coexist. And so that was very interesting. Shampa, when we come to Bengal, you have very, very poignantly described the plight of widows. And that, in fact, seems to be like a running strand through the book. And you talk about, the moral policing and the isolation, but also with all that, how they are sort of exploited in all kinds of ways. So when you looked at this particular aspect during your research and your writing, what did you understand about gender and power politics at that time? And how far have we come since then?
I think, again, as I was saying, yes, they were victims, yes, they were exploited, yes, they were expected to follow absolutely untenable kind of rules regarding lives, regarding food, regarding mobility, clothing, etc. But at the same time, what was surprising for me was how much they also pushed back, so many of them did. So any kind of sexual expression, of course, was totally, out of the question. What I've also tried to do is look at a widow of a certain class. So she's not also an upper class widow. She's a widow who is working as a cook in the Rajbari household. So, which means that even though she's upper caste, she's oppressed in terms of class. So does she even deserve a full-fledged investigation? Does her death or murder even deserve that kind of investigation or attention? That's a question that Bansi, for instance, brings up, and Dhananjay says that everybody does. So this whole idea of equality also that I've tried to, and she's not just upper caste, she's also upper caste of a certain kind, in the sense she's Kulin Brahmin, where the women were expected to marry a Brahmin of a certain subsect. So, which meant that very old Brahmins could marry extremely young girls, because there weren't that many, men, Kulin Brahmin men, which was absolutely horrifying, which was absolutely shocking. But parents forced girls to do that. And once those much older men obviously died, and they could marry multiple women, because there weren't that many Kulin Brahmin men. So, and once they died, these very young girls had to follow this life. They had to wear white, they couldn't eat fish, which is a huge thing for Wongs. Yeah. And they had to fast on several days. They couldn't go anywhere. And of course, chastity for the rest of celibacy for the rest of their lives. So, and I remember there's this very poignant, that's the word that you used, line in Chokhir Bali, in Tagore's Chokhir Bali. I think it's in Rituparna Ghosh's film, and perhaps not in the novel, where someone says to Aishwarya Rai's character, she's a widow, she's a very young widow, that Jagdish Chandra Bose has found out that plants are sentient beings. And she says, she's this young widow, and she says that how strange that the Bengali intelligentsia should see plants and be able to see life in them, whereas there are these half-dead women, so many of them leading these death-in-life kind of lives, and they've never noticed. They've never bothered with us. So, it's really, really very tragic as you read. And the kind of crimes that get committed. Some of them also end up committing crimes also of certain kinds. They elope or whatever. I won't go into all those details. But yes, I would expect that that crimes of that kind would resonate with us as well, because we still have honor killings. We still have, I mean, let alone harassment and all that. And I live in Delhi. So, it's synonymous with crimes against women. But this tussle between modernity on the one hand, we talk about autonomy for women, we talk about rights for women, but on the other, this refusal to grant them agency, the refusal to hear their voices, to learn anything from their perspectives. That's something which is an ongoing thing. So I don't see gender studies ever kind of becoming, anachronistic. So.
Thank you. We are short of time now. We've reached the end of our discussion, and now we are open to any questions from the audience. I'm sure there are. I can see raised hands.
Oh, okay. I know there's somebody with the mic at the back. Can't hear you. Could you just...
Yeah, because it's an all-woman panel, I feel privileged to ask this question. There's this book I read called Rooms of One's Own. It's written by Virginia Woolf. I'm sure you would know about it. It talks about how, as a female writer, there's a lot of disruptions, especially when we write. Like household responsibilities, or if you're doing a job with that and everything. So how was it writing the book? Did you have a lot of disruptions? Yeah, something on those lines. My question is for both the authors.
I actually, at the time when I wrote Crimson City, I did not have those many disruptions. But you know what? I think my first book was published in 2009. So I've been writing for a long time now. And I think I've got used to thinking of housework as just a part of life. I don't think of it as a disruption anymore, because I know that I'm doing that while at the time I'm writing as well. So unless there's a third thing coming into the equation, I don't even think about it anymore. So I have begun to plan my writing, taking into consideration that disruption is always going to be there. So yeah, I think it's something which has come through experience. That's it.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up Virginia Woolf, one of my absolutely favorite writers. Yes, she talks about the importance of a room of one's own, and women are, I don't think women can ever afford to have that completely interruption-free sort of existence. But I think women are also born multitaskers. So I think that helps a lot. And that term perhaps never existed in Woolf's time. I don't know what she was complaining about, though. If you go, I've been to the house where she sat and wrote, and she had this fantastic writer's room, and I doubt anybody ever disturbed her. So, and a beautiful library full of books. But I think women, as Madhulika also said, it's ingrained in us. I think we learn to adapt to any kind of situation, and we don't wait for that special privileged moment when everything will sort of fall silent and we will be able to write. So we write as we go along with various disruptions and disturbances. So.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is to Madhulika. See, during your conversation you said, Aurangzeb, even though he committed a lot of atrocities, it was from a political viewpoint. And subsequently, the other person, Hemachandra, he wanted to create a Ramarajya, so he employed a lot of Afghan rulers for whatever ends, Does it make it legitimate?
No, it does not make it.
Because see, when this Navkali happened, Gandhi said, we'll stop the, agitation. He said, I don't want to do these kind of things. So he was more bothered about the means rather than the end. But in this case, does it justify?
I don't think it justifies. Nothing can justify violence. That is my belief, that nothing can justify violence. So the point I was trying to make was not that. I was not trying to say that it is justified. All I'm saying is that you have to take it. You cannot look at sort of history through such a narrow lens. You have to take into consideration other points of view. And the sad part is that we've started sort of trying to learn history through bite-sized nuggets, which do not bring in the nuances. And I'm not even saying that you go to my book to learn the nuances. I'm not a historian. I have never made it. I've never tried to claim that I'm a historian. I'm not. But you should definitely try and understand the nuances which might have been there. Go to a proper historian, to people who actually know the period. And, as I said again, nothing can justify violence. Absolutely nothing.
There's a question here. I think that will be the last one.
Hello, it was a pleasure listening to both of you. I have a very prosaic and boring question. The boring question is, every detective writer's aim is crime writer's aim is to make sure that the reader stays with them till the end, and then you serve up the twist or whatever it is in the last page. Now, given that at that time you don't have access to a lot of shorthand or telegraph, as you may say, such as forensic evidence, DNA testing, all the cool stuff that we have now, how do you structure your plots in a way that it unravels itself like an onion, a layer after a layer comes out? Because otherwise, no matter, ma'am, with due respect, how much nuance or cuteness there is, all of us who read crime fiction, we want to know who did it. So how do you keep us guessing till the end is my question. How do you structure your plots, in short?
That's a huge question. Yeah. I think it's Patricia Highsmith who wrote that talented Mr. Ripley, who says that a good piece of writing writes itself. No, that does not happen. It's a lot of hard work, But yes, your point is well taken, which is that at that time there was no forensic science. There's no DNA testing is a game changer. None of those things are there. But I think what was there, or what I could put into my novel, was a study of people. So that's the looking at body language, for instance. Taking cues from the way a person is speaking, the way they will not make eye contact, or they will make too much eye contact. So these are things that Dhananjay Lahiri is supposed to be good at picking up. And so that's what makes him a good detective. And in fact, that's what he thinks also sets him apart from, say, a police detective like Reid, R-E-I-D, who was a big name at that time and who had written about policing in contemporary Kolkata, and who had said that evil will always look a certain way. And Dhananjay says that that's not the case, that evil can come in all shapes and sizes and forms. So, so that kind of openness to these ideas about crime, about criminality, human psychology, interest in human behavior, etc., that's what sets him apart. And that's what makes it more interesting. Because I personally am not interested in a Kathy Reichs kind of a novel, which is all about forensics and opening up of the body and all that. So this worked well for me, even though, as you said, there is no science in that sense.
I actually think that too much of the forensics business gets a little dry. I find it a little dry. But on the other hand, a detective who is actually a keen observer of not just human nature, but who's actually observant enough to be able to find clues where your average unobservant onlooker may not find. I think that is an interesting detective. But one way of keeping the interest going is to have little twists thrown in now and then, So you just when you feel that, okay, this person sounds like the most likely suspect, you realize that, oops, this person got murdered.
or something like that, So I think that is one way of keeping the interest going and of having clues emerge slowly now and then in different ways, not necessarily just through interrogations. So there are different ways of doing it, but I think that requires a good long session of its own.
I think we are done now. Thank you for being a great audience. And thank you both. She said you can use the mic. Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry. I was speaking into space. Thank you for being a very great audience. Thank you for the questions. And I thank my panelists for a very enlightening discussion.
Thank you, panelists. So we move on to the next one. It is Murder in Mahim, and this will go on between 4 and 4:45. This session explores the intersections of crime fiction, emotion, and the city. Please welcome the much-loved and the much-awarded Jerry Pinto, author of Murder in Mahim, in conversation with author Samyukta Bhaumik.
Ooh, very bright lights up here. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Should we give everyone a minute or so to settle?
Can we have the house lights on a little and these spotlights dimmed? I'm beginning to get blind.
Yeah. Okay, so let's.
I don't think anyone's paying
No
attention.
one is paying attention. Okay. Okay, so let's kick off. It has been such a fun day so far from a crime writing perspective. I mean, we have been wallowing in crime since morning with, alibis and dead bodies and whatnot. So it's really been quite fun. And it's about to get funner, I think, because with me we've got the inimitable Mr. Jerry Pinto. What does one even ask him? It's a cliche to say that you need no introduction, Jerry, but in this case, I think it really works. So I wanted to start with you have been so prolific. So I think you have not really started with crime. You've started with poetry, I think, and then M in the Big Whom was this kind of literary fiction, this moving treatise about family and mental health. You've done translations, you've done nonfiction, you've done so much. So before going into you as a crime writer, I wanted to ask, were you a crime reader? Like, what did you read, especially when you were younger?
Oh, I was omnivorous. I read anything. I mean, I read the backs of envelopes. I read other people's mail. I read diaries. I read anything that was lying around. According to me, if you've written it, you mean it to be read. So don't pretend that you're hiding things. You're hiding stuff and whatnot. It's simple. So I read everything. And I remember the first time we ever bought a book was The Mousetrap by Agatha Christie, short stories. It's still at home. We bought it for the princely sum of 3 rupees 50 paise, a new copy, and it's still at home, a Signet classic. So I've read crime fiction all my life, and I read it kind of like, Shampas just said that she doesn't like Kathy Reichs. I think Kathy Reichs is fine. I like Patricia Cornwell. I like, take off all the bits and look and pull out little bits and stuff like that. All of it is great stuff. But there's kind of like what you might call entertainments and illuminations, right? So when you're reading, you read sometimes for entertainment and you read sometimes for illumination. Now, a very, very good crime book is an entertainment and an illumination too. So I would say, for instance, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil by John Berendt, entertainment and illumination. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, fun, lovely entertainment, but not to be taken terribly seriously.
So that's a great segue into my next question, which is, for Murder in Mahim, which is such a great book. I mean, it just stands by itself as a crime story. You have all of the twists and turns. You have the kind of the really memorable detective and the memorable characters. But there's, of course, also a social narrative that's kind of going through it, right? It was set right after the repealing of Section 377, and there's a very strong theme of that running through. So for you, when you were writing it, how did you balance those two things? Or was there a particular driving force, or did you think about it primarily as a murder mystery and then add the theme afterwards? I'm sure you didn't, but how did you balance that?
When 377 was read down by the Delhi High Court, there was a moment of general jubilation because we'd stepped out of that company of Syria, Iran, North Korea. All the bad boys had homosexuality on their list of crimes and on their list of sins. And let's not pretend that sin and crime are two very independent and different things. Your notion of what a sin is will define your notion of what a crime is. So crime, religion, sin, legal systems, they're all in bed together in one happy rat king of enjoyment. Okay? Enjoyment from the moral perspective. So when 377 was read down, I thought, yay, we've actually made one step forward. And then the Supreme Court, Lord love them, they're wonderful, honorable justices who have spent so much time thinking that they come up with the most incredibly beautiful arguments. And they said, no, 377 is back on the books. And so I went out and everybody was protesting. So I went out and protested too. And then there was a picture of me in the papers. And someone said, noted author Jerry Pinto at gay demonstration. And my entire family began to talk. Okay? He's not married, see? He likes colored kurtas, see? He does writing, man. They are all like that only in the writing business. Okay? It was like that. I mean, everybody was like, everyone had a lovely time. And then people would ring me up from time to time and say, we saw in the papers and all, we saw your picture. And I'd say, I don't know. And they'd say, what do you mean you don't know? And I'd say, you're asking, are you gay? And I'd say, I don't know. I may not have just met the right man yet. And when I do, who knows what might happen? And they say, oh, very funny, huh? Like that he talks, he's sophisticated. Which in my family is a terrible insult. Sophisticated people are kind of, like, oh. Anyway, so I looked at all of this and I thought, and my family is generally a bunch of educated people, and God help us all, they're most of them teachers. So you can imagine what they're teaching. Anyway, so I thought should write about this, but if I had decided to say homosexuality is a perfectly normal thing and we should all be respectful of each other's choices, who would read it? Sophisticated people only. Okay? But everybody likes a good murder mystery, right? I mean, if you think about it, you have to just say tandoor murder, as Mr. Pereira did, and everyone thinks, oh, that one, nah? You know them, you have a whole stock of dead bodies in your head. We all like a good murder mystery because the murder mystery forces us to confront the elephant in the room, death. You're going to die. You don't want to think about this. But in a murder mystery, the dead body appears and, my God, it vanishes. It's suddenly just a set of clues. It's just a set of like possibilities. It's a story. It's not smelling. It's not about the great disruption of the social order that is caused when one person is murdered, when one life is cut short. So we go into the murder mystery armed with our fear of death and allow it to be defanged. So I thought that would be a good way to put in my social narrative and to say that, hey, we are all just looking for a little bit of tenderness. And in a city like Bombay, how precious is tenderness? How precious is the gentle touch of reassurance of someone who affirms you in body and in spirit in that moment of connection. And how can any government want to legislate this out of existence? How can you even try? Do you know that the only time that the blue whales were ever caught having sex, they were two male whales. Blue whales? Like, you up to that too, you sophisticated beasts?
That's great, thank you. I was just, I pulled up my phone because as I was telling you backstage, I did ask, as we all do nowadays, AI, right?
Speak for yourself, sister.
Before this session. But it came up with a very nice, and I thought this throughout reading your book as well, that whether he's capturing the tender eccentricities of domestic life or uncovering the dark underbelly of the city, Jerry's writing always manages to find the profound humanity at the heart of every story.
I love AI.
You gotta love it. I mean, you know, it's like, that's exactly what I wanted to say, so thank you. No, but I do think it's true because you managed to write about the very dark, gritty side of, and I want to come to, by the way, Mahim as a setting, right? But you managed to kind of walk through it with a little bit of lightheartedness. I mean, again, as I told you, I love the character whose name was Jotin Perry that you put in, which is, of course, an anagram of Jerry Pinto. And so you could really see a lot of signs of you just having fun with it. And then your main character, again, I'll quote from Raymond Chandler. There's a very famous Raymond Chandler quote that says, "Down these mean streets a man must go who is not himself mean, who is neither tarnished nor afraid." And that kind of reminded me of Peter Fernandez, right? Yeah. So and I wanted to ask you about your detective and the police as well, but how did you come up with that whole relationship and your main character here?
Okay, to begin with, many things. One of them was that after M in the Big Home, everybody thought I should write about, I don't know, life after M, or do another book like that. And I've always believed that the only thing that you really need to strive for is freedom. You get to choose your shit, right? If you want to write another book, you want to write 10 books about what's happening in your life, that's what you do. I wanted to look at what is it like to have a really ordinary, loving couple. A man and a woman who've been together for 20, 30 years. You know, she smells of mint and coconut oil. He has to rush home because his bladder is not kind of like, you know, holding up in the way it used to. So he has to cut a walk short because he got to go home and pee. I wanted those two characters to come into my fiction. And I want to see, what do you do when you're thrown a curveball? Because your son can't decide whether he might be gay or not, because he had a very, very deep relationship with a young man who then became a woman. So is he gay or is he straight? No one knows. And then at the end of the day, I wanted to try and guide these two to the recognition that they love this little fellow anyway. They love him. And if he's gay, he's gay. If he's straight, he's straight. If he's severally twisted, he's severally twisted. As we are all probably severally twisted, given half chance and given some bravery and enough drugs. You know. I said, and the other thing that I also find fascinating is, what is the nature of male friendship like, really? I'm not saying, "Ye do city, not that kind of epic where I will die for you friendship, but the kind of friendship that says you're very different. One person calls the other Peter. He has never, Jane Day in my head has never said Peter. He's always said Peter, because that's how he sees his friend. It's a Peter, okay? Well, if these two very different people, how do they get together? How do they, you know, that bottle of RC between them, and RC is a general in the community, in the Roman Catholic community, RC is our national drink, RC Royal Challenge, RC Roman Catholic. You know, right? It's cheap and it does the job, yeah? It smells and tastes vaguely like whiskey also. That's all we need. Sorry, this is not like a hidden commercial for RC. I'm just saying, I'm fascinated by how people can be friends with each other. I wanted to throw all this in, and then I wanted to say that really our national epidemic is loneliness. if you think you're not lonely now, just wait 30 years. Till your children have abandoned you and gone to America, till your friends have died, till you're alone and sick and you can't go out anywhere. It's coming. It's there. It's another of those elephants in the room. How do we deal with the fact? And how is it that we can think of our cities where a man may live for 15 months without seeing his family, without seeing his wife, living in a room with 6 other men at the prime of his sexual life? And to think that situational homosexuality is something that only happens in abroad or in jails and stuff. Figure it out, folks. You reach out because we are built to reach out. We are built to make bridges between each other. Why would you care about fiction? Plato warned you, Socrates warned you. He told you, get those poets out of the Republic because they are liars. They tell you what is not true. Well, fuck you, Socrates. Right? Because no one reads you now, but I can say Oedipus Rex and you'll remember. Oedipus was the world's first detective. He is there in the middle of his court. And the people come to him and say, a great crime has been committed. A great disruption of the social order. And you as king, you must find out who has done it. And Oedipus sets out as a detective to find who has become the criminal and comes on full circle to himself. He is the criminal. The detective is the criminal. Agatha Christie steals this. Spoiler alert. You know the name? Shout it out. Anne Curtin, where Poirot himself, does the job. Anyway, now think about this. Detective fiction is therefore older than the form of the book. The book comes to us at a time when, again, to go back to Socrates, Socrates is telling people, the book will make you stupid. Writing will make you dim. Your memory will fail you. But Sophocles has already written Oedipus Rex. Sophocles is older than the book. What you see as the book, as detective fiction, existed before the book. Big round of applause called for.
I feel like I need to...
That's a big round of applause.
I feel like I should just throw away the rest of my questions, honestly. There's no segue from that. But I love that because, we were talking again before about how, should crime, because there is this whole discussion came up earlier, should crime have a social message? Because a lot of the time you are writing about things that are very current, that are very political, but, there's that whole dichotomy of should a social message be superimposed? And as you say, all writing is political in that sense, and all writing accomplishes that.
So fundamentally, the detective novel bases itself on the possibility, and it is a very slim possibility, of justice. Right. Hidden in the corner of the room, one of the third elephants in that room, man, it's a freaking stable. Just elephants all over the place, is justice, right? And if justice is to be served, then we must believe in the justice system. Put up your hands if you believe in the justice system. This is the real problem that we are faced with as detective fiction writers or crime fiction writers. In our system, you can have a high-profile case where a young man pulls out a gun and shoots a bartender for not giving him a drink, and the bullet goes missing. Ooh. Sleight of hand, the bullet went missing. Which is why in Murder in Mahim, there is no involvement of the justice system. We don't believe in justice. Our system is unjust, and we are the beneficiaries of the injustice. Okay? And how did I discover this? I discovered this when I went abroad. I went with a whole bunch for 6 months to England for some call fellowship from the British Council, tung ting tong. And I took all my my cotton shirts, and I thought, I'm not going to iron shirts in London. I'm there to enjoy, London's great and manifold pleasures. So I thought I should find someone who will iron my shirts. So I asked a friend, I said, who can iron my shirts? She gave me a slight twisted smile, and she said, you want a shirt service, Jerry? And I said, yeah, well, if you call it that, then I want a shirt service, yeah. So she said, well, you're in Charing, in whatever, Old Compton Road or whatever it was. There's one round the corner. I went there, and he said, to iron a shirt is £8. At that point in time, in Delhi, Mr. Bissell was willing to sell me a new cotton shirt for 480 rupees. I wasn't going to get this iron. I learned how to iron my shirts. And I learned how I became I was in India, the beneficiary of poverty. Every day, that same job was done for me by a Bihari young man who did it for 2 rupees. Same work. But his poverty makes him do it for 2 rupees, and the wealth of a British society gives the charge is now £8. If you live with this injustice, have you incorporated it into your life without thinking about it? Why is the criminal justice system something that you are worried about when you are the beneficiary of an unjust system? How can we believe in the possibility of justice when it is denied every day to 90% of our country? I just finished a book on palliative care. India produces the largest amount of morphine in the world, legal morphine. Our cousins, our friends across the border probably produce a lot more illegal morphine, but we produce the most legal morphine. What is the percentage of our nation that have adequate access to pain relief? 4%. Because we export all the morphine. And we earn dollars. We live with incorporated injustice. How is the detective novel to work? What is the expectation of justice? Big up round of applause for it.
I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to bring this back into some sort of
So therefore the moral, the notion of the social,
yes.
of the social message, I believe that it is a choice.
Right.
I believe that you can choose, you must write as you want to write. Because otherwise then, if people now walk into art galleries and they want a social message behind the art. Why? It's art. The door itself is stopping any poor person from coming in. The price tag means that anyone who buys it is willing to spend lakhs and therefore has a lot more money than is probably good for them. Why would you want that to have a social message? But from the potato peelers onwards, from the time of, when we decided, we looked at Turner and said, not one poor person in Turner. He never painted a poor person. Right? We've decided that now we'll take poverty and question it in art galleries. Right. Like in art galleries, where the poor are so welcome.
Right. Exactly.
Not so, no? Really not so. How do you do this? So what is the next step? The next step is when you talk to the artist or you talk to the writer and you say, you have done this book on so-and-so poor people, what are you doing for them? Now apparently, Writers are supposed to be government also. We are supposed to look after the poor. We are not just supposed to write about them, we are supposed to look after them as well.
Yeah, or like the photographers who take pictures and it's like, well, did you do anything to help? It's like, no, because I would
think if you choose to do something to help, yeah, sure, go ahead. But it's not part of the job description. Okay? So in modern Mahim, I would think there is a very strong social message. I think the strong social message is, who do you hurt when you love? Right? That's the social message. Now, as I said in the beginning, I wrote the book because I had a social message. But tomorrow, I wrote a book about a teddy bear, yeah? A kidnapping of a teddy bear. I hope it made people laugh. I hope it made some kid sit up in the middle of the night thinking, oh God, what's going to happen to the teddy bear? And as we all did, reading under the bed sheet with a torch, because parents have said, go to bed now, you have to get up in the morning for school tomorrow, and you're reading quietly. I hope things like that happen. Because that's also one of the joys of reading. Joy. Just joy. P.G. Woodhouse, right? Like, how many social messages are there? You should not rob cow creamers. And I think that is a good social message. Please don't rob a cow creamer from your host. Okay? At that lovely moment when he's trying, Pongo Twistleton comes in and, you know, someone says, the maid says, you gave me a start, sir. You gave me a start, maid, said Pongo. Making 2 starts in all, said Pongo, who had taken maths in school.
There's actually a wonderful P.G. Woodhouse short story called Crime Wave at Blandings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, where they all get one air rifle and everybody shoots the secretary.
And I think the shooting of the secretary, that moment, like who is he chosen, that efficient Baxter? He is the killjoy in the room who would be asking, where is your social message, sir?
All right, well, I hate to switch gears, but I think we're all dying to get into that head of yours, so I will switch gears.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just as an academic exercise, not for any long period of time. Right? But so a lot has been said today about research as well. And you talk about the police here. The police is it's a very nuanced depiction of the police without giving away any spoilers, although this was, I hope that's okay, because it's published a while ago. The police are complicit, so they're implicated, and as you say, no one has that much faith in our institutions. But the main character of Inspector Jende, he is a great guy. He's not corrupt, he's not, so how, first of all, did you do a lot of research? Also, a question came up earlier where someone asked, is it possible to write a crime novel without doing research? If you're still here, please come and see me afterwards, because I did no research for my novel at all. So I am the opposite extreme. But everybody else here who spoke today seems to have done a crazy ton of research.
And you believed all of them.
Well, they're all journalists, it seems. So I did. Like Rudranil was talking about how he wrote about a metro journey, and he did the journey just to see like how long it would take.
No. I totally trust them. I mean, they probably did a lot of research, but don't believe. They're all fiction writers. Come on. When you meet a fiction writer, what you need to, like what the demand is, like when you go up to a fiction writer, what you're saying is entertain me. If you go up to a non-fiction writer, then they'll tell you the truth and all, but it is only the truth that they perceive. So this fiction, non-fiction idea itself is old-fashioned. It's just like sexuality, it should be dumped. We should call, like all writing is non-binary. Okay. So what was my research to begin with? I went and I just sat in Mahim police station. You can sit endlessly in a police station as long as you are very quiet and you smile at the Havaldar from time to time. They just let you alone. It is glorious. You have never seen anything like it, because there is one eunuch came in, I don't know, what do you call it? The transgender person came in, and the transgender person is very, very, very high and very drunk and bleeding. and is dragging this very young man behind her and shouting to the policeman that this young man beat her. Now, the young man doesn't look like he could possibly have beaten her, but he's grinning happily, like someone told him. It was just like, it's an endless stream of people coming through. You know, someone comes and says, my neighbor's African parrot is disturbing me. And that man says, Arey, it is the police officer saying it is a bird. That man is saying, African parrot lives 100 years, sir. It will be shouting there after I am dead. It was magnificent. So in a way, you actually see, have you been following London, Palestine protests? Where the police are carrying all those old people away? Now try and watch a police procedural from London, from the BBC. Happy Valley, my favorite. And think about those policemen, what are they asked to do? One old lady is saying, free Palestine, and you're picking her up and she's saying, I have arthritis, please be gentle. It's like, what the police are sanitation workers in the moral world. Right? They just, you will never go to the police station and say, my son got 96%, sir. You want laddu? You will come and say, my son is taking drugs, so please beat that drug peddler, because my son is sweet boy. That drug peddler is the dirty fellow. This is what the police deal with every day. Now, how do you expect those police to be anything but what they are? How do you expect the police to not be very badly broken? Have you noticed now in British crime fiction, every single policeman is a drunk? Yo, how much are you drinking? Fatak and out into the world again. Anyway, and so I'm saying it's natural because you're seeing the worst side of human nature. All these are things that we forget because our minds are still stuck with Jap. Inspector Jap, yeah? Nice, solid people, unaffected by the world around them. How is that even possible? So my real research was actually looking at those policemen and thinking, what are you thinking when you are thinking? When you have a moment off, what are you thinking? You're probably thinking, what a rubbish job this is. But the perks are good. I don't know. So my thing was to constantly just hang out at the Mahim police station, which is a wonderful police station because it's in an old British colonial bungalow. Right next door is the Urs of the Mahim Wale Baba. The patron saint of the Mumbai police is Mahim Wale Baba. His Urs, when it goes out once a year, the commissioner of police and the assistant commissioner of police take off their vardi, not the pants, but the top. They wear their white shirts. They tie a handkerchief, and they lift him up. They take him out for the procession, great big. And this procession is one where Zakir Hussain has actually played drums for. Okay? It's that kind of world there. It is where Sadat Hassan Manto probably looked out. It's where the dancer Sitara Devi, okay, was probably watching. This procession takes its round, goes back in, and for the rest of the year, the Mumbai police beats the Muslims. But for that year, for that moment, the ACP and the CP are honorary Muslims carrying the janaza of the great revered saint of mine. That's what I love about this country. Right? You don't have to irony comes calling. You don't have to go looking for it. He knocks on the door and hello, what happened? I have an ironic moment for you, sir. Okay, come in, sit down.
Okay, the last couple of questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to you guys. I'm sure you have a lot. But so you talked about the city. And so Murder in Mahim is very specifically in Mahim. I'm going to steal a question of Srabonti's. I don't know if she's here, but she asked earlier, could it have been set anywhere else? And that, did it have to be Mahim? Was there something specific about Mahim that drew you?
To begin with, I think this country is full of people who are deeply parochial. If I were to write a book set in Kolkata, every Bhattacharji would pick it up only to point out my mistakes and to write to me and to say, Amar Shonar Jerry. How dare you? Which is actually not what he will say. He will not say how dare you, but he will say, having read your estimable novel, because every...
I should protest
let it go,
here
let
as
it
a
go, let it go.
Bengali. Okay, from
I'm
Calcutta.
surrounded. Okay. So I'm saying, but even Bombay has territorial people who will come. But Mahim is mine. I got this patch. Okay. This is my patch. I hated it when I was growing up. Hated it. Because I found it small and parochial and there were not enough interesting buildings. And it was just like, I wanted big and I wanted something large. You can see. But I ran from Mahim as south as I could go because Bombay people won't go very far. They won't go to another city. Because in our heads, forgive us, but there are no other cities. There are all these lovely places, where you have to visit, and it's very nice. But we are all Stockholm Syndrome victims of a very toxic relationship with our city. So then we come running back. So I ran all the way to South Bombay, then I ran back to Mahim, and I discovered Mahim again, and it is Mahikavati. It is a 13th century village. Raja Bhimdev, who carved got the Elephanta temples carved, had his ghodagadi there, his horses' tables were in Mahim. This is part of the actual archive. So we are the little village of miracles. What's not to like? Sheetala Devi, our goddess of smallpox. Kipling, Rudyard Kipling, frightened by a hen in Mahim. Okay? Kipling probably spoke Marathi or Konkani when he was a baby. Yeah, because he was brought up by ayahs from Goa. So, and they would push him in his autobiography, he says, they would push me into the room in the evening and say, now speak English. As a performance for the parents. So, of course it could have been set anywhere else. Because the people, the interactions, the ways society deals with Dalit boys who are trying, but who cannot defeat. After I wrote this, I remember I was doing Baluta, translating the first Dalit autobiography ever written in Marathi, the Baluta, and the first job that Daya Pawar got after his education was to slice open the cows and the cattle in a veterinary place. And he says, this job I got because I'm a Mahar. So of course this is common to everybody. Could have been set anywhere. But for me, I can close my eyes, and if I need to do a chase sequence, I can say he ran down Takandas H. Kataria Marg and made a quick left I know exactly where he made a quick left, and he jumped into that well where turtles swam and catfish prowled, because I know the well there. And Kokla Devi, the goddess of cough, smiled on him, because I know Kokla Devi is there also. So that's my intimate connection with Mahim. Why wouldn't I use it?
Wonderful. I was going to ask you if the turtle thing was actually, because that caught my eye. I was like, really, in the middle of Bombay?
Absolutely. Yeah. And there's a mating season. If you ever come to Mahim, go and look in the wells. You have to climb up sometimes and peek down. But the turtles are having a ball. There are baby turtles all over the place, man. Seriously.
Okay, I'm going to cut it short because I had one more question about your process, but I'm sure somebody from the audience is going to ask about that as well. So we've got about 10 minutes, I think. Should we open it up to questions?
Go ahead.
Or if not, I will just ask my question about... No, I think there's a lady in the front.
Coming to see your face. But to give you the mic also, take...
That was really, really, really nice. Thank you very much. Of course we will. We have.
No! Audiences laugh, they clap, then they walk out, they buy coffee, and then they come and say, your books are so expensive.
I'm a Bombayite at Mumbai correct heart. I mean, supposed to say Mumbai, but yeah. But okay, one question I had is this. I read a lot like you, everything. And I've also been part of book clubs for the last, I don't know, Singapore, Dubai, Bombay, Bangalore. And one thing which I always find difficult is we want to read, but we don't want to read long books. You know, we want to read historic fiction, we want to read, but you know, this is, I'm like, I cannot make you read tweets or things. What do you do?
Murder them.
Agreed.
Then write the novel. Murder in the book club. Make money on their dead bodies. Who is the next person? Yeah. Anyone with a question? There. I've got a, she's got a tank top. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we spoke about a social message scenario, right? And you said it's a choice. It's
Yeah.
not, you're not obliged to it.
Yeah.
But I feel as a writer, you have a very strong voice.
Yeah.
And when you put in a social message, you are using that voice also very responsibly. So I know it's not obliged, but I feel like it's a good to have.
Absolutely. You said it perfectly.
I wanted to ask your opinion, but...
You know, every one of my books has had a social message. Why do you think I wear kurtas? Meaning, treat the mentally ill with some kindness was M in the Big Home. Murder in Mahim is like gay people are like you and me, but they do some funny things in bed, which maybe you don't want to do. But they don't want to do what you want to do in bed, so shut up. And Education of Yuri was about like, I mean, you know, we are all pretending. We're all pretending to be somebody else. So I do have like social messages, but I really find this desire that you, I think, okay, here's the thing. I think you need to see my social message. I can't point it out to you. Once I point it out to you, baat hi khatm ho gayi, you know? It's like explaining a joke. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
why I
quite
meant
right.
to ask the question...
And as far as powerful voices go, na, religious leaders, like talk to them, na. Yeah, they have really power. I can make you buy a book for 300 rupees. That's all I can do. I can't make you change your dietary habits. They can. Okay.
No, why I meant to ask the question was you spoke about how injustice prevails in the society. So as a writer, putting across a social message would also make people actively think about the injustice.
We hope, no? We hope they would make you think. Have you seen that clip of Ian McKellen doing the speech of Thomas More from William Shakespeare? He's talking about refugees. He's saying something as simple as like, you want to beat these people up and send them back where they came from? What if tomorrow you become a refugee? What if you find a world which does not have a place for you to live? 300 years ago, 400 years ago, Shakespeare, who was seen in his time as Subhash Ghai, as the cheap chap who had little Latin and less Greek, as Ben Jonson says, who was supposed to be the populist, was already telling you these things, and we haven't heard that message. But Shakespeare's also the kind who will have this magnificent moment where this woman brings out a tart, a pie, a meat pie, and serves it to a man and says, is not the meat tender in it? And it is his son whom she has killed and cooked and put into the meat. Tandoor murder in Elizabethan England. Chalo.
I feel like we might have to wrap. Is there time for one more question? I hope, please, somebody ask him about his process, because I want to, I cannot imagine Jerry sitting in front of an office desk.
I actually wanted to ask just that. Like, how do you know when it's done?
Actually, you don't know when it's starting, right? Like Education of Yuri, there was one moment, you know, when suddenly we were told all the publishers were all getting chivi and saying, oh my, everyone is reading, young adults are reading, we need to do young adult books. And someone rang me up and said, do you have a young adult book? And I thought, yeah, you know, like shop mein pada hai, main dekhta hu idhar. hai kya kuch. It's stupid, but anyway, that's publishing for you. And so I said, okay, I mean, I could think about writing it, and I was thinking about it, and I had suddenly had this very strong moment of me going to college. At the age of 14, I went to college, long story, praying for a friend. I wanted one friend. And I said, I just actually prayed for it. I said, you know, whatever else this college thing does, I want one person because I want to know what friendship is like, what it feels like. I'd read so much about it, but I want to know what it was like, okay? And I made that friend, and it was glorious. For 2 years, that friend, you know, he and I were just like, it was everything I thought friendship would be. And then we came back to college, and he wandered off and became someone else's friend. Because I was suppose, suffocating him because I had only one friend. I wouldn't talk to anybody else. And he wanted to talk to other people. And it broke my heart. It really broke my heart. And wasn't in love with him. I was in friend with him. But he was my only friend, and it broke my heart. And there was no way to tell anybody. Because you're not supposed to have your heart broken in friendship. Chipped a bit, yeah. Scratched and scraped, yeah, but not broken. So that moment, that praying moment, I thought I'll just do this as a story. He goes and he gets a friend. And suddenly there were 200,000 words. And I thought, oh, this might be a novel then. And then it was 600,000 words, and I thought it must be a novel now. Right? And then I cut it down, etc., etc. And by the way, meanwhile, everyone lost interest in young adult because it was discovered, that the big surge in young adult thing was The Fault Is in Our Stars by John Green, where two young people do tussum tussum. They actually get to have sex in a young adult novel because both are going to die of cancer. Ooh. So one kid read it and said, hey, there's one library novel in the library. They do it, yeah. And everyone said, fuck off. They do it, meaning like he puts it in her. And that other person said, yeah, actually, page 272. You look. Okay.
On that note, before we get arrested by the morality police, thank you, Jerry. Thank you for attending the Jerry Show. Hope you guys had a good time.
Thank you so much to both of you. It was fantastic to be an audience for this session. So we quickly move on. We're running behind schedule by 2 minutes. So the next session is called Dead Exes and Dark Secrets, a session on psychological thrillers, betrayal, intimacy, and suspense. Please welcome Leodora Darlington, the author of The Exes, who has come all the way from UK just for us. She is in conversation with journalist and author of The Beast Within, Rudranil Sengupta, once again on stage. Please give them a big round of applause.
Testing. Right, it's on. Hello.
Hi.
And hello.
Are you feeling entertained yet?
I have to say, it's quite a tough act to follow.
Yes. We have a tough act. Leora, before we begin, I must tell you that I
might
love the
switch
book.
to see you a bit better. Thank you.
It was so immersive and propulsive, and in the best kind of the thing I really like about books, which is when a book kind of makes me question my own morality or my moral certainties. I love that when that happens, and your book had so much, gave me so much to think about.
Do you have partners that you might wish weren't around anymore.
I know. It's really funny because a friend of mine I was speaking to right now, who had no context about your book or that we were going to speak to each other on stage, was telling me how much she wanted to murder her exes.
Really? See, relatable.
And she was asking me, what would your preferred method be? And then she was telling me all kinds of gory things about
wow.
how she would want to do it.
Like what? It might go into my next book.
Burn someone alive, for
Burn?
example.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This ex was really bad.
So, but I don't want to talk about the book because I feel like inadvertently I'll give away spoilers. So can I ask you to take our lovely audience a little, tell them a little bit about your book?
Right. Let's see if I manage to do this without spoilers. Well, in The Exes, the story opens with Natalie, who is sat, she's crying, she's holding a knife, and her husband is sobbing in the room next door, and she's terrified that she's going to use the knife to murder him. Usually, if you want to murder someone, you just... Well, you don't want to murder someone, you just don't do it. So the story then looks back at her previous relationships, both romantic, but also with her family, with her sister, with her parents, to figure out why she's so convinced that she's even capable of murder in the first place. So it's really about, yeah, how she's become this person and whether her and her husband can even survive their marriage.
Yeah. Natalie spends a lot of time being very tortured about what she thinks she may be. My friend was delighted at the prospect of murdering her exes. But
We might have to put your friend on a watch list.
I know. Because you're a first-time author,
Yes.
why did you want to write a book, and how did you pick this genre?
Well, genre-wise, I've been publishing crime thrillers for the best part of a decade. It's kind of what I love. I mean, we're all here because we love thrillers. I think there's a catharsis in crime, right? You get to watch all those terrifying things that you're worried about will happen to you, happen to someone else, and go, phew, I'm glad it's not me. So I think crime's a really great vehicle for, exploring all those things that we're terrified about in our day-to-day lives without actually having to experience it. So that's it for the crime and for the thrillers. As for why I wrote the book, I don't know, Natalie's story was kind of niggling at me. I have to confess I do love romance as well as crime. I'm a big fan of things like Some Write and Pretty, all of those Netflix shows off campus. I don't know if anyone's watched it. It's a bit spicy, but it's a lot of fun. But it's simultaneously quite difficult to enjoy this kind of fiction media and not also recognize ways in which relationships can be a really dangerous place for either sexes, but also for women in particular. So that was the beginning of the seed of the idea for The Exes, right? It's, okay, say we've got a couple that looks happy on the outside. What if there's this power disparity that exists in the relationship? What happens if one of them or both of them realize that power disparity exists and that the other person is willing to abuse it? What does that do to a person? How far can it push them? So, it went out from there.
I mean, in a way, it's like a romance novel through a dark mirror.
Yeah, romance gone wrong.
Romance gone wrong. It's interesting that, what I enjoyed the most about the novel is the kind of the psychological interplay between the characters, the kind of insights into relationships as being very slippery places, people kind of tiptoeing around each other's triggers and landmines and half-truths and all these things, and the growing kind of resentments and distrust that builds up. And it's something that happens, I suppose, almost universally in all relationships. At least that's what I feel it's like. What was it like writing about this for you?
It was, again, quite cathartic and interesting. I like what you said about the fact that almost every relationship has a little bit of this. With Natalie in particular, I think I made a joke about everyone knows what it's like to want to murder their partner, but what that looks like in itself is different in each relationship. I think relationships mirror the same struggles, but if there's a difference in race, class, wealth, that presents its own challenges. Outside of the whole romantic sphere, as much as it's a book that seems to be about the romantic, what I really wanted to explore was family, right? And where our scars and wounds come from. I don't know if anyone knows the poem. It's by Philip Larkin. It's called This Be the Verse. And the first line goes, they F you up, your mum and dad. They don't mean to, but they do. And it's true, right? We all, as parents, the desire is not to pass on our damage to our kids, hopefully. but it's inevitable that we bring our own stuff into that relationship, and that leaves its own mark. I really liked what someone said, and I can't remember who it was, but it's that no two people have the same parents. So, even as a brother and sister, your parents having their first kid, that's them being first-time parents. They're going to be slightly different parents to their second kid. It's a whole thing. Anyway, but that's one of the things I really wanted to dig into a little bit. With Natalie's mother, she was born in Ghana, living in London. That brings its own challenges and interesting things to their dynamic. And she's watched her mother make some really difficult choices with her dad, and despite being determined not to make the same mistakes, finds herself initially doing that. I think there's a really interesting question around knowing yourself, right? There's a Delphic maxim that says, know thyself. And the book is almost a warning, if you don't really look at yourself properly and really, really get to know yourself, you're too scared of really looking at yourself, you are sort of destined to make the same mistakes that your parents did, that other people have done. So it was rewarding seeing her go on a journey of self-knowledge, so that at least by the end of the novel, she's in a healthier place than the start.
Yeah, and there's like a kind of benediction of a sisterhood that happens. But like that's the nature of intergenerational trauma, is that you're not aware of how you're reacting or what your trauma really is, or what it has done to you, and how you're passing it on to the next generation. It's so hard to be, I think, just by yourself. I think it's almost impossible to be aware of these things. You need to go into therapy, you need to spend a lot of time. And like I had no idea about these things till I was like maybe 40 years old, and then I started reading about it. And so it was so funny for me, not funny, I mean interesting for me when I was reading your book, that I felt like I was reading a Gabor Mate book at the same time. Because so much of it is that, and it's so well observed.
Thank you.
The way, like Natalie's husband's mom talks to him, and Natalie says that I didn't even know how that poison slipped out of her and when it did, and
it's
I
very
don't
casual
even know
cruelty.
if it happened at all. And that's kind of how these things kind of seep in.
It's true.
And
I don't know if
almost
anyone else has had the experience of visiting a friend or going to a friend's house, and you'll just hear their parent make a very small comment, and you're like, woof, that's kind of major. But particularly for that person, that child, that son, that daughter, when they're accustomed to it, it almost doesn't register. But those small comments, those small different bits of behavior, they make a home in your body. One of the books that was quite influential in writing The Exes was The Body Keeps a Score. I'm going to forget the name of the author, which is really bad of me. I feel like I heard someone say, it's a very popular book, but it's very much looks at the different ways in which trauma can live in your body, the different behaviors it can influence. I mean, even something as perhaps seemingly unconnected as imagination, right? Children who've experienced a vast amount of trauma, for some of them, the capacity to imagine is removed. There's even a part of this story where Natalie says, she has to take the scalpel of her own limited imagination to cut out of this woman, the picture of this woman that she's seen who seems to have the perfect life, and place herself in it, because she can't generate the idea of what happiness looks like herself. So I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent, so stop me at any moment. But that psychology, that therapy, that trauma journey, that healing was super important. I spent a lot of time speaking to psychotherapists and therapists to make sure that it felt rich and that it felt honest in terms of the ways in which trauma can
were these concepts also new for you as you were doing the research, or are these things that you already knew a little bit about? Because there is, again, a kind of universality about domestic abuse and what it does to children. Like your novel is touches upon race and diaspora, but this is a universal, I think. I mean, it could have been set in Bangalore or Accra or Nuuk or London, and it would be the same thing, kids watching their parents, the mom being beaten up by the dad, and what that does. For example, Natalie has no idea who she is. She only wants to be what she thinks other people want her to be, and that comes from that intense observation of the parents' mood, right? Which you write about
this
in the book.
hypervigilance,
the hypervigilance of, okay, can I do the right thing so that everything stays all right in the house? And so were these concepts new for you, or did it take a lot of research for you to?
I mean, some of it's research, some of it's, I have to say, I didn't experience, a parent murdering the other one, but there are bits of lived experience that filter into it too. And not just mine, so many conversations I've had with friends, things that I observed elsewhere made their way into the book, particularly when it comes to this idea of going back to generational trauma. It's so fascinating that regardless of which countries our parents come from, it feels like most of my friends, all my friends who have parents from former colonies have like held a level of trauma in them. It's really interesting the way that our experiences become parallels of each other. And I do wonder how much, well, I was sitting and mulling on how much violence kind of just violence makes its way down from generation to generation, you know? How much is that raised voice, that cutting word, that explosive anger, a reflection on a violence that your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent has experienced, and that's just made its way down the line. So a lot of it is, quite personal. I have to say, I've not murdered any of my exes. I really need to be very clear about that. If any of them turn up dead, I'm going to be in quite a lot of trouble. Yeah. But even then, again, I've experienced some, very tricky dynamics in my own personal relationships, but also watching some of the people that my friends have dated, I'm so sorry, but they have been quite fraught. So again, that's why I was so interested in looking at why we make the choices that we do. So much of it is we've seen a certain damage or trauma happen elsewhere. We're accustomed to it. And even though at a cognitive level we know that it's bad for us, there's a part of us, that child part, that 3-year-old child part, that recognize it as familiar and therefore as comfort, right?
Yes.
If you grew up around violence, if you grew up around explosive anger, although you know your system doesn't enjoy it, it's familiar.
It's familiar.
Yeah, and then you seek it out again. So yeah, we do see a lot of that happening in this story.
Yeah.
While trying to figure out how to move away into a healthier
I need it and I hate it. That's a line in your book where that's the kind of thing, right? Like you're not aware of why you need it and you're not aware of why you hate it either. But is it cathartic to write about these things? Does that do something to your soul?
For sure. I think in any space, whether it's a bad boss, bad boyfriend, if you can take the concept of someone that you really hate and murder them on the page, it does feel it does feel quite good. Particularly, again, some of those exes, whether mine or my friends, that I think deserve much worse fate than they've had in real life. It's quite satisfying getting them to experience their just desserts on the page. Yeah, but again, I think that's why crime is so fun, right? And I think that's why, also, maybe I'm a bit biased, but crime and thriller writers tend to be a little bit kinder. I think they get all their dark stuff out. I mean, I
think so too.
You can speak from experience.
I wrote my novel with a lot of wish fulfillment. Like I wished, because I read a lot of newspaper articles about similar crimes, and I felt very strongly about how horrible that is. And then so it was almost the childish kind of need to give just some justice back,
right,
on the page,
right. Because justice can be a slippery thing, right? And again, the book explores a variety of issues, but particularly when it comes to trickiness or violence within a relationship, justice can be really difficult to find there. And again, I'm speaking now from lights out. So talk about something else.
Let's create some atmosphere.
It is some atmosphere.
Yeah.
It feels like the kind of thing that would happen just before a murder happens backstage, you know? Yeah. Okay, we're back. We're safe from the knives.
It's already happened, whatever has happened.
It's already happened. Yeah. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, it was definitely cathartic.
Right. I wanted to speak a little bit about the writing process as well. Firstly, as an editor, does that interfere with the writing? That you are professionally an editor? Do you constantly think about, I need to fix this, I need to fix that, or is that helpful?
Yeah. It's definitely not. It's definitely not that helpful. I think what's quite useful, having published thriller books for such a long time, is conceptually when it comes to trying to really nail and sit down and think about what's this story, what's the pitch, it's really useful for. When you're thinking about how to sell a book, that's great. But when you're thinking about the actual art of it, as it were, about getting words down on a page, it can really hinder you. And I think not just as an editor, I'd say this because I've been to many conferences where it's an aspiring author's crowd. I think for any writer, the act of self-editing can kill you. As soon as you start thinking about what people are going to think when they read the book, you're done for, as it were. You kind of have to try and switch that brain off. So I really had to switch my editor brain off in order to get the first draft done. And now I'm writing book 2. I have to, again, just forget that anyone's going to read it, which is difficult, in order to be able to tell a story that feels authentic. But it's important. It's important. I think that's the only way we're going to end up having stories that mean something, and if that makes any sense, particularly in the days of AI, rather than stories that are just created to sell a quantity.
And what's your the day-to-day process like, in the sense of you were obviously working full-time when you were writing? It's like a crazy thing to juggle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, wow, it kills you. But how did you do it?
You know what? I ask myself that same question quite often. So to specify, I was publishing director at an imprint of Hachette, and it was a big job. I think you just have to make writing a priority. The reality of it is, for a lot of writers, most writers, they are doing other jobs at the same time as writing. They're always going to be competing for your attention. And even if, say, you're privileged enough to write as your main career, if you have kids, that's also a real demand on your time. So I had to, make it a priority. That meant, okay, it's my weekend, but I'm not going out today. I'm going to stay in. I'm going to get this done. Okay, it's late this evening. I'd like to just veg out and watch Real Housewives, but I'm going to get this thing done. So yeah, making it a priority was the main thing, I'd say, and carving out time even when it was hard.
And are you somebody who plots very meticulously before you write, or is that more free-flowing, or is it a mix of two? What's it like for you?
Do you know what? It's fascinating. The writing world is very much divided in these two camps, the plotters or the pantsers. And having had authors who do both, I know that both options are valid. But as someone who historically was a pantser, I have a lot of half-finished manuscripts on my laptop that will never see the light of day because I hadn't thought out where they were going. So I did plot the axis. It was the first book I think I've ever plotted before I started writing it. And similarly with book 2, I've plotted out the main beats before I cracked on with it. But it doesn't mean that either option is more or less valid. One of my authors, K.L. Slater, or one of the authors I used to work with, she wrote psychological thrillers, fantastically twisty, like genuinely surprising, which is hard to do in that area of the market because people read so much. She would never plot out a single thing, and she would still manage to surprise me and her readers every time. Shalini Boland is similar. Oh my God, I love Shah. She's my favorite. And so she might do a little bit of plotting to begin with, but her authentic way of writing is just to let it flow and let the characters discover their own journeys. So maybe one day I'll try going back to that again, but for now I need the guidelines of a well thought out plot.
But I mean, once you have the guidelines, and let's say the guidelines are that
then I throw it out the window.
Sorry?
Oh yeah, then I still often throw it out the window.
Yeah, right. But I mean, do you put them are the guidelines more about these are the scenes that I'm going to do? But once you start writing the scene, do you let yourself go a little and just let the characters talk, or?
I'd say they're even less specific than scene specific. I tend to follow a 5-act structure. It's really fascinating. I think most brilliant crime thrillers, when I really sit down and analyze them after I've read them, they actually tend to follow this intentionally or not. So I'm thinking about my inciting incident, what's the rising action, the climax, X, Y, Z, and I'll plot out those main 5 chunks of the story. Beyond that, then I let myself flow a little bit. I think about what rough word count. This is so dry and nerdy, but I love to be nerdy about things. And then I'll take it from there. So I know by 5% I want my inciting incident to have happened, by 20% my first twist, by this X, Y, Z. But then, like I say, often you'll get the first draft done, and then in the revising, you'll throw some of the rules out the window. I think the best art, and I would say, not saying that my work is high art, but just generally the best art, music, film, TV, books, is the art that knows the rules and then chooses intentionally which ones to break. I think that's very important. So I break a lot of the rules that I set my authors in the X's, but also my authors would choose which rules they want to throw out the window, and that's what makes things feel like special and unique but intentional. I think when you when you don't know what the rules are, and you're writing from a place of, you've never read a thriller and you're just writing from a place of ignorance, you can tell. You can tell when someone's just chancing it versus when someone knows their stuff and is choosing to go a different route.
Yeah. Since this is the age of streaming and OTT and all of that, does that affect how you look at writing? When you're writing a book, do you think there's an influence of watching episodic things on TV? Does that seep into it?
It can do. It depends how much I'm thinking for a story about film and TV and wanting that to, wanting it to get optioned. The first version of The X's, the twist was unfilmable. It was genuinely impossible to create that story on screen because of what happens. And I'm trying not to give anything away about the story. It was around the sister, I will say. So that made it difficult, but because the story naturally found a different route, it opened things up a little bit. For me, it's just most important to tell the story that I want to tell. These two sisters, their journey, their self-discovery, their path towards healing and choosing happiness was the main thing, and the rest was incidental. For some of my authors who write for screen, quite a few of my authors were screenwriters in the first instance. From the very first, it's got to work for TV, it's got to work for film, and that works for them. It's just different folks with different strokes.
Yeah. How do you choose or create your characters? I mean, of course, Natalie and her sister are also from Ghana, like you, so there's a little bit of you in them.
Yeah.
But what about the other characters? Are they drawn from your life around you, your friends?
Oh, for sure, for sure. Again, it's nice to try and get a little bit of justice or revenge on certain characters you might meet in real life. I wouldn't say any of the exes are one ex in particular, and actually I wouldn't say any character is one specific person from my life, but they're all amalgamations of different people, from James to the parents to, even casual colleagues, right? We all have fascinating interactions at work, some interactions that make us really laugh, some interactions that make us furious, and finding ways to thread that in was quite fun. It does mean that quite a few of my friends have read it, and they're like, this bit. I'm like, yeah, it's not you. Even down to Natalie's job. Originally, she was working in publishing as an editorial assistant, and there are a lot of books that have publishing people in as protagonists, because there are a lot of publishers who try their hand at writing as well. So my publishers were like, maybe not another person in publishing. So I ended up making her the head of HR in a very small company where there wasn't really a HR, and she was the office manager. And my best friend was like, I recognize those dodgy HR practices, and I recognize that I was in charge of them. But it's fun. It's fun to try and make it feel, well, maybe fun is the wrong word. I think it's important that ultimately the story feels authentic, and people do say, write as you know, it's a shorthand often, but it means that people, whether they know me or not, they pick it up and it resonates because it feels real, and for me that was important.
You have a gift also for building tension through
Thank
your
you.
writing. I really enjoyed that. I mean, even like things that start off innocuously enough, like when Natalie kisses her latest love interest for the first time.
Yeah.
And there's that little something happens, which I don't want to talk about,
Yeah.
but something happens that's an ominous kind of thing.
Yes.
How do you approach this, the art of like writing in tension in the novel?
Great question. I mean, what I always used to tell my authors is that every chapter should have, and it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? Not frivolous, not for the sake of it, but you should know what the stakes are in each chapter. What does each character want? What do they need? How do those things differ? And then what's stopping them from getting what they want and what they need? If you've got the answer to that, it doesn't have to be life or death, then automatically, immediately, there's going to be tension there. And then if you can add like an EastEnders ending, as I call it, to the end of a chapter, that's more of a gimmick. But it's just a way of, gosh, how am I going to articulate this? So I don't know if anyone's watched EastEnders, but at the end of each episode, it goes doof, 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 and it leaves you on a bit of a cliffhanger. I think cliffhangers themselves can be overwrought and a bit cheesy if not done right, but it's still thinking, okay, at the end of this chapter, what is it that we're going to want to feel compelled to know in the next? It doesn't, again, have to be this big explosion or on the nose, but there should be some kind of question mark left hanging, or some sense of foreboding, or even if it's just a sentence, some foreshadowing that tells you that there's something more to come that's of interest. So, yeah, they're small devices, but useful. I think probably more useful to me is that stakes piece, and that's what I'd always be looking for in my author's work. If it didn't feel tense, if it felt like the chapters were aimless, it's, okay, so where's the conflict? What's missing here? What do they want? What do they need? What's stopping them?
The germ of a conflict that you need to latch onto.
Yeah, no conflict, no drama.
Yeah. the other thing that stood out for me is the sense of loneliness, and the thing that that you can never really know what's happening in a person's inner life
Yeah.
by watching what
Yeah.
they're doing outside. And so much of your book has these settings where there are social gatherings or parties or things that are happening which is full of life, and there's at least one person who's in a very lonely, very alone space and place. And was that again? Obviously, it must have been an intentional thing for you to do. Um, and but I want to know what it was like for you to write those scenes.
Some these scenes were sort of inspired by something I've noticed, which is, pain is something that is universal. It unites us all, but it's also dramatically isolating, right? I think, again, everyone knows what it's like to be heartbroken or experience grief or loss, but it's very easy to retreat in pain. I think sometimes, depending on where that pain comes from, there can be this shame that's attached to it, and that's certainly something that our characters, a lot of the characters in this book, are dealing with. Even within the last, I'm trying to not reveal too much about my own friends' lives, but I've had conversations with people where they're profoundly suffering in their marriage or with a loss, but there's a shame in speaking about it, so they become much more withdrawn. So that's something I definitely wanted to explore more. I mean, even in my own grief, I lost my mum when I was young. I know what that feels like. And looking at Natalie and the other characters who've lost so much, I wanted to bring that to the page, but also to remind people that ultimately, by the end of it, it is useful to open up, it is useful to share. You will gain something from it, even if it's just lightening your burden, but also just standing in your own truth and integrity. It's usually to the benefit and not to the loss.
But I also like how Natalie really cannot trust anyone.
No.
Really can't. And it's that I remember that saying that just because you're paranoid doesn't mean that they're not out to get you. That's so true for her life. And was there a point where you thought that, okay, she's suffered enough, I mean, I need to flip a switch and change things around a bit now?
Yeah. Do you know what? She's an interesting one, because she is very paranoid, but she is also strangely naive, right? And I think we all can be when we're in love, or we think we are, if we're looking to find happiness in something external. I think if you're looking for happiness internally, you're trying to find happiness within yourself, it's much harder to be hoodwinked. But if you're desperately seeking it from someone else, it's much easier to ignore the red flags. The book is almost saying, you've seen the red flag, don't just wave it off because he's pretty, or because he seems stable in other ways, or because she seems like she knows what she's talking about. It's trying to get people to reckon with. Someone could seem perfect, but just trust your intuition if you notice something that's not right.
Nice. I just have one final question, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Since this is a Crime Writers Festival, talk to me about crime writers who have inspired you and whose works you particularly like.
Ooh, I mean, I've mentioned a couple of names already. I love Shalini. She's just, I think, a brilliant psychological suspense writer. She's great at writing intimate relationships, as well as just being one of the loveliest people alive. I'm obsessed. Beyond that, Dorothy Coomson, she's written, 22, I think, is what thrillers now. I need to make sure I get that right. But particularly in the UK, there aren't very many people who publish or are published in the crime space who aren't white, middle class, quite wealthy. And, she was a black thriller writer when there were no other black thriller writers, and there still aren't that many in the UK. I was the only black crime editor in the entire country, and then I quit, so not great. Beyond that, I'm going to have a trouble, like, not just pricking all of my own authors. They're all going to get a bit jealous if I don't mention them, but I'm going to say Kingsley Pearson, who won the most Shusharen Prize, which Hachette runs, and he's also a psychologist. I think, again, the best writers are really great at figuring out why people do the things they do to the people who are closest to them. And I think he's phenomenal in that sense. So those are a few names. I could keep going, but maybe I should leave it there for now.
Thank you. Now, questions from the audience, please. There. Who has the mic?
I am quite loud, so I can always do mine.
Yeah, why you take mine?
Hi, Leodora.
Hello.
So I wanted to know what are your favorite thriller tropes? Like we have unreliable narrator or a multiple POV, a destination thriller, isolated setting, or a locked room mystery. What do you love to read about?
Ooh.
Are you exploring any of these in your next book?
It's a great question. I feel like you've named a lot of the greats there. I love a really, really good locked room mystery. And I mean, again, this can be in books, but it can be in other media. I think that's why I love the first Knives Out film so much. I thought it was just so cleverly done. An unreliable narrator, I know some people are quite tired of them, but I still think it's a lot of fun. I think a writer who's able to get you to keep like guessing and second guessing. So one of my film authors was Geneva Rose, and I didn't publish it, but The Perfect Marriage was her big psych thriller, and I think that was just fantastically done. I was on my toes. She had me gasping at the end. Oh gosh, it feels like really mean to ask a thriller editor this, but I'm going to stick with those two for now. I might sneak a destination thriller in there too, because it's quite nice to be transported away from what feels like the more familiar and everyday, while still bringing in those familiar everyday anxieties, which is, yeah, quite fun. And as for whether I'm bringing any of these into the next book, ooh, you'll have to see. There is a little bit of a trip that's happening there, but it's really looking at, I guess, class dynamics and dynamics within friendship groups. So it's moving a little bit away from the romantic and thinking about what happens to fracture, what can be really, really close friends. I'm very lucky. I've got the best friends in the world, but I also see a lot of relationships where I'm like, oof, is that a friendship? And what's happened in there to make this happen now? So yes, we do see a group of friends go off on a trip, and one of them has come into an inheritance and has left it to them in the event that they die, but then they do die on said trip, and ... The rest is to be revealed. Great question, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? I can do a bit of running around. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Leodora. That
Hello.
was
Might
fantastic. I just want to know, you've been a crime editor like for much longer than you've been a crime writer.
Yes.
So
yeah.
what did you learn from the books or the authors that you edited that that you learned not to do, like that you were like, okay, these are the pitfalls that I should avoid.
Do you know what? I've been very lucky in that the authors I worked with were genuinely exceptional. But what I've definitely noticed in general from, let's say, the submissions that I've read, and also how other books have been received, is don't kill the dog. Number one. Honestly, if you want a straight path to a bunch of one-star reviews, hurt an animal. So that one I've steered very far away from. But beyond that, more seriously, I think readers want to be able to understand the protagonist, even if they don't understand what they do. So I think Dexter, the serial killer, is a great example, right? We're still rooting for him, even though he's out here murdering a bunch of people. And Natalie, in this book, she's okay, spoilers. She might be murdering a bunch of people, but it's still very important for the reader to kind of empathize or at least understand why she might be. Otherwise, there's no connection. There's no way to keep on with the story if you don't feel like you can get on board with who the protagonist is. So that's another big one. It's a great question.
Hi.
Hello.
I find it really interesting that we've talked a little bit about, how some of your characters are inspired by some of these people that you know on a day-to-day basis. But imagine if you had to write a character that you had absolutely no lived experience of, and what would be the process of moving from, like point A to B, because you absolutely don't know the life of that character, but you want to build a life around it?
It's a good question. If I'm being radically honest, I probably wouldn't write a character that I couldn't find any overlap in terms of lived experience, because it feels like that's then not my story to tell. I think, of course, it's impossible to, well, it's not impossible, it's limiting to not write people who are different to you, so that still is going to happen. And if you are doing that, I think research is important, the same way a lot of my authors, if they're writing a police procedural, actually might speak to a police detective or do some investigation. I'm pointing to you because you've got some experience of this yourself. I actually might just give you a chance to talk a bit about that before I wax on.
Okay. Firstly, I agree that I would not write about somebody I have absolutely no lived experience of. And let's say that I had to really take an imaginative leap for a character. I would then try and find things in people I know that I think will fit that character, and then think about it like that. Just from my imagination, I would not do it. And I would do a lot of research then, or if I really need, like she said, that in a police procedural, I had to spend time with the cops to understand just simple things like how they talk to each other using these abbreviations that nobody else uses outside a police station. It's important to know that rhythm, that those speech patterns, to create an authentic kind of feel.
Yeah, I found it fascinating, hearing about the sort of deep investigation that you've done. But just to build on that, I think it's, yes, you go out and you do as much research and get some personal experience if you can, but then also where you can't, you get someone who has that to read the story, right? As an editor, quite often I'd get someone to do an authenticity read on a book, and if I was going to write a significant character who had a significantly different lived experience to me, then I'd get someone else to read it. I got a therapist to read this book because there's so much therapy in it. I know that sometimes authors can get a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? I think sometimes authenticity reads can be spoken about in the press with a certain level of derision, but ultimately you want to tell the most, it's maybe a bit of a UK thing, there's a whole cultural war thing going on there, but I think ultimately as authors, we want to tell the most honest and authentic and captivating stories that we can. So doing that due diligence, whether it's the research yourself or getting someone else to read it and give you feedback that you take in, that's super important. That's a great question.
That's great, thank you.
As I was reading the therapy scenes, I could identify like, oh my God, my therapist talks exactly like this. And I had exactly this thought. Is she trying to trap me by saying this? Why is she even mentioning this like that? Why can't she emote? Why can't I ask her personal questions while she's asking me personal questions? All those things came, like really resonated.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'm glad it paid off. Are we being counted out?
No, not at all. I don't see. Oh, there is one. Yeah, we can take one question. So maybe the lady there, please, and then I'm sure you'll be able to chat later. So this is the last question. Thanks.
You spoke about the people you know whom you bring in as characters. Do you also kind of observe people, say, for example, in the audience, are you observing to get to know more about people you know less about?
Yes is the short answer. I mean, right now, my brain is trying to focus on making sure I actually answer questions. So don't worry, none of you are going to end up in my in my next book. But I do think, just broadly speaking, and not just when it comes to my writing, like I'm also doing theatre, I act, but being more open and aware and receptive to the world makes you a better artist in every single way. Being able to notice things that you can then put into your storytelling then makes the storytelling feel so much more captivating and so much more authentic. So something I'm really working on at the moment is being more present. And honestly, it's amazing what you'd notice. And if I can leave you all with one thing or one takeaway, it's just to sometimes when you're walking, just put the phone away, put the music away, sit, look at people, watch, take in the world. You'll be fascinated by what you see.
I agree with that, and to add to that, it's become very easy to observe people and watch people now because everybody is watching their phone, so nobody cares that you are watching them. So I spent a lot of time doing that in the metro, traveling from here to there. I would just be observing to my heart's content, making notes also. This person is wearing this. So, yeah.
All right, lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Leodora. Thank you so much,
Thank you so
Rudranil,
much.
for just such a fantastic conversation at this very first edition of Wrte, the Climb Writ Fest of the Bangalore Literature Festival. Thank you so much. And in a few minutes, of course, Leodora and Rudranil are going to be available for book signing on the first floor right outside the bookstore. So if you want to catch them there, please do go ahead. Just that was the observation test, wasn't that? And in just a few minutes, we will be beginning our next session. This one is Police Affairs Beyond the Call of Duty. Just bear with us for the next 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back to Dead Right. Fantastic to have all of you at this very first edition of Dead Right, our very own crime lit festival. It's our privilege to have this evening Mr. Amit Lodha, DGP, joining us all the way from Bihar. May I request Mr. Amit Lodha to come up on stage, please, and in conversation with him this evening is Nandita Bose. Police Affairs Beyond the Call of Duty, a conversation on policing, responsibility, and lived experience behind the uniform. Please welcome the very well-known Amit Lodha, author of Bihar Diaries, in conversation with our very own poet, Nandita Bose.
It's quite lovely to see all of you, and I see a murder in your eyes, and I hope this session will make it even keener. Today, I'm very privileged to be talking to Mr. Lodha. I have been very nervous about what to call him, and I think we agreed upon Amitji. It reminds me of Amitabh Bachchan, but yeah. So what made you choose fiction this time?
Nandita ji, I'm not an author by choice. And so many things in my life have happened just because they were destined to. And when I was in IIT, I thought of writing my memoirs as an IIT student because we had so many experiences. Two of my friends are here, Prashant and Nitin, who were with me during those wonder years of IIT. So we had a lot of ragging, cheating in the exams, futile attempts at making girlfriends, so many things. So I thought I'll write my experiences as an IITian. But then I had no idea how to write a book, and I just forgot about it. Then one of our illustrious batchmates, Chetan Bhagat, he wrote about his experiences as an IITian in 5 Point Someone, and his books became immensely popular. And I have no qualms in admitting that I had a tinge of jealousy and great disappointment with myself that, I have missed an opportunity. But then I was continuing with my service, busy with life, and then something happened. I met some people, and they asked me to write my experiences as a police officer. So I wrote my first book, Bihar Diaries, just, to tick one of my wish lists, something off my bucket list. And even imagine it would be such a huge success. Then Penguin, my publishers, wanted me to write another book, and I got so many mails from people from all over the world that they wanted to read about my experiences as a police officer. So I wrote my second book, Life in the Uniform. Then I thought, that's it. I've written 2 books, both of them have become bestsellers. Let it be. And then during Corona, I also had some idle time with me. And this idea struck me that, I have written about an ideal police officer in my first two books. And in India, particularly, people either have a very bad image of the police, in a very negative light, or else they put police on a pedestal. They expect every police officer and IPS officer as a Singham or a Dabang. So I just thought, why don't I write something about a real police officer, an IPS officer who's a human being like all of us, who has his shades of grey. So I just came up with this idea, and this antagonist, I will not exactly call him hero of this book, Arjun. He's a very accomplished IPS officer, brilliant officer, professionally very sound, has a very beautiful family life. But then, like all of us, he has his own shades of grey. So I just thought I will write a fiction this time. So I don't know, I had a lot of trepidation, a lot of apprehension that how will people take this book. But till now I'm very happy that without any publicity, it is doing quite well and everybody has a very positive word for it.
So, just coming to this crime festival, Crime Writers Festival, I've been talking to a lot of crime writers and also reading a few books. I think your book is a true thriller. You want to turn the page because something else is always there on the margin. So, this is truly a whodunit.
Thank you so much.
It's really a good book. I want you to elaborate a little more about, your hero or your anti-hero, as you say. You have this persona in an uniform. For this hero, Arjun Singh, he has a persona in the uniform, but there is also a man who is not in uniform. And, how do you reconcile these two aspects of his character?
See, as I said earlier, all of us expect the police to be either extremely efficient, effective, a film star kind of quality they expect from a police officer, or else we think that they are very vile and ineffective, inefficient. There's no middle way, So I just thought I'll write about a character who is actually flesh and blood, who faces a lot of dilemmas like all of us every day, and who can occasionally fall prey to temptations. So this Arjun, I would say, my wife is not here, so I can easily say that, and it's not being recorded. He's very much like me.
Oh, it is being recorded, don't worry.
Is it? No,
This is a crime writers festival. There will be evidence.
So Arjun is a very successful IPS officer, very professional, very competent, and he's a role model for everybody, and he gets good postings, but at the same time, he has got a lot of jealousy in his department, and he has an ideal life, ideal family life, loving children, beautiful wife, but then he gets his fair share of attention outside also, and he falls prey to it, and a lot of things happen over the course of writing in this book. You've read it already. So it's a very interesting premise that what will happen if a person who's supposedly the role model for everybody in the society is also like them, ultimately.
Yes. One of the most important parts of the book and what makes it stand out is that the police procedures are really written in great detail and really accurately, right? So the prologue starts with the PM's visit to the border. And it's just wonderful to just read how, one by... And
You have to keep the mic close to you.
Okay, so many agencies also are involved and they all come together for the PM's protection. Do you think being a police officer helps you being a crime writer?
Definitely, because what we read or what we see in films or OTT, I would say they're very far away from reality. My batchmate, who is also an additional DG, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Yadav, is sitting here. He's working in the BSF right now. And he looked after the Assam border of India, neighboring Bangladesh earlier. So he will definitely relate to this book. He loved it because, what we do in reality is very different from what you see on the screen. Even a film like Dhurandhar, I really wish it could really happen like that, you know, all these things. Or a spy, you know, a few of my batchmates are working in Raw or the IB, at the IB. I really wish, you know, their lives were as exciting as James Bond's lives. It is never like that. But it's a very difficult life, very tough life. And the first chapter which I wrote about the PM's assassination attempt, it's an actual incident which happened in Kashmir. So one of our DIGs, Anandhar Dubey, he narrated me this, because I met him, he worked with me when I was in the BSF. And I saw that he hardly had any, you know, stomach. It was just a vertebra, you know, connecting his upper part to the lower part. And I asked him what happened. He said this entire thing it went away during an encounter with Ghazi Baba, the dreaded terrorist. So he lost his entire stomach, his intestines, every part of that part of body during that encounter. So I asked him in detail how it happened, how he caught hold of Ghazi Baba, who was such a dreaded terrorist who could not be arrested by so many central agencies. He narrated me the entire incident, so I put it down. And I myself worked in police for almost 28 years. I have my batchmates in the IB, friends in the SPG. So of course, I will know about all the police procedures and how the system works. And I wanted to be as realistic as possible.
Okay, one thing, it's beautiful to come in here and authors speak and, you know, get to know what happens behind the scenes. But please, please, you only get to know an author by reading their books. So please do buy his books and please do read it carefully. I'm going to go into your book. Yeah, I'll meet the same set of people I've met at so many meetings where the agenda is to hold another meeting to discuss the agenda of the previous meeting. That's what you have quoted. Do police officers also live like this, such ordinary lives? And do you really think that, you know, we should all try to be police officers after reading this?
The police officers, we think that our lives are ordinary, but if I describe my life to my batchmates, my friends who are doing something else, for them it's very exciting. I think the grass is always greener on the other side.
Right.
But yes, as a police officer, every day is a challenge for us. Every day brings new set of problems, unforeseen situations, and you have to take a decision in that very instant. You cannot refer to a handbook or, you know, past experiences, or you cannot ask somebody, "Ki sir, ab main kya karu?" You're in the middle of a problem. There can be thousands of people surrounding you. There can be an encounter with terrorists, Naxalites. There can be a kidnapping case. Anything can happen anytime. And you have to take a split-second decision how to do the best possible thing. And if it does well, for example, I have encounters with Naxalites. If you do well, you survive, you win a gallantry medal. And if you don't survive or if you lose people on your watch, then you are blamed for that it was really foolish of you. There's a very thin line between, you know, bravado and foolishness in my service. And if just making, you know, you ask me, can somebody become a police officer after reading my books? I really wish it was that easy if you just read a book and become a police officer. No, but yes, definitely you can get inspired. Too. Yes, you can get really inspired. And my first two books, because they talked about an ideal police officer, so they have inspired so many people. I feel very privileged, very humbled when I get so many emails, messages from all over the country, rather all over the world, that their perspective about the Indian police, particularly the IPS, has changed after reading the books. So I feel very privileged, very thankful to all of them.
It's good that you mentioned your friends, because that leads me to my next question, which is Vikram, Ravi, Bhajan Singh, your friends from IIT, are all these characters based on real people in your circle?
Yes, some of them are sitting here also.
Okay. All right.
So they've already asked me for a part of royalties for my next book.
All right. And so are the characters of Charu and Madhushri also based on real life people?
Yes, yes, yes. Charu is very much like my wife, very sharp, very intelligent, very loving. And though she has not threatened me till now, that, you know, if I'm caught doing something wrong, till now she's not threatened me, but I know she's capable of that. Like any other wife. So my wife loves reading, you know, crime, about crime, and she loves solving cases. She always discusses cases with me, that discuss this murder case with me, this kidnapping case with me. And she's been instrumental in helping me solve so many crimes, actually. So that character is based on her. And Madhushri, it's a mix of people I've met, and I've seen my friends also meeting those kind of people. But all real characters.
Oh, wow. So, I think in your book, and also in what we see in the OTT platforms, there is an unholy trifecta of terrorists, godmen, and petty politicians. Of terrorists, godmen, and petty politicians. So, is it true?
Yeah, it is.
Always leads to these three sources?
Not always, but it generally, you know, see, ultimately, I'm reading a book by the ex-Wrte chief. It's a fantastic book, I forgot the name. The Unending War.
Okay.
And incidentally, after I'd written this book, my own book, I read this book by Mr. I've forgotten his name, Unending War. It's a brilliant book. So he talks about this unholy alliance, and it's ultimately about money. It's all about commerce. So terrorists, they require money to fight a war against a government or an establishment. There'll always be people who will fund these terrorist activities from across the border or maybe from your own country. And then you need a middleman like a godman to launder that money, to convert that black money into white or that white money into black. So all these things happen. And ultimately, it's all about power and money in one way or the other.
So, this book, it read really like I mean, it's just ready to be picked up by an OTT. So has that already happened?
There are people who are interested. There are. I'll be very glad if it's made into another OTT. That's why I made it a little masala type this time. I wrote that book in a little masala manner.
And do you really think that graphically?
Do I really think that graphically? I have a very vivid imagination, but it's not easy putting your imagination or your thoughts on paper, and it requires a lot of time. So I'm always short on time. Right now also a few people ask me, when do you find the time to write? So it's, you know, I have to find a lot of, it's a very delicate balance between my work, my official duties, plus I have a lot of other interests. I love sports, I love watching movies, I have a good social life. So between all that, if you have to write something, it's not an easy task. And I'm not a professional author. So sometimes I don't put my soul into it, I'll be very honest with you.
Right. What makes your story stand out among so many crime dramas, do you think?
I really don't know because I've not read any other crime drama from Indian authors, no offense meant, because I've largely read books by, you know, I love Frederick Forsyth or Tom Clancy, those kind of authors. And nowadays I'm totally into non-fiction. So I really don't know, but yes, one thing is for sure that I have the first-hand experience and I'm writing realistic stories. Maybe they're not, and I think they're more exciting because fact is always stranger than fiction. My first two books were absolutely real. They had a reason life in the uniform. And those were my own experience. I had lived those experiences. So I don't think any crime writer can do the same thing. And since I've lived that life and I do that every day, so I do justice to the plot, the narrative. And I don't know, I have not read books, as I said earlier, of crime in Indian languages, but I've seen certain OTTs, series and all the movies, and I would say they have got so many loopholes. If Dinesh and I were to solve those crimes, we'll solve it in the very first 5 minutes. You know, we will not let the movie linger on for 1.5 hours. Right. So there's no point, you know, there's so many loopholes and so many movies, they come out every day where the ranks are totally misleading. The discipline is shown in a very wrong manner. A politician is talking to an IPS officer in a very strange manner. These things never happen in real life.
I'm just digressing a little bit. This is a genuine question after reading your book. Are you a Kishore Kumar fan?
Yes, I am.
And what are your favorites?
All his songs, I just love his voice. It's so fantastic. I can just talk about him for hours and hours.
So this brings to an end, this section of questions that I have for you. But I would ask you to give a message as a takeaway to all your readers.
Message regarding,
Your book.
I would want people to read it. I would love them to read it. And in today's world, when everybody is so addicted to their screens, either the mobile phones or the televisions, I'm finding very few people reading books nowadays, very few people. In fact, I had also stopped, but I've now made a very conscious decision. So wherever I travel, I've come to Bangalore, so I had a 2.5 hours flight, carrying 2 books with me. So one should always find time to read books, and definitely it gives you a wonderful vision of things around you. And the best part, it actually makes you imagine things, makes you visualize things, makes you think, which otherwise it's not possible. Otherwise you get everything on your screens. So I would exhort all of you to read books. It's a wonderful thing, and I still love reading paperbacks, all the books in paper rather than Kindle or the electronic way. So I'm still old-fashioned that way. I write with my own hands and then ask my staff to type it. So this is it, and if people love my books, very happy. And till now I've been very lucky, I'll be very honest. I never imagined that my books would be so well received by so many people all over the world, and I feel very humbled, very privileged. And I'm so happy that my books have helped the public change their perceptions about the Indian police.
So thank you so much for this. Actually, Amit ji has requested that we have a longer question and answer session. So we'll have a question and answer session, and then I'll come back to the rest of my questions.
I would want all of you to ask me questions about anything. But I hope this recording isn't going anywhere. It stays here only.
No.
Because I got a long service left,
Yeah, do come. I don't know where the volunteers are, but please pass this to everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Actually, I'm also nervous like her, asking you questions.
But why are you nervous?
I don't know. You're a cop and you're a
I'm
civil.
not in the uniform right now.
Still, I saw your picture when you were walking down, and you are in the uniform in the first picture. Anyway, 2 questions. One is, what is the weirdest crime you have seen in your career? Like, it's like, this also can happen. Ye bhi ho sakta hai. And second thing is, you said politicians don't talk to us like that, like in a weird way, the way they show it in OTT. How do they talk to you behind closed doors?
I'll answer the second part first. They're very, very respectful, very dignified. All of them. Always, always. Even the chief minister, I've interacted with all the chief ministers of Bihar, home ministers of India. Always they will say either IG Saab, ADG Saab or Amit ji. Always. Very courteous. They're more courteous than us. I'll be very honest with you. Because they deal with the public every day. So they never lose their tempers. And they're cool and composed about a lot of things. So it's a surprise for a lot many people here, I know. But this is the fact. So that was the second part of your question. And the which performance? No. They are, see, as I said, they have to deal with the public every day. They are elected after they get vote from the public. We pass an exam, and after that, we are accountable to everybody, but still, we are firmly ensconced in our services. But a politician has to be always, very polite to everybody. He never loses his patience. So it's a very different world for both of us. So they're always very respectful, very cultured, and very patient also. And most of them have got bigger experiences than us because they deal with public directly. And there are a number of times they will tell us the actual realities, ground realities, what is happening somewhere. The first part, a very weird, crime. I don't know, so many things have happened. I've been working in Bihar for 28 years. So I've faced everything, communal strife to kidnappings, to Naxal encounters. So there's nothing in particular, kidnappings, and all of them were unique. Weird, I will not say, but unique, very challenging. And now when I look, back, then I think I was really lucky that I was able to come out, unharmed from all those situations, and I was able to do justice to my service. But nothing, only one incident I remember that, I had an encounter with Naxalites once, and it was a very long encounter, and after 3 hours when we were all exhausted, I felt very happy, I was patting my own back, that we have arrested 10 Naxalites, and it was a fantastic operation in Begusarai. And I went and sat on a haystack. I was so tired. So my bodyguard, he was trained by the NSG. And he put a bayonet on his AK-40s and started poking all the haystacks. And then he poked the haystack on which I was sitting. I was a little angry with him that what is he doing? SP saab baitho uske niche aap aise se kar rahe ho. You'll be surprised, Nandita ji, 2 Naxalites came out of those haystacks. So it was stupid of me. I was an IPS, I was a trained person, but I just forgot about it. That, I thought we have arrested everybody, encounter's over. So these are the kind of things which happen with us almost every day.
Any other questions?
There must be lots of questions. It's not easy.
Hello, sir. So there is this concept called fear-pleasure paradox in psychology, where a person who's too depressed to find, feel emotions, they turn towards fear or terror to stimulate some kind of emotion. So they think some emotion is better than no emotions, right? So as a person who deals with crime every single day and sees a lot of crime, especially this condition is very common in Indian women who go through domestic violence or more sensitive things like that. What is your point of view as someone who deals with crime and also with someone who writes about crime?
It's a very interesting question, but are you asking about my fears? What exactly is it? You said...
I am asking about your point of view about this concept. Like, do you think this really happens where people actually turn towards something negative, towards emotion, when they can really feel no emotions? And does that lead to more crimes in India?
Actually, I never thought about it. Let me be very honest with you. I've always dealt with all criminals in a very detached manner. I worked as a professional. That this is my job as an IPS officer, that somebody has committed a crime. He must face the music, he must face the law. That is the only thing I have. Yes, but at the same time, I've always been very empathetic and very sensitive to all the victims, always. Whether it's a woman, whether it's a parent whose child has been kidnapped, whether it's a poor farmer whose land has been usurped by somebody. I've always been very sensitive to them, but I've never thought about, why this man has become a kidnapper. Always people will have a story, sob story or maybe some revenge saga or something like that. But ultimately, it's his choice. All of us go through our piece of, our trials and tribulations, all of us sitting in this auditorium also. That doesn't mean that we take law in our hands or do something wrong just because we have been wronged. So it's a choice ultimately. So I never have any, sympathy for those people. You can't kidnap a child just because you needed money. To maybe you will say, sir, my daughter was suffering from something, so I kidnapped this person's child. It's not right. So that's it.
I'll attempt to answer your question. This search for a psychological answer, it suits the visual media. And it's very, very American, very Western, to try to find some trauma in the perpetrator and then relate it. In real life, it doesn't happen so often, and particularly in India, it happens less. Indians are very disciplined, I would really believe that there is very little crime in India compared to what we go through.
I think you're right. That way, yes, I will fully agree with you. With such a huge population, yes.
Next question.
There's a gentleman there.
Good evening. Am I allowed to ask 2 questions?
Yes.
Okay. First one is, they say whenever crime is committed and when something happens, the police is fully aware of it. Okay. And those crimes, only those crimes, get solved that the police want to solve. That is the first question. Okay. The second question is, how far is the Indian police geared up for these cyber crimes? Because nowadays, I am seeing many of my close friends losing crores of rupees in this cyber crime. So how much is the Indian police geared up?
So I'll answer the first part first. That I really wish that police knew about all the crimes that are going to happen, or we had so much of knowledge. Let me be frank with you, no police officer, even the worst police officer, would want any crime to happen under his watch. Because as a police officer, all your work, your conduct, and your record is under public scrutiny always, under scrutiny of practically everybody, the judiciary, politicians, their own seniors, public, media, everybody. It's not like other departments where, something can be pushed under the carpet for some time, or maybe results can come after 6 months. If a boy is kidnapped, you can't say that आज तो Sunday मैं सो जाता हूँ, परसों उसको ढूंढूंगा, छुट्टी है मेरी. It's not possible. Yes, there are certain things which have happened because of the inefficiency of certain officers. It happens. But it's not that all the police officers are aware of all the crimes that are happening. Yes, we are aware of the criminals. And there are so many times when we are doing preemptive work, which people do not appreciate, do not understand. In any district, if some place is going on peacefully, or even in the country of India, where there are hardly any terrorist attacks right now compared to so many other countries around us, and you should take into consideration the kind of hostile neighbors we have. Considering all these facts, India hardly has any terrorist attacks. And all this is because of the combined efforts of the IB, RAW, NSG, NatGrid, NTRO, so many organizations, BSF, state police. And these organizations work behind the scene constantly, monitoring so many websites, social media, so many things happening on the dark net. So people will never understand, never appreciate what happens behind the scenes. And the same thing is true for the district also, for normal crimes. Otherwise, every minute, as she rightly said, crime India में बहुत कम है. आपका जो second part is cyber crime का, see, criminals will always come up with certain new ideas. When I was young in the service, they used mobile telephony. Then came WhatsApp. But you must appreciate the fact that the police ultimately is smarter than these people, and we always find a way to nab them, using the very same technologies which they used for their benefit earlier. So right now, cybercrime is the in thing. There's so many things happening in the country, and I'm amazed and appalled at how so many educated people are falling prey to cybercrime, falling prey to digital arrest. It's really surprising. But it's a matter of time, and every state is working very hard to control cybercrime. This is the top priority of all the states right now. And I think in a few years, cybercrime will also be relegated to history.
Oh, we have more and more people
I
now.
know that. I told you. A lot of people, Nanditaji, they will have a lot of... Let them ask.
If I could piggyback on the previous question, would love your views on different types of crime. We seem to focus crime being a certain type of thing, but to quote the songwriter Wrte Guthrie, some people will rob you with a knife, others with a fountain pen.
See, Rahul is a friend from my school, one of my best friends, and I know whatever answer I give, he'll never be satisfied.
Okay.
But still, I'll tell him that we do not differentiate between, ultimately the law of the land has to rule, and IPC and the new BNS law, whatever comes under that purview. But yes, it's up to us also as an officer. How do I relate to that person? Sometimes it happens that, you do not give importance or precedence to certain crimes, which are equally important. For example, I was in Purnia in 2010. A poor farmer called me late in the night around 2 a.m. And he said, Kissa, meri bhais chori ho gayi. For a lot of people, it was very funny when I narrated this incident. But for him, it was a huge thing, And I'm being very honest with you, I didn't do anything about it because I couldn't. What could I have told the police officers that go and find his bhais? But next day, he came to my office, bola, sir, mujhe mil gayi, aapko bahut dhanyawad aur main uski ghee leke aapke paas aaya hu. I had not done anything. But he said कि सर आपने मेरा फ़ोन उठाया मुझसे बात की और बोला कि मैं कुछ करता हूँ मेरे लिए इतना बहुत था मेरी रात कट गई. But there are people who lose a lot of money during the cyber crime. So everybody has a different, crime which, and for him, his problem is the biggest. But like Rahul rightly said, sometimes you can loot somebody, rob somebody using a knife, and just that amount is, say, a petty amount, say, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. And there are so many financial crimes which run to the tune of thousands of crores. So ultimately, I think every law catches up with everybody. It's not that it doesn't catch up. So, and the law of the land treats everybody the same, ideally, but it ultimately depends on the officer also, how you treat those two crimes. I hope I've been able to answer your question. There's a smirk on his face. We'll meet later on and discuss this.
So I have two questions. The first is about corruption. We see corruption is more rampant across the country, across all departments. And there's, of course, corruption in the police department as well. So I would want to see a perspective from you about how corruption can be, if not eradicated, at least be limited to some level in the police system. And my second question is about the police being more loyal to the political class in the country. Whichever party comes to the position, the police have to report to them. But is there a way where there could be some reforms in the police system that the police could just not be just loyal to the political class?
The first part, Gandhiji said there's enough for everybody's needs, not enough for everybody's greed. I have delved on this issue a lot. And ultimately, it's all, related to your individual DNA. What do you want to do? As an IPS officer, my salary is not great, but then my perks sufficiently make up for all those shortcomings. So it's my choice, ultimately. There's nothing, it's not that you are living a very frugal life. So it's your choice. The cricketers who make millions, still they fix matches. So it's all about that. So not really, and to control corruption, what I can do, I'll tell you. If I do not expect any wrongdoings from officers, first of all, I must be above board. I must set up an example. So wherever I've been SP, first of all, I'll tell you that as an, people say he's a very honest officer. We are all supposed to be honest. I don't take that as a great quality. We are supposed to be honest. So wherever I've been posted as an SP when I was young and right now also, I will ensure that, nothing wrong is happening under my watch. And that will happen only if I'm transparent, my decisions are impartial, and I'm myself above board. Number one. Number two, I do not expect anything from office. My office used to tell me that, sir, हम लोग मिट्टी की घड़े की तरह हैं. जैसा आप चाहोगे वैसे हो जाएंगे. आप बोलोगे crime control करना, crime control होगा. आप बोलोगे ये चीज़ चाहिए तो ये चीज़ होगी. As simple as that. So there's so many officers who are absolutely honest. That's why the system is working still and very efficiently. So corruption is a very individualistic choice, and again, as I said, like criminals do not have any excuse to commit a crime, a corrupt person does not have any excuse to do corruption. It's just his mental state. And unfortunately, in our country, it has become a culture, and it is acceptable. People say, "Koi baat nahi, is service mein to hota hi hai, ya karna hi padta hai." When I've seen my own friends, schoolmates, and even my IT batchmates, paying money to get certain things done, they said, "Kare kya system hi aisa hai." So you as citizens also have to stop this somewhere. We are all a part of it. I'm being very honest. People call me कि मेरे को है ना पुलिस वाले ने पकड़ लिया आप छुड़वा दो. Why? I was not wearing a seat belt. तो या तो बोलेगा पता है मेरा भाई कौन है, या फिर वो पुलिस वाले को बोलेगा 1000 रुपए मत लो यार ऐसे ही कर दो. We are also equally responsible. We all know that. That is the first part. So my sermonizing will not go and change these things, but yes, I can be a role model and example, and it makes a difference. It does make a difference. Because if I myself expect things from my officers, they will have to do something. But if you don't expect, then they also stop. It's not the other way around. And you talked about, loyalty towards the political system, political masters. India is a very thriving democracy. And the political system is a very important part of our democracy. People are elected, all the members of parliament, the state legislative assemblies, they're elected by us only. Either you fight the elections, or you become an MLA MP, or you contribute in the right way. So many of us do not go and vote. It's a fact. And then we sit in our offices, our homes, and then we talk about the Indian system. And then, as I said earlier, a lot of politicians actually are well-meaning. They want a change. So whenever some officer says that, there is interference, it's a fallacy, it's an excuse. Ultimately, we want our own personal agenda to be fulfilled, our own goals to. If I want to remain Commissioner of Bangalore Police for the next 2 years, I'll do anything. So no reforms are needed. Only you have to reform yourself. The systems are good enough, the laws are good enough. It's ultimately about the individual. And every once in a while, there'll be good officers, there'll be bad officers. This is the way the world works.
Okay, from now on, no 2 questions, huh? 1 question only.
Amitji, it's pretty awesome that I'm among such an intellectual crowd, but I have a very simple question for you. What is the craziest, wildest, most life-altering decision or call that you had to make that you'd like to share with us today? And take a minute to think.
I would have said getting married, but you know, so many things have happened. They've all been crazy. I would just say that I was very lucky that I got away with all that. Encounters, split-second decisions. So you really don't know what will go right, craziest decision I'll tell you. When I was in Nalanda, there was a shortage of electricity for a long time. And the people at Gherar, the office of the electricity board, rather Power Grid Corporation, it had nothing to do with the police. I had sent a DSP with, say, around 6 or 7 people that just handled the crowd. Then he called me that, sir, I've been surrounded by 30,000 people and people are pelting stones and they will burn the Power Grid office. You come immediately. I thought he's exaggerating, 30,000 people just for electricity. And I was in my office. I took my posse of bodyguard, just 5 or 6 people. And we went there. And of course, I alerted everybody on the wireless that I'll be reaching, that you come with the force. And I thought it will be just around a few hundred people. And I actually saw, I've never seen a bigger crowd in my life. And then I thought, the moment I reached there, I was with my helmet, body protector. And since I was young, I had related to the public very well during those days. So everybody said, SP Saab aa gaye, SP Saab aa gaye, SP Saab Zindabad. So I thought, police ki to problem bhi nahi hai. And we'll sort this problem. And I removed my body protector, my helmet. And suddenly I see from the corner of my eyes, a brick flying at a really fast pace coming at me. And I just ducked and it hit me here on my cheekbone. Didn't hit me on my temple, luckily. Just ducked. So I was totally dazed. And my bodyguard, they were surrounded by such a huge crowd. They took out the rifle, then started firing. So after a minute or so, when I got back to my senses, I told my bodyguards to stop firing. Because we can't fire at such a huge crowd. First of all, they will anyway butcher us. And number 2, the government will also set up an inquiry that how could you fire unarmed people, that too when they're protesting about electricity. So I told all my bodyguards ki rifle niche karo, rifle niche karo. Remember still, my bodyguard said ki SP sab pagal ho gaye. Ki kya karo rifle niche. And I asked the public that you come here. I will talk to them. And the bodyguards were really, petrified. They were shocked ki kar kya rahe ho, ab sabko bula rahe ho apni taraf. And uske baad wo aaye and they, let go of their sticks and patthar jo bhi unke haath mein the. And they said, sir, we are very sorry, sir. Aapko nahi patthar marna tha, galti ho gayi. And uske baad, the crowd dissipated. Now when I think back, I think, what the hell did I do, I won't have done the same thing today. I don't know. So different situations, different times. Kuch nahi pata chalta hai iska.
Next question.
Hi, Amit. The Netflix series deals or throws a light on the casteism of Bihar. So how did you understand the social structure of the Bihar, and then what you did to make sure that your biases or your team members' biases doesn't come in the way of investigation?
I have not understood the social structure even now, till now. It's very complicated, but as I said earlier, I'm a professional and never bothered about all these things. Though these are important things to know for an ESP, any administrator, that how the district and the functions, how the culture, the caste equation works, but I never bothered about these things. And once you're professional, your team also becomes professional. So in my team, there were people from all the castes. Rather, if you remember the series, there were certain people who belonged to the caste of the antagonist only. They helped me. So it had nothing to do with caste ultimately. It's all about being professional And being sincere, you have to show the right intent. Then people will obviously join hands with you. So my intent was very clear that I had to arrest this person, come what may. So his own castman helped me. And my police officers, my team, of course, they knew that I'm professional. I'm least bothered about the caste. I had no biases. I was an outsider, not from Bihar. So they were also very free to work with me.
Hi.
Yeah, I can.
Sorry?
One sec, let
Let-
him ask, and then let the mic come to you.
Sorry. Just a procedural question. Are police stations judged by open FIRs? And if so, is there a period? Because in my line
Police
of
of police stations.
are they judged by open FIRs?
What
Because
are open FIRs?
If an FIR is not
Pending-
closed,
pending FIRs.
pending FIRs,
Pending
because
FIRs.
quite often we see, especially in my domain of heritage crime, the FIRs are closed, saying idols not found, and they basically hoist the cases on petty criminals. So they get 3 months and the FIRs are closed, number one. So is that an incentive or a disincentive for police stations to close pending FIRs like this? And if an FIR is closed like this, is there a record maintained where we can trace such closed FIRs?
See, everything that happens in the police station has a record, so all the records are traceable. All the records. You can't say that, 1960s ka tha, mujhe nahi pata kya hua. But pending FIRs, any SP would like the FIRs to be disposed of with. And of course, we would want them to be properly investigated into and the perpetrators be brought to justice. But police works under so much of pressure and such a resource constraint that it's not possible to do justice to all the FIRs, I'll be very honest. As I said earlier, for you, your problem can be the biggest. But in the police station, if you sit, you will see the entire day an officer is surrounded by only problems, all kind of problems. A girl elopes with her boyfriend, so the father will come and lodge an FIR that my girl has been kidnapped. The girl will say that I'm an adult, my father is trying to get me back forcibly. She will also lodge an FIR. Then a political party will enter into the fray. So many things happen. So it's not an easy thing, and between all these things, you have to find time to actually conduct an investigation, which is also dependent on so many other things, So it's not easy to actually do justice to your work, but still I would say I'm a strong advocate of the Indian police that given the resource constraints, the manpower crunch, Indian police is doing phenomenally well. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Your question.
So yeah, it's been great hearing about all your stories and experiences. My question was about your writing process. So how do you translate your lived experiences into words and into a narrative and, something that can, connect with people?
I don't know, maybe I have a way of narration which is very easily relatable to people. I just write in my own natural way. I don't try to copy anybody. And I never claim that, my writing deserves Booker Prizes or something like that. But it relates to the common public, and it's a very lay person's language. So I just write whatever comes to my mind, and I've been lucky that I've got so many experiences. So I do not have to imagine anything. All those events have happened with me. Even my fiction book, Police Affairs, all these events have happened around me, or they have happened in real life, which I've read in the news. So I just use my imagination and weave a yarn around all those stories.
So very curious to know about one of your most memorable case, and when I say memorable, where you faced greatest moral dilemma. So you had to balance between the process, the law, and the moral values.
Moral dilemma I never faced, I'll be very honest with you. Never faced, but there have been instances where, we were about to do injustice to people. I was SSP of Gaya during election times. One of my SHOs got hold of 4 criminals and he recovered a cache of arms. And he said, sir, we should conduct a press conference because this will send a very good message to the election commission as well as the public. And I was so busy with my file work, I said, okay, get the press and get it done. I didn't even look, while getting the pictures done. I was very, very busy. So when they were going, the criminals, I saw the face of one of the criminals, and he was a young guy, not more than 17, 18 years old. So I asked him that, tumko sharam nahi thi, tum kyun criminal ban gaye? That boy told me that, sir, मैं तो जबरदस्ती मुझे पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया. मैं तो जानता ही नहीं बाकी 3 लोग कौन है. So I asked the other 3 criminals, who is this boy? They said, we don't know. Then I asked the SHO, why did you arrest this boy? He said, sir, मेरी गाड़ी देख के भागने लग गया. So I asked the boy, why did you run away? बोला सर पुलिस को देख के तो सब भागने लग जाते हैं. So, you know, we had arrested him and his name was about to be splashed in the newspapers the very next day, you know, कि बच्चा भी kidnap criminal है. So I asked the SHO that, you know, immediately release him and tell the press not to publish his name. He said कि सर मैंने तो कोर्ट का चालान बना दिया, ये हो गया, वो हो गया. I said nothing doing. So these are the kind of decisions which I have taken a number of times, where injustice could have been done.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, sir. So my question is regarding, I think the police officer is one of the most like typecast characters, be it in like fiction or even when it comes to like shows and movies. It's often used.
Do I look like a typecast character to you?
You don't, especially since you are an author and an IPS officer, I think. Definitely not. But I just want to know, like, being in the field, is there any, like, and it's often used as a comic relief character as well, right? So is there any stereotype that you think is true and you find relatable? And also, like, what is...
Stereotype relating to police officers' appearances?
Yeah, like, just the police officer trope when it comes to, like,
तो
shows.
वही आपसे ही पूछ रहा हूँ, आपको मैं आपके सामने बैठा ही हूँ.
नहीं, आप तो नहीं लग but like in general, I'm saying.
In general, see, people often make fun of police officers' physical appearances, but I'll defend that also. A police officer, particularly at the lower level, doesn't know when he'll have his next meal. So, the very first opportunity, he'll eat anything that comes in his hands. He does not have the luxury to, you know, have a proper healthy breakfast, you know, quinoa and all this, you know, keto diet, this, that. Whatever he gets, samosa, kachori, whatever he gets, wherever he is at that time, number one. He doesn't get any time to exercise. He doesn't get any holidays, you know. Most of the times when we are having our holidays, Holi, Diwali, he's on the field. He's working outside. So it's very easy to make fun, you know, that, you know, look at the police officer, the tummy is protruding, they're pot-bellied, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, it's very difficult actually. They do not get time to sleep. So all these stereotypes are also a result of something. So always defend them. Whenever I see somebody is out of shape, I'll very politely tell them that try to find some time and get some rest. मैंने बोल तो दिया लेकिन उसको मिलेगा कहाँ पे टाइम मुझे पता है मिलेगा ही नहीं.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. What is the newest kind of crime you came across in last 30 days or a couple of weeks? Newest, other than digital arrest, other than investment scam, what is the newest?
जो आप लोग अखबार में पढ़ रहे हैं मैं भी वही पढ़ता हूँ बस. ऐसा कुछ new crime, the same thing.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I wanted to ask, like I am a college student, most of the people who are working in corporate or maybe management jobs, so we don't have much people around us. We are like connected with 100 people, 200 people, और उसी में ज़िंदगी में इतना वो हो जाता है कि इतना स्ट्रेस है, ये है, वो है. तो as being a police officer, आप किसी सिटी में हैं तो you have like आपके अंडर 50 पुलिस चौकी है, उससे इतना न्यूज़ है, फिर मतलब इतने सारे केसेस हैं, और फिर मतलब कहीं अनजस्टिस हो रहा है, तो लाइक व्हेन यू गो टू बेड, मतलब जब आपको तो आपको वो एक बहुत स्ट्रेसफुल है, फिर मतलब हाउ डू यू गेट द पीस ऑफ माइंड?
No, I do not have any stress, I'll be honest. And it's a personal choice. And you can evolve, not, you know, try to not have stress. I know it's very easy to say. I have myself gone through so many things if you Google about me right now over the last 4 years. But do I look stressed to you? No. Because it's a personal choice. Because something good or bad is going to happen to you. It's bound to happen. You can't have a perfect life. And so many times we magnify the problem. You know, इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती नहीं जितना हम सोचते हैं कि it's such a huge problem. And in my opinion, every problem, maybe except for health issues and something which actually is, you know, life-threatening. Otherwise, every problem has a solution. Every single problem. So find a solution, and this is life. I know I'm talking like a motivational guru right now, but then this is it.
So like, have you cultivated this like along these
Yes,
years?
I've cultivated. It's not that I was born like this. I've cultivated it. So it's a state of mind ultimately, you know, how you think, we are all creatures of our habits. So now I have a habit of not taking stress. Anything happens, I don't take any cognizance of it.
Sir, I'm again getting into that only, but it's like जैसे मैंने भी वो सुना था कि that khaki movie.
I hope you buy my books after this, you know.
Yes, you buy his book and you talk to him then, okay? Any other questions?
Sir, I read your Bihar Diaries so many times. What is the secret of your smartness? And who was your role model? Who is your role model? And whom you want to thank as a single person means whom you want to thank. And you are so smart, so humble, so human, sir. We are touched. Sir, without taking lunch, I'm waiting for your
Thank
speech,
you
sir.
so much. Thank you. I wish I could record and send it to my wife, please. You know, always. Thank you. But see, I don't have any role models, but I get inspiration from so many people all around me. And there's so many stories all around of us. आप भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, सबकी अपनी stories हैं. So all of us are heroes in our own way. We all fight our own battles and try to come up with solutions. So no role model I have, but yes, my wife played a very huge role in all my successes. And more than that, she has been a pillar of support, strength. You know, she's been with me through thick and thin, actually. People talk about thick and thin, but she has been with me during the entire journey, where she had so many opportunities to have a, you know, more peaceful, quiet life, but she always chose to be with me, even the most backward villages where there was no electricity, no water. So whatever you see in the series or the book, that's only the glamorous part, but the real part was very, very difficult. So that way I've been very lucky that I've got great set of, you know, family and friends around me, always.
Hello, sir.
Vera.
One question I want to ask you. They always say that it is okay even if a guilty person gets away rather than an innocent person getting hanged. So sometimes, like you said, you know, by mistake or by some foresight, either by yourself or by somebody in your team, if something like that happens, might have happened also, so it might put a lot of pressure on your mind and you start feeling
So
guilty.
whenever I came to know of this, I have always reversed the decision without thinking twice. And I suffered for that also. It's not that I didn't suffer, but this is who I am.
So that would be a source of stress for you sometimes.
No, never been stressful for me because I was very clear that this is what I have to do. If somebody innocent has been framed, I can't, you know, then I would have stress in my life that how could I let him go to jail?
Sir, is there any case haunting you for not solving it?
Not haunting me, but there were a few times when I solved the case, but I couldn't save the concerned person. I solved the case, you know, they had killed a child before I could reach there. And I knew the moment when I heard, you know, that this thing has happened, I knew that that child would be killed. I knew about it. I told my team that I know we'll arrest the criminal, but that by that time it would happen. You have an intuition, you know, you get it. So that a few unfortunate incidents have happened.
All done? I'll ask you my rapid fire questions.
Yes.
So this is my first question, and I'm reading it. I like how your hero Googles. Why do happily married men flirt? Later, why do happily married men have extramarital affairs? And it's very relatable, right? So, do you Google all the time for things?
No, I don't Google all these things.
No, but do you Google other things?
Very rarely, you know, very eclectic things. Sometimes I think I waste time on the internet, sometimes. But when I told my son, he said, you're hardly on the internet, you think so? For example, my Instagram feed, I checked one day my activities. It was 13 or 14 minutes per day. I said, Avi, what am I doing here? 14 minutes of Instagram. He said, to kuch bhi nahi hai. But I Google about, you know, tennis, things which I like, a movie which is about to be released, I want to read the review. So these are the kind of things I Google, but not about extramarital affairs.
I'll believe you. Then, you know, there is some place...
Mic apne paas rakh lijiye.
There is some place that, you know, in your book where you're watching an IPL game. And I was like, aren't you guys too busy or something? I mean, do you really watch IPL? And
I do,
okay.
I watch IPL matches.
And which is your favorite team?
Nobody, no team.
You can't sit in Bangalore and say you don't have a favorite team.
No, I don't have, actually. I don't have any favorite team because it's too commercial. Everybody's hitting sixes, so it's just time pass.
Okay. What else?
And about the time management, I'm good at managing my time. Very punctual. I value my time, value other people's time. And I read a long time back, a busy man has time for everything.
Oh, wow. So 6 things about you that will surprise most people. Any amount of things.
I
Not
eat
6.
a lot.
Okay.
I eat voraciously. And I play a lot. What else will surprise people? I don't know. I don't know really. My friend will tell you. He will tell you.
Oh, Kishore Kumar here. Kishore Kumar. Ask him to sing. He'll sing. Please sing.
I
2
charge.
lines.
I charge for singing.
Please
Prashad.
sing. Please sing. 2 lines.
ठीक है, there are certain uniformed people here. अगर ये हंसेंगे तो इनको पकड़ के अंदर डाल दीजिएगा आप. ठीक है? ये जो आगे बैठे हैं ना, डीके, इनको तीनों को अंदर भिजवा देना. You actually want me to do it?
Yeah. I'm waiting for you to.
हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई, फिर क्या हुआ ये ना पूछो, कुछ ऐसी बात हो गई. That's it.
And you know what? This is the theme of his book. So he's like extremely intelligent and he chooses the right song to sing as well.
I didn't think it that way, but okay, good.
So you're both an IPS officer and a writer. What do you dislike about each of the roles?
IPS, nothing. I love being an IPS officer.
Okay.
Nothing. It's who I am, you know. I love wearing the uniform. It's my identity. I love it. Writing, I don't dislike anything about it, but, you know, you have to make an effort writing. Okay. I really wish, you know, that my thoughts could be translated and not only comes on paper. Maybe I'll use AI in the coming days. Just joking. I will not use AI, but it requires effort.
Right.
Policing is something which I enjoy. So that effort, I don't take it as an effort.
Is there anything you would want to tell your crowd, your audience?
Nothing, just enjoy life, live the best possible life in whatever way you can, and don't live somebody else's life. Live your own life.
Wow. Powerful. So with this...
My 2 friends, they don't have any questions. Huh? DK, you don't have any question? So, thank you. DK.
So with this, we close the first day of Crime Writers Festival. And it's really been a pleasure to have all of you here. And I didn't want to tell him this before because, you know, I was a little nervous around him. But it's been a dream come true to be able to interview you. And I was very nervous throughout. So thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for being such an open and honest person
Thank
to
you
interview.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Lovely. On that fantastic note, thank you very much. Thank you, Nandita. Big round of applause for Nandita, please. And to Amit ji as well for coming all the way and being with us this evening. He will be available to sign books, so please do go to the bookstore and buy a copy of his books if you haven't already. And the book signing will take place on the first floor, right outside the bookstore. You've been a wonderful audience this evening. Thank you so much, and hope to see you again tomorrow morning at 10:30.